Kang-Jiama looks like a completely ordinary student, but in reality, he's a reincarnated player who woke up inside his favorite game world. Right now, he's about to take the entrance exam for Noble's Academy, the most elite academy on the continent. The problem is, everyone here comes from wealthy noble families, while Jiama is completely broke. On his very first day, when he goes to register his weapon, the professor is shocked. Jiama's swords are so small that the professor assumes it must be some kind of prank, but Jiama stands his ground. These are genuinely his weapons. When the professor notices the green badge on Jiama's uniform, everything changes. It marks him as a special admission student, someone who entered through pure ability instead of money. The professor is moved by his background, but the other students react very differently. As soon as the rich students realize that a poor special admission student has entered the academy, hostility fills the air. They openly mock him, complain about his presence, and treat him like he doesn't belong. Jiama, however, remains calm. In his previous life, he never experienced peace, so this time his goal is simple: live quietly and avoid trouble. Jiama soon awakens a rare and powerful ability related to swords, but it comes with a severe limitation. He can only use swords shorter than 30 seconds, which makes his fighting style extremely unconventional. When he activates the ability for the first time, an overwhelming surge of power courses through his body. The strength is incredible, but the pain is unbearable, spreading through his nerves like lightning. Jiama immediately realizes that using this power comes at a brutal cost. Hoping the pain is just a one-time thing, Jiama tests the ability again, only to find that the agony is exactly the same. At the same time, students begin gathering for the Academy's ranking ceremony, where their initial status will be decided. Watching from above are two legendary figures among the 7 heroes: Siegfried, the Sword Emperor, and Medadea Poison, a hero whose youthful appearance hides her true age. While Medadea shows interest in the new generation, Siegfried remains unimpressed and bored. The reason Medadea attends the ceremony is to see Siegfried's granddaughter. Among the students below, Jiama stands out immediately because of his plain appearance and black hair, unlike the colorful noble students surrounding him. The mockery continues until a blue-haired girl appears and instantly captures everyone's attention. This is Abel von Nibelling, the Sword Emperor's granddaughter and the main heroine of the original game. The entrance exam takes place inside a special battlefield called Subspace. Within this space, students can be injured or even killed, but once eliminated, their bodies return to normal in the real world. Because of this, there are no restrictions on combat. The longer a student survives, the higher their rank will be. While most students instinctively follow Abel, drawn by her presence, Jiama does the opposite. Knowing how dangerous her path becomes in the future, he deliberately avoids her and focuses on staying out of trouble. Despite his intentions, Jiama understands that if he's forced to fight, he'll have to rely on his painful ability. When the exam begins, chaos quickly spreads throughout subspace. Students are eliminated one after another, and even though the injuries don't carry over, the fear and trauma are very real. Abel secures first place as expected, but Siegfried is unimpressed, noting that she still hasn't surpassed his long-standing record. Just as the ceremony seems to be ending, an unnatural pressure fills the air. Both heroes and students sense something is wrong as the sky itself begins to crack. Moments later, 2 bodies fall from above and slam into the arena, leaving everyone in stunned silence. What actually happened becomes clear when events rewind to earlier inside subspace. From the very beginning, the battle was never fair. 2 brothers, Mao Jun and Shun Mao, had already taken control of the battlefield. Known for their violent nature, the twins spent the entire exam deliberately tormenting weaker students, dragging out the fights purely for their own enjoyment. Jiama was so insignificant in their eyes that they didn't even notice him at first. Eventually, only one frightened girl remained, cornered and helpless. At that moment, Jiama could no longer stay silent. He steps forward, drawing the twins' attention toward himself. They immediately dismiss him as a worthless special admission student and decide to kill him quickly. Facing both brothers alone, Jiama realizes he has almost no time. His painless blessing only lasts 30 seconds, far from enough to fight opponents like them. With no other options left, he reaches into his bag and pulls out a small sashimi knife. To the twins, it looks ridiculous, and they burst out laughing, completely unaware that this tiny blade is about to trigger the terrifying power of Jiama's blessing. Shun Mao decides not to waste any more time and immediately charges forward to kill Jiama. This is not a situation where Jiama can afford to hesitate. He has only one desperate plan: stack his abilities. He activates his painless blessing, which lasts for just 30 seconds, to cancel out the unbearable agony caused by the sword god's blessing. If he times it perfectly, he can survive. The moment before drawing his weapon, Jiama triggers the painless blessing, and as expected, the sword god's power erupts the instant he grips the sashimi knife. This is Jiama's only chance. If he can't cut through this situation, he will die. But the question remains, can a sashimi knife really cut through a human body? Jiyama remembers something from his past life when he once asked his old master, a former gangster, why movie gangsters always use kitchen knives. His master dismissed it as nonsense, saying that you can't slice a person apart like a piece of fish, no matter how sharp the blade is. However, the sword god's blessing works on a different rule entirely. The blessing doesn't care about logic. If Jiyama wills it, the blade will cut. Trusting the blessing over common sense, Jiyama thrusts the knife forward. In a single instant, Shun Mao is cut clean in half. The arena falls completely silent. The remaining students, along with Mao Jun, stare in absolute disbelief. The quiet, unremarkable special admission student just did the impossible using nothing more than a kitchen knife. Shun Mao's body collapses onto the ground in 2 pieces. His brother screams, desperately reminding himself that this is subspace and that Shun Mao isn't truly dead. But no amount of rationalization can erase what he just witnessed. Mao Jun forces himself to calm down and convinces himself that his brother simply made a careless mistake. Now, as the remaining twin, he decides to end this himself. He picks up Shun Mao's power gauntlet and equips it on both hands. Once activated, the gauntlet reveals its true strength. Mao Jun's defense skyrockets, his jumping power increases by 200%, and his punches become devastating. He's convinced that not even an S-rank weapon could pierce his defenses now, but Jiyama isn't even paying attention to him. Instead, Jiyama is counting seconds in his head. He's tracking exactly how much time remains before the painless blessing ends. Mao Jun notices this and assumes Jiyama is distracted. Seeing an opening, he rushes in for a surprise attack, aiming to finish him with a single blow. In the next instant, it's over. Mao Jun collapses onto the ground, covered in his own blood and barely clinging to life. Jiyama calmly finishes counting down the final seconds of his blessing. The moment it reaches 0, the painless effect disappears, and the full agony of the sword god's blessing crashes into him all at once. The pain overwhelms his body, forcing him to scream as he finally collapses, still gripping the knife. Sometime later, Jiyama wakes up in a white room, clearly a medical facility. Before he can even sit up, 2 figures enter the room. He has never met them in person, but he recognizes them immediately. Standing before him are 2 of the 7-star heroes, Siegfried, the strongest swordsman in humanity, and Madara Poison, the director of Noble's Academy. Jiyama can't understand why 2 of the most powerful people in the world are here to see him. Madara asks for his name, while Siegfried wastes no time and gets straight to the point. During the battle, both of them felt an overwhelming presence that could only have come from Jiyama. The pressure in the room is suffocating, and Jiyama quickly realizes that he's being scrutinized by the strongest man alive. Rather than resist, Jiyama makes a calculated decision. He apologizes first, admitting that his actions may have gone too far, and calmly states that he's ready to accept any punishment. The tension escalates as Siegfried and Jiyama lock eyes, forcing Madara to step in before things spiral out of control. That's when Madara reveals something shocking. While Jiyama was unconscious, Siegfried personally cleared his blocked meridians. Jiyama is stunned. Someone of Siegfried's status should have no reason to do something like that. But as Jiyama checks his body, he immediately feels the difference. His circulation is smoother, his body lighter than before. Madara explains that after reviewing the subspace footage, the Academy concluded that Jiyama was simply protecting a female student who was in danger. Because of that, the Academy has no intention of punishing him. In fact, the Mao twins already had a terrible reputation, and after this incident, both brothers have chosen to withdraw from the Academy entirely. For Jiyama, this is an enormous relief. But then comes the real bombshell. The true reason the heroes came to see him is to congratulate him. Jiyama scored first place among all incoming students. He is officially ranked number 1. In that moment, Jiyama realizes that his dream of living a quiet, unnoticed life has completely collapsed. Later, inside Madara's office, the 2 heroes discuss something unprecedented. For the first time in her 20 years as Academy Director, a student earned the top rank and then refused to join the Elite Star class, the highest class in the entire Academy. Even after being asked to reconsider, Jiyama firmly rejected the offer. Madara asks Siegfried whether he's upset that Jiyama took the top rank instead of his granddaughter. After all, she watched the footage and witnessed Jiyama's potential firsthand, but Siegfried disagrees. In his eyes, the subspace reflects the will of the Academy's founding hero. If subspace recognized Jiyama as number 1, then the Academy itself has chosen him, and that decision is absolute. Privately, however, Siegfried is deeply unsettled. Jiyama doesn't fit any known category. His physical body is weak. He has no formal training, no experience, nothing that should justify what he accomplished. And yet, in the recorded footage,
footage, Siegfried saw something extraordinary, a level of swordsmanship essence so pure and refined that it resembles the ultimate form he has been chasing his entire life. When Siegfried cleared Jama's acupoints, he sensed how fragile his body truly was. But beneath that weakness, there was something else, something sealed inside Jama that even the strongest human alive could not fully comprehend. For the first time in years, Siegfried feels genuine competition. And the fact that this strange boy is the same age as his granddaughter only makes it worse. Medea, on the other hand, is far less concerned about Jama's hidden power and far more distracted by the fact that he's surprisingly attractive. She's still impressed that he revealed his abilities to protect a woman in danger, and she openly jokes that if she were 10 years younger, she wouldn't hesitate to go after him. Siegfried remains silent, clearly lost in thought, until Medea finally asks what's on his mind. Instead of answering directly, Siegfried asks her a strange question, what she thinks students call people like her. Curious, Medea urges him to continue. His response is blunt and completely unwanted, triggering an explosive reaction from her. Whatever he said clearly crossed a line, ending their conversation in chaos. Meanwhile, Jama attends his first official class at the academy. After rejecting the elite star class, the highest placement the academy could assign him to was wolf class. Any lower, and the elders would have caused an uproar. Jama originally wanted to join tiger class to stay as low profile as possible, but Medea personally begged him to accept wolf class instead. In return, she promised to keep his status as the academy's top-ranked student a complete secret. Jama's goal has always been simple: avoid attention and live safely. Wolf class is stronger than he hoped for, but it's still manageable. As he pushes open the classroom doors, the students briefly glance at him with mild curiosity. The moment they notice his special admission badge, their interest disappears entirely. No admiration, no hostility, just indifference. Jama is satisfied. Their lack of interest proves that Medea kept her promise. As he takes his seat, a familiar student approaches him nervously. She thanks him for helping her earlier, though Jama doesn't immediately recognize her. She then explains that she's the girl he saved during the entrance exam. Jama brushes it off, stating that she doesn't need to thank him. In his eyes, anyone else would have done the same. More importantly, he believes that what he did wasn't purely altruistic, it was just as much about saving himself. Accepting gratitude for that would make him feel dishonest. Instead, Jama changes the subject and introduces himself. The girl does the same and reveals her name is Chloe. Jama finds it strange that they ended up in the same class. As he thinks back to the game's storyline, he can't recall any character named Chloe. Introducing a new character this late into the story wouldn't have made sense back when he played, leading him to conclude that she's probably an extra, just like him. Jama asks Chloe to keep what happened during the exam a secret. He doesn't want rumors spreading about his abilities and ruining his plan for a quiet life. Chloe agrees and begins to make a request of her own, but she's abruptly interrupted when their homeroom teacher storms into the classroom. Jama tells her they can talk later and sends her back to her seat. The teacher introduces himself as Lee Wanbin and welcomes the new members of Wolf class. Since it's their first day, he immediately begins with basic physical training: 100 push-ups, sit-ups, and squats, followed by 10 full laps around the training grounds. For the noble students who have trained their entire lives, this routine is nothing. For Jama, it's practically torture. As everyone heads out, Jama nervously approaches the teacher and admits that he doesn't feel physically capable of completing the training. To his surprise, Lee Wanbin already knows his name and speaks to him with unexpected respect. It becomes clear that Medea didn't entirely hide her impression of him. The teacher even mentions that Jama has permission to attend classes at any level he chooses. Jama once again refuses the star class option and awkwardly asks to go to the restroom instead. That request, of course, doesn't get him out of training. He's forced to participate alongside everyone else. During the run, Jama struggles badly. His classmates breeze past him while he lags behind, already feeling close to collapsing. Chloe runs up beside him and notices his condition. She casually mentions that she's already on her 9th lap, offers a quick word of encouragement, and then speeds off to finish her final round. By the end of the day, Jama returns to his dorm room completely exhausted and downs several bottles of water. He's only been at the academy for a week, yet problems keep piling up. After training, he rushed to the cafeteria only to discover that meals aren't free. When he saw the price of a single plate of spicy pork rice, he froze in shock. Just remembering the cost makes him angry enough to throw his bottle against the wall. His living expenses are nearly gone, and he deeply regrets refusing the money his father tried to give him. For the past few days, he's been surviving on the cheapest bottled water from the campus shop. He even finds himself missing the free meals from his army days. With no immediate solution, Jiyama forces himself to think about something else, his blessing. As usual, the status screen appears in front of him, now far more detailed than before. His physical level has increased, which has also strengthened the sword god's blessing. The upgrade allows it to activate with slightly longer blades than before. When Jiyama checks his reflection, he notices visible physical improvement. His body feels lighter and stronger, likely a side effect of Siegfried unblocking his pressure points. It almost feels as though his body has evolved. However, the sword god's blessing still hasn't extended beyond the length of a sashimi knife. Jiyama reasons that if he continues improving, he might one day be able to use an actual short sword. He even notices his hands itching when he isn't holding a blade, a probable side effect of the blessing itself. Just as he finishes checking his status, there's a knock at the door. Jiyama opens it and sees Chloe standing there. Chloe hesitates at the door and asks if she's interrupting. Jiyama asks why she came by, and she explains that she didn't see him at the cafeteria and wanted to make sure he was alright. Jiyama lies without hesitation, claiming that he usually doesn't eat food prepared by others. Internally, however, his body reacts completely differently, practically salivating at the thought of a proper meal. Chloe looks visibly disappointed. She admits that she was hoping they could eat dinner together. Before she can finish her sentence, Jiyama has already changed his clothes and tells her to follow him so they can buy ingredients instead. Later that evening, the two share a meal cooked by Jiyama himself, and Chloe is genuinely impressed by the result. Chloe grew up near the sea and has always loved fish, while Jiyama is especially skilled at preparing seafood. The combination works perfectly. At the same time, the strange itching sensation in Jiyama's hands hasn't faded, making this the ideal opportunity for him to practice slicing sashimi. However, there's a serious problem. Because of the sword god's blessing, even holding a regular kitchen knife will activate his ability. Jiyama asks Chloe if she owns a larger blade, explaining that it would feel awkward to cook using his actual weapons. She disappears into her room and returns carrying a massive sword, one that's completely impractical for kitchen use. With no other choice, Jiyama activates his blessing. His painless blessing gives him 30 seconds, so he has to finish everything within that window. In his past life, Jiyama was once known as the greatest swordsman in his country, and preparing fish has always been one of his specialties. This is where that experience shines. He slices the fish with flawless precision, finishing the entire process in just 21 seconds. With 9 seconds of painless blessing still remaining, he steps back and considers it a perfect execution. Chloe asks how he's so skilled at cooking, and Jiyama casually explains that he once worked part-time at a Japanese restaurant. As a noble, Chloe doesn't even understand what a part-time job is, making the difference in their social backgrounds painfully obvious. After the meal, Chloe offers to wash the dishes since Jiyama cooked everything. He moves to the other side of the room to give her space. For the first time in almost a week, Jiyama feels truly full. The simple comfort puts him in such a good mood that he starts humming to himself without realizing it. The calm moment is interrupted when Chloe accidentally drops a plate behind him. It's likely her first time doing dishes, and the sound barely bothers Jiyama. He remembers dropping plates himself when he was younger, and simply stares out the window instead of reacting. As he does, a book slides off Chloe's desk and lands on the floor. Jiyama notices that it's a diary, and by pure coincidence, it opens to a page describing the moment he saved her during the class placement test. Her handwriting is neat and rounded, decorated with small stickers, and Jiyama finds himself smiling as he picks it up. A breeze from the open window flips the pages forward to another entry, this one describing how she ended up in the same class as him, and how interested she is in him. Jiyama continues flipping through the diary, finding the entries unexpectedly cute until he reaches a page where his name is written again and again, followed by countless repetitions of the words "I love you." At that exact moment, another plate shatters behind him. Jama turns around and sees Chloe staring at him with blank, emotionless eyes. She calmly asks whether he read her diary. This emotionless expression is not unusual for her. It's the result of her upbringing. In this world, heroes rise in status by defeating demonic beasts, gaining influence and reputation. However, within that rigid hierarchy, certain factions abuse the weak under the guise of authority. When the law fails to act, another group is dispatched from the shadows to deal with them. That group is the Auditor Sicily family. The Auditor family exists to maintain balance through assassination. They work unseen, eliminating threats so that order can exist in the light. Children born into the family begin training long before adolescence. Their emotions are suppressed, their individuality stripped away, and their lives molded into weapons. Chloe was born into this blood-stained lineage. The first time her hands were stained with blood was when she was only 15 years old. She was taught never to underestimate her own capabilities, forcing her to become hyper-aware of herself at all times. Over years of relentless training, her personality eroded, and a heavy gloom settled over her heart. By the time she reached the age to enter Walken Academy, very little emotion remained. Although the academy places students into classes based on aptitude, members of the Auditor family are deliberately assigned to common classes by agreement. Their role is to remain unnoticed, to exist without drawing attention. Chloe accepted this fate without resistance. She believed nothing would ever change. That belief shattered during the subspace battle. As the evil twins approached her, she stood defenseless and prepared to accept her end. Even though death in subspace isn't real, she had already given up on resistance. She was trained to be meek, invisible, and obedient. But then someone unexpected stepped forward, the weakest looking person in the room. Jama intervened. Even knowing the danger, he chose to protect her. He fought not to assassinate, but to defend. Watching him wield his blade for her sake awakened something inside her that had long been buried. In that moment, a memory surfaced. A fairy tale she once secretly read under her blanket as a child about a princess trapped in a castle and a prince who came to save her. As that memory returned, her chest tightened, her heart raced, and warmth spread across her face. For the first time in her life, Chloe felt something she didn't understand. The unfamiliar feeling swelling inside Chloe is unmistakably love. At the same time, Jama realizes that he has committed an unforgivable mistake. By reading her diary, he has crossed a line no one was ever meant to cross. As she stares at him in silence, Jama tries to remain calm, but deep down, he knows he's in serious trouble. His mind races, replaying every bad decision that led to this moment. Whether it was reading the private feelings of a young girl, or foolishly following her simply because she offered him food, the result is the same. He is now staring directly at death, embodied by a teenage girl. Jama's top priority becomes survival. He desperately tries to change the subject, casually commenting on the beauty of the moon while subtly searching for a way out of the room, but Chloe doesn't let him divert the conversation. She asks him again if he read her diary. Jama tries to play it off, pretending that he only glanced at her reference book and complimenting her dedication to studying. Unfortunately, flattery means nothing in this situation. What unsettles Jama the most is that she caught him in the act despite being busy washing dishes. On top of that, she has completely abandoned the polite way she spoke to him before. It's as if her personality has shifted instantly into something far more dangerous. Jama denies everything at first, but Chloe continues pressing him until he finally admits the truth. The moment he does, her decision is made. Chloe draws the same sword she had earlier offered him to use while cooking. Jama quickly scans the room and evaluates his options. They're on the 4th floor, so escaping through the window isn't possible. The only exit is the door, but there's no chance she'll allow him to leave unharmed. She advances toward him without hesitation, sword in hand, and it becomes clear that time is running out. As Jama watches her approach, he finally understands what he's dealing with. Her unmoving pupils and dark red eyes point to a terrifying conclusion. She isn't just dangerous, she's a textbook yandere. Worse still, her sudden shift from gentle and shy to cold and murderous suggests a dual personality. Managing either one would be difficult, but facing both makes the situation far more severe. Jama realizes that triggering this side of her was caused by opening the diary. If he doesn't do something now, she'll continue pursuing him indefinitely. His future depends on resolving this moment. To survive, he needs a weapon. Unfortunately, after using 21 seconds of his painless blessing to prepare the fish, he has only 9 seconds left. His sashimi knife is is back in his own room, and reaching for the kitchen knife would get his arm severed instantly. Scanning the room again, Jama notices a box cutter on Chloe's desk. It's the only option left. There's no guarantee that such a small blade will even activate the sword god's blessing, but he has no choice. As Chloe rushes him with her sword, Jama grabs the box cutter, scattering stationery across the floor, and slides out the blade. Multiple status windows appear in front of him. Acting decisively under pressure increases his mental resilience, granting him a temporary intimidation buff. The system automatically adjusts, then activates the sword god's blessing. Chloe lunges forward just as Jama pulls back with the box cutter. In a split second, he distracts her, causing her to freeze for the briefest moment under the influence of the intimidation buff. Jama takes that opening and unleashes the blade. Everything goes dark. Later that evening, Chloe wakes up in her room. It's dark, clean, and completely empty. Her first thought is Jama. She calls out to him several times, but the silence confirms she's alone. Her memories are hazy. The last clear image she recalls is watching him stand by her window, but everything after that is a blur. She suddenly feels the urge to check her katana and finds it resting safely against her desk. She knows from experience that she sometimes loses consciousness while holding her weapon. When she was younger and still training, she would often black out, only to wake up surrounded by blood. Whenever she questioned it, her elders dismissed her concerns and reminded her never to deny her talent as an assassin. This time, however, there's no blood. Still, the fact that she can't remember what happened with Jama makes her feel deeply embarrassed. She buries her face into her bed, overwhelmed by shame, but that embarrassment quickly melts into something else as her thoughts drift back to him. Her attention is drawn to the box cutter lying on the floor. Then she notices something strange. Her hair feels shorter. Inside the trash bin, she finds neatly cleaned strands of her own hair. That's when she realizes the truth. Jama didn't attack her. He helped her by trimming her hair. Her feelings surge all over again. She opens her diary and begins writing about her love for him once more. Meanwhile, Jama is in far worse shape. Hidden behind an inconspicuous wall on the far side of the academy, he violently throws up the meal he had been praising just moments earlier. He barely made it 5 seconds after his remaining 9 seconds of painless blessing ended. The backlash leaves him nauseous and trembling. After emptying his stomach, Jama slumps down onto a nearby bench. He can hardly believe he's still alive. Now he's hungry again, in pain, and feeling worse than he did before Chloe ever knocked on his door. Sitting there alone, he quietly wonders how his life managed to spiral this badly in such a short amount of time. Jama's thoughts drift back to Chloe, and he starts questioning who she really is. Her swordsmanship wasn't ordinary at all. Every movement she made was precise, lethal, and aimed at vital points, as if her technique existed for a single purpose: to end a life as efficiently as possible. The way she fought made one thing clear: she was trained for assassination. If she had caught him off guard, Jama knows he wouldn't have survived. When he felt his life being threatened, his instincts took over, and he aimed for her neck without hesitation. Fortunately, the blade was too short, and all he managed to cut was her hair. Before leaving, he carefully cleaned the room to avoid any future complications. Still, the incident proves something he's been trying to ignore. Living a peaceful, ordinary life is far more difficult than it sounds. For Jama, being normal might be the hardest role of all. When he was first thrown into this game world, it wasn't as if he lacked ambition. In his past life, he once reached the peak of skill using nothing but a sashimi knife. Letting go of those dreams isn't easy, but every world has roles assigned to it. And in this one, Jama was summoned as nothing more than a background character. The game itself is called Miracle Blessing, named after the legendary power possessed by the protagonist and the founding hero, Valor Jakin. Throughout the entire game, only those two ever wielded that blessing, and its purpose was clear: to save the world from the Demon King. The protagonist is chosen by Balmung, an SS rank sword that is both holy and cursed. Meanwhile, Jama's only companion is a lowly, rankless sashimi knife. The difference couldn't be clearer. He's destined for obscurity. Since entering the academy, the constant stream of extraordinary people and dangerous situations almost made him forget his original goal. There are countless reasons to abandon the idea of living a simple life, especially in a world where it feels like there isn't a single normal person left. Still, Jama understands that his greatest advantage lies in his prior knowledge of the game. He knows the key characters, but his understanding of the world itself is limited. It's already been a week since he joined the academy, which means the protagonist protagonist should have awakened his blessing and begun the late admission process. This is where the real story of the game begins. Jama knows the general plot, but he never finished the game, and for the first time, he regrets quitting halfway through. Even so, knowing the canon route through the first half of the story gives him a massive advantage. All he has to do is follow it closely. The moment he starts interfering too much, he risks losing the only edge he has. From what he remembers, the story takes a dark turn during the second semester of the third year. That's when the demons realize the hero has awakened and launch an attack on the academy, led by a legion commander. From there, the conflict escalates into a full-scale war between humans and demons, and the game transforms into a standard high-stakes fantasy story. Back when Jama played the game, he only wanted to experience the carefree youth he never had. Once the tone shifted, he deleted the game without hesitation. Now, he's trapped inside a world marching toward war, and there's a very real chance he could die along with it. He still has 3 years. That's enough time. Jama realizes he can't keep running from reality. He won't let himself die meaninglessly. His goal now is survival. As cliche as the game may be, stories like this usually end with the protagonist saving the world. Jama doesn't need to be a hero. He just needs enough strength to protect himself. To do that, he must grow stronger while staying out of the spotlight. That also means minimizing his reliance on the sword god's blessing. Even using it a handful of times has placed immense strain on his body. The power is overwhelming, but the drawbacks are far too severe. As he thinks about the blessing, a status window appears once again. This time, he notices new information. 3 new entries are listed: body, mind, and armament, each with numerical levels beside them. These values reflect his growth and indicate how much strain his body can withstand when using the blessing. There's also another entry, synchronization. Unlike the others, its description is completely obscured by question marks. When Jama tries to access it, the system denies him, stating that the required conditions haven't been met. It's yet another mystery tied to his blessing, but for now, it isn't his priority. What matters most is improving his physical condition and finding a new weapon. He can't rely on the painless blessing's 30 seconds forever. He also needs to learn how to fight with a weapon that doesn't trigger the sword god's blessing at all. Fortunately, a monster hunting training event is scheduled for the midterms in 1 month. The reward is a B-tier longsword, Murasame. It's strong enough to carry him through graduation, and more importantly, it's too large to activate his blessing, making it the perfect weapon for him. There's still a lot to figure out, but for the first time, Jama feels like he's moving in the right direction. While lost in thought, a voice suddenly calls out to him. He looks up and freezes. Standing in front of him is someone he never expected to interact with. Abel von Nubelling, the Sword Emperor's granddaughter, the one person he absolutely should not be getting involved with if he wants to avoid altering the game's storyline. She informs him that he's sitting in her seat. Jama is so stunned that he doesn't move right away, forcing her to raise her voice before he finally reacts and slides over to give her space. Even then, he can't help but notice just how beautiful she is, realizing too late that he's been staring. As he tries to leave entirely, she stops him and tells him that he doesn't need to go. He can just shift over instead. It's strange that she would claim a public bench as her own, but Jama lets it go. The last thing he wants right now is to get entangled with someone who could derail the entire story. Jama still can't help staring at Abel. Just as expected from the heroine of the game, she's undeniably beautiful. While he's lost in thought, she suddenly starts speaking, snapping him back to reality. This alone feels strange. The Abel he knows from the game is distant and unapproachable. Even the game's protagonist struggled to get a response from her, yet here she is casually talking to him. She asks whether he also uses a blade as his weapon. Jama answers awkwardly, then asks how she could tell. Abel explains that her grandfather once told her that swordsmen have a distinct look in their eyes. She then shows him her sword and casually offers to let him hold it. Still feeling uncomfortable with the situation, Jama declines. Instead of being offended, Abel reacts with mild annoyance, almost pouting, which only makes the encounter feel even stranger. She then asks if he knows who she is. The question catches Jama off guard. There isn't a single student in the academy who doesn't know Abel von Nibelling. He answers vaguely, saying he knows her to some extent. Abel immediately points out that she doesn't know him at all and considers that unfair. Jama disagrees, thinking it doesn't matter since they've only just met, but Abel counters with a bizarre suspicion that he could be a spy sent by the Demon King sneaking into the academy disguised as a student. Considering how late it is and the fact that he's sitting alone, she she finds him suspicious. While it sounds random, the way she watches him makes it feel like she's genuinely assessing him. Giamma turns the question back on her, asking why she's out so late herself. The answer is obvious from her attire and weapon. She's just finished training. As she gestures while explaining, Giamma unintentionally gets a clear view of the scars covering her hands. Abel quickly hides them, but it's too late. Giamma has already seen enough to understand. Those scars are proof of relentless effort. Abel agrees, acknowledging that people don't truly understand what it means to be part of the Nibelling bloodline. Perfection isn't optional for them. One mistake is enough to make them a target. She then reveals something shocking. She isn't the top student this year. For the first time in her life, she lost. Surprisingly, instead of feeling anger, she feels a strange sense of freedom. Still, she can't help wanting to know who defeated her. She even admits she'd like to meet that person and tear them apart. The statement shocks Giamma so badly that he nearly chokes, questioning why she would go that far. Abel explains that the loss was humiliating. She begged her grandfather to tell her who ranked first, only to learn that the person isn't even in her class. On top of that, the top-ranked student skipped the ceremony, forcing her to give the speech instead. Standing there as second place made the humiliation even worse. She stops herself before venting further, realizing she said too much to someone she barely knows. That leads Giamma to finally ask the question that's been bothering him the entire time: why she's talking to him at all. Given her usual personality, it doesn't make sense. Her answer surprises him. It's because he looks weak. Her family believes in being unyielding to the strong and merciful to the weak. She also admits that her classmates are exhausting to deal with, leaving her without any real friends. This explains why she remained cold toward the protagonist in the original game. With that, Abel stretches lightly and prepares to leave. As she stands, she pauses and asks one last thing, whether he's really not going to tell her his name. Just like before, Giamma refuses without hesitation. Time passes quietly after that encounter. To Giamma's surprise, his academy life continues without incident. Chloe seems to have made friends of her own and settles into the class without issue. Giamma, meanwhile, does his best to avoid her ever since the incident in her room. Occasionally, when their eyes meet, Chloe's new friends glare at him because of his status as a special admission student. Giamma no longer cares. He's learned to ignore people who look down on him for reasons that shallow. He's also not the only special admission student in the class. While there aren't many, they've all become skilled at avoiding each other. There's an unspoken inferiority complex hanging in the air. Still, Giamma knows things would be far worse if he were placed in a higher tier class. By now, the Star and Dragon classes have likely split into factions, drowning in petty power struggles. Even when he played the game, that part of the academy was unsettling. Living through it would be unbearable. Fortunately, there's some good news. Giamma finally has access to proper meals. Medadia recently granted him a faculty meal card as a special privilege for being the top scorer. With it, he can eat freely at the cafeteria. He's so grateful for the gift that even bowing 3 times a day toward the director's office doesn't feel sufficient. Aside from that, Giamma fulfills his duties as a student without standing out, carefully making sure that nothing he does interferes with the main storyline. As long as he can maintain this balance for the next 3 years, his life should remain peaceful, and for now, the days at the academy pass by without any major trouble. During one of his lectures, an elderly instructor begins teaching the class about Hero Valor Jason, the founding hero of the academy. After witnessing endless bloodshed during the war, Valor Jason realized that humanity needed a structured way to train future heroes, which ultimately led to the Academy's creation. For Giamma, this lesson is nothing new. He already knows this history from the game. Valor Jason once fought Lycan, the Demon King's right-hand man and commander of the First Legion. Their battle dragged on for 20 years without end. In the end, Valor Jason emerged victorious, but at an enormous cost. He lost one of his arms, rendering him unable to continue fighting. The war itself was soaked in blood, and despite the hero's victory, neither side could truly claim success. That battle marked the end of the first human-demon war. A truce was signed, and Valor Jason founded the Academy to prepare the next generation. Alongside it came a non-aggression pact between humans and demons. Because of that pact, the world has enjoyed 700 years of peace, a peace that still stands today. The students are confident that war will never return in their lifetime. Giamma knows better. He's the only one in the room who knows that this peace will eventually shatter. Everyone has grown comfortable in the calm, which is exactly why the coming disaster will hit so hard. The only person he wishes he could warn is Medadia, but doing so would risk altering the canon route, and Giamma has no idea what kind of consequences that could bring. Ironically, despite constantly complaining about wanting to retire as Academy Director, Medadia was one of the first among the 7 stars to sense that something was wrong. Thanks to her blessing of perception, she realized that a major threat threat was approaching. To protect the students, she was also the first to step onto the battlefield when the war began. Gayama never reached that part of the game himself. He only learned of Madadia's fate later through the game's fandom wiki. She was the first of the 7 stars to fall against the Demon King's army. Knowing this makes it painful for Gayama to stay silent, and part of him wishes he had never learned that information at all. As the lecture ends, the students begin flooding into the hallways due to a sudden commotion. Gayama checks the date on his phone and confirms what he already suspected. It's May 5th. Today is the day the game's protagonist officially enters the academy. Gayama joins the crowd gathering near the entrance. The atmosphere is filled with excitement, and many students are already convinced that the newcomer will immediately join the star class. Moments later, the protagonist walks through the halls as students instinctively part to make way. Leon van Reinhardt moves with a confident, commanding presence. Gayama watches silently. He knows that today marks the beginning of the end for the 700 years of peace. While everyone else fawns over Leon, Gayama already understands what this means. In the game, nearly every woman falls for the protagonist. If this were an adult-rated story, Leon would probably be dead long before ever reaching the Demon King. Still, Leon van Reinhardt is undeniably impressive. He's the protagonist of Miracle Blessing M, and in 3 years, he'll be among the first to be drafted. Gayama calls it a draft, but in reality, it's forced enlistment. If Gayama is drafted as well, it would be his second time in the army. What troubles Gayama even more is remembering that the protagonist barely managed to seal the First Legion commander. That realization makes him wonder just how terrifying the Demon King truly is. Even so, there's no way the protagonist will lose. He's the hero, after all. As Gayama ponders this, his eyes briefly meet Leon's. The protagonist flashes him a confident, reassuring smile, almost as if promising that everything will be fine. Gayama turns away, convincing himself that the hero will handle what's coming. Just as he's about to leave, someone calls out to him. It's Chloe. She hesitantly asks if she did something wrong. Gayama would love to remind her that she nearly cut off his head, but since they'll be classmates for the next year, he decides against it. Creating unnecessary tension would only make things worse. Instead, he lies and tells her that nothing is wrong, hoping to keep things civil and avoid any new enemies. Chloe visibly relaxes and immediately returns to her usual gentle demeanor. The contrast between this version of her and the murderous presence he experienced before is unsettling. Even though she was unconscious at the time, Gayama remembers clearly how her swordsmanship carried deep sorrow, almost as if her blade was begging to be saved. At the same time, the killing intent embedded within it was intense enough to make his skin crawl. If her swordsmanship exists purely to kill, then she might be even more dangerous than the Mao twins. Gayama snaps out of his thoughts when Chloe asks if she can treat him to dinner again. She insists on paying this time, though she admits she's not as skilled at cooking. The idea of eating with her again immediately brings back memories of her bloodlust, and Gayama instinctively wants to refuse. Unfortunately, her shy expression makes that nearly impossible. Cute expressions are terrifying weapons. Refusing her outright feels dangerous in its own way, but agreeing might be even worse. Instead of dinner, Gayama comes up with a safer alternative. He asks her for a favor, emphasizing that she's the only one who can help him. That alone causes Chloe to become completely docile. Gayama asks her to teach him swordsmanship. He needs an instructor anyway. Later, at the academy's training grounds, Gayama practices with a wooden sword, testing his limits. Just as expected, because of the weapon's size, it doesn't trigger the sword god's blessing. All he needs now is proper technique. And when it comes to raw ability, Chloe is overwhelmingly strong. She's the perfect teacher, and just as importantly, it's a very convenient excuse to avoid having dinner with her again. Ever since that day, Gayama has made it a habit to watch a video titled "Surviving a Yandere" before going to sleep. Surprisingly, the advice Gayama picked up seems to be helping him deal with Chloe, at least for now. When they meet for training, Chloe shows up wearing casual clothes with her katana secured at her hip. Gayama has only just arrived at their agreed time of 8 in the morning, but Chloe has been waiting since 6. He pauses for a moment to take her in. Without the academy uniform, her build is much more noticeable, and her exposed midriff makes it clear just how well trained her body is. It finally explains the overwhelming strength he's witnessed firsthand. Gayama hands her a wooden sword, which immediately confuses her. She doesn't understand why they wouldn't use real weapons. Gayama explains that this is training, not a life or death battle, and there's no reason to risk real injuries. Chloe accepts the wooden sword and gives it a test swing. The force behind her thrust alone sends a shockwave through the air, making it tremble. Just from that single motion, Gayama starts questioning whether asking her to train him was a mistake. Deciding to proceed cautiously, Gayama takes a moment to check his blessing again. The sword's length still doesn't doesn't trigger it, and his physical growth has been steady. However, something about the blessing bothers him. It's strange for a blessing to evolve through experience, and he can't recall if blessings are supposed to have side effects. He also has no idea how much growth is required to unlock the mysterious hidden trait he keeps seeing. Chloe notices his hesitation and asks what's wrong, reminding Giyama that only he can see the status screen. To her, he must look like someone zoning out for no reason. Giyama snaps back to reality and asks her to go easy on him. Since it's their first day training together, he grips his wooden sword and faces her. In his past life, Giyama learned everything through direct experience. He believes that true mastery requires full commitment, not half measures. That mindset is why he adapted so quickly at the academy. Even now, he can feel imperfections in his stance and grip, but he also knows that the final strike must always land if he wants to win. The moment he opens his eyes, Chloe is already rushing toward him at full speed. He barely dodges her first strike. She instantly switches stances and attacks again, and Giyama narrowly manages to parry. As the exchange continues, her movements grow faster and more aggressive. Giyama struggles just to keep up, and it becomes clear that she might still be holding back despite agreeing to go easy on him. Their swords clash again and again, and this time the wooden blade begins to crack under the pressure. Chloe's relentless attacks don't slow down. Giyama can only parry and dodge, unable to find even a single opening. With the force she's using, a direct hit could easily be fatal. Before he can think of a counter, his sword finally gives out. The wooden blade snaps in half. Chloe immediately apologizes, explaining that she was genuinely holding back, but the broken sword creates a far bigger problem. Its reduced size now meets the conditions for the sword god's blessing to activate. Something goes terribly wrong. Because the weapon is damaged, the system registers an error. The force that normally suppresses the blessing malfunctions and begins altering Geyama's personality instead. His humanity level drops sharply, leaving behind a hollow shell driven purely by combat instinct. The sword god's blessing fully activates. Giyama turns toward Chloe, gripping the broken wooden sword as a menacing aura spreads around him. Chloe instinctively steps back, sensing the drastic shift in his presence. His body begins moving on its own, no longer guided by conscious thought. Inside Geyama's mind, he finds himself somewhere else entirely. He's back in his old kitchen. Everything feels dreamlike and distant. A fish lies in front of him, and all he can think about is cleaning and cutting it. He doesn't remember how he got here, or what he was doing before. The only thing that matters is finishing the task. He reaches for a Chinese cleaver, but a system message prevents him from picking it up. He tries another knife, but once again, the system denies him. There's only one blade left, the sashimi knife. He remembers that holding it is supposed to hurt, but when he picks it up, there's no pain at all. Instead, he feels refreshed, almost relieved. A voice echoes in his mind, telling him to accept the situation and let go. Back in the real world, Giyama continues advancing toward Chloe, now holding the broken blade with clear killing intent. She tries to call out to him, but he ignores her completely. In the next instant, he lunges forward. Chloe barely manages to block his strike with her sword. The impact sends her flying backward, crashing into a wall. Giyama feels completely different from before, faster and more violent. He leaps toward her again, driving the sharpened end of the broken blade straight at her. Chloe narrowly avoids the attack, jumping back just in time as the blade misses her by inches. Chloe has only taken a single hit, but her body refuses to move properly. The impact left her stunned, and she can barely gather the strength to stand. She can't understand how Geyama suddenly transformed into this state, but one thing is clear: if she doesn't stop the spar now, he might actually kill her. She tries calling out to him again, begging him to stop, but there's no response. Instead, Geyama launches himself at her once more. He's moving far too fast. In her current condition, there's no way she can dodge the next strike. All she can do is keep pleading, hoping something reaches him. As the broken sword comes crashing down toward her head, she shouts his name with everything she has left. Inside Geyama's mind, the dream world begins to distort. He wonders why the fish he's been trying to cut keeps avoiding him. It thrashes violently, making noise as it bounces around. Through the chaos, he can faintly hear it calling out a name. The sound grows clearer, cutting through the haze until he finally understands it. The fish is calling for Geyama. His thoughts begin to clear. He suddenly realizes that he is Geyama and that something is terribly wrong. That realization snaps into place at the exact moment his body is about to drive the broken blade into Chloe. Just before the wood can pierce her skin, Geyama regains control and hurls the broken sword away, slamming it into the wall. Chloe opens her eyes to see Geyama holding her instead. He's smiling faintly, no longer gripping a weapon. The sword god's blessing has ended, and his senses have returned. return. Chloe nervously checks to see if he's alright. Giyama calmly reassures her, thanks her for helping him train, and then turns to leave. Afterward, Chloe makes her way back to her dorm. Ever since the entrance exam, she's had a strange feeling about Giyama, but now she understands it better. His power isn't simply overwhelming, it's unnatural. When she fought him, she could tell that he wasn't using refined technique, only raw instinct. Even so, she was completely outmatched. Despite wielding nothing but a broken wooden sword, he overwhelmed her entirely. As she walks through the campus, a figure emerges from the shadows and remarks that she seems unusually content. The man reveals himself as Nox Auditor, Chloe's older brother. He mocks her for associating with someone so insignificant after entering the academy. Chloe immediately knows he's referring to Giyama and warns Nox not to speak about her friend that way. Nox scoffs, admitting that he didn't even know Giyama's name until now. He warns her that if she continues spending time with him, the Auditor family might erase him. Chloe turns away without hesitation, telling Nox that even if the auditors came after Giyama, they wouldn't stand a chance against him. As she leaves, Nox watches in silence, wondering what kind of person could change his sister so drastically. Meanwhile, Giyama slowly makes his way back to his dorm, reflecting on what happened. The power he possesses feels nothing like a blessing or divine favor. If anything, it feels like a curse. He tried to distance himself from the Sword God's blessing, searching for new weapons and new paths. Yet that power chased him relentlessly, even seizing control of his body as if mocking his attempts to escape it. During the fight with Chloe, he felt no pain. Instead, he felt pleasure. Intoxicating, overwhelming pleasure. The blessing whispered to him, urging him to slash, cut, and destroy. It treated him like a puppet, stripping away his will until Chloe's desperate cries pulled him back to reality. Hearing his name reminded him of who he was. That brief moment of clarity allowed him to throw the weapon away before losing himself completely. The irony isn't lost on him. Chloe, the same girl who nearly killed him not long ago, is now the one who saved him from himself. While he's angry that the sword broke in the first place, what he feels most strongly is gratitude. That's why he didn't make a scene afterward. Still, today proves something he can no longer deny. He can't keep ignoring this problem. The Sword God's blessing isn't something he can put aside whenever it becomes inconvenient. It's something he'll have to face for the rest of his life. And because of it, his dream of living a normal, peaceful life is likely impossible. As he practically crawls back to his room, Giyama becomes painfully aware that something inside him is trying to consume his reason. This isn't a blessing, it's a curse. 3 days pass, and classes continue as usual. Chloe chats with her new friends, but something is clearly wrong. Since the duel, Giyama hasn't returned to class. They never exchanged contact information, so she has no way of checking on him. Every time she visits his dorm, the only response to her knocking is the sound of pained groans from inside. She considers breaking the door down, but stops herself, afraid that he might end up hating her for it. She catches herself glancing toward his seat during class more times than she can count. At first, she told herself it was because he saved her during the entrance exam, but that excuse no longer feels convincing. Whatever the reason, she misses him. The next day, Giyama still hasn't appeared by the time the teacher demands silence. It's raining, so physical training is canceled in favor of a study hall. As students settle into their seats, even the instructor notices Giyama's absence. Knowing him, there must be a reason. The teacher decides to wait and let Giyama return on his own. As the class continues, the doors suddenly creak open. Giyama calmly walks in. Chloe shoots to her feet in shock. Giyama apologizes for being late and takes his seat. His appearance has changed drastically. His eyes look hollow and lifeless, and a single strand of his hair has turned stark white. Even the instructor is startled by his condition, but quickly tells him to sit down. The students whisper among themselves, noticing that he looks different and strangely, more handsome. By the end of the day, the classroom empties. Chloe approaches Giyama for the first time in 4 days. Nervously, she asks what happened and why he disappeared. Giyama stays silent for a moment before quietly telling her that he was just a little sick and that she shouldn't worry about him. From the slight tremble in Chloe's voice, Giyama can tell she doesn't fully believe him. Still, there's nothing more he can say to convince her. Over the past 3 days, he's gone through something similar to extreme withdrawal. His body and mind were pushed to their limits. He couldn't leave his room or even eat properly, spending most of his time curled up in bed, waiting for the violent convulsions to pass. The pain he endured during this period was far worse than anything he had felt before. It was the direct consequence of using a broken weapon while under the sword god's blessing. When he finally looked at himself in the mirror, his appearance seemed mostly unchanged, but his expression was hollow, and strands of his hair had begun turning white. There's no doubt about it, this was a punishment imposed by the sword god. Chloe looks visibly guilty. The last time she saw Giyama was during their training session, so she likely believes all of this happened because of her. Wanting to ease her worry, Giyama asks whether she's still interested in having dinner together like she mentioned before. The suggestion shocks her even more than his sudden return to class, and she nearly rushes forward to hug him. Judging by her reaction, it was the right call. As they talk about what to eat, Giyama immediately thinks of fish, but in the middle of the conversation, a strange sensation washes over him. He turns his head and notices someone staring at them from the end of the hallway. It's Nox, Chloe's brother. The atmosphere shifts the instant their eyes meet. Giyama steps forward and confronts Nox directly, telling him that if he has something to say, he should stop lurking and come speak to them properly. Almost immediately, Giyama notices something unsettling about Nox's eyes. Before things escalate, Chloe steps between them, trying to intervene. Her voice shakes, and her hesitation is obvious, but she's clearly trying to protect Giyama. Nox questions whether Giyama is really worth breaking the Auditor family's rules for. Chloe responds firmly, making it clear that she wants nothing to do with her family anymore. Her brother coldly reminds her that blood can't be washed away so easily. According to him, once someone is born an Auditor, they remain one forever. The exchange feels surreal. Chloe speaks like a defiant rebel, while Nox carries himself like a character straight out of a tragic historical tale. Giyama, meanwhile, is simply irritated. Nox continues insulting him, and that's when Chloe finally snaps. She shouts at her brother to stop speaking about the man she loves that way. Even Nox looks surprised by the intensity of her reaction. Giyama had hoped things would stay under control, but by now he's starting to accept that chaos follows him wherever he goes. What truly concerns him isn't Nox himself, but the Auditor family. They're an organization that operates in the shadows, specializing in assassination. In the game, they appear midway through the story and play a major role. While they're considered weaker than other heroic houses in open combat, they're unmatched when it comes to killing. Every member of the Auditor clan undergoes brutal training from childhood, forging them into flawless assassination tools. If Chloe comes from that background, then her gentle and bubbly personality makes her the anomaly. Unlike her, Nox wears the expression of someone accustomed to taking lives. Giyama doesn't judge that, but it's obvious that Chloe wants a normal life. Just like Giyama never had a choice when it came to the Sword God's blessing, Chloe had no say in being born into the Auditor family. She was destined to become an emotionless killer, and that realization is deeply unsettling. Giyama doesn't see himself as a hero, and he has no intention of becoming one, but even if he can't save the world, he can try to save one person. He steps in front of Chloe and confronts Nox directly. He spent so long trying to escape the Sword God's blessing, only to realize that running away isn't an option. If he can't escape the curse, then he'll face it head on. After all, the name Giyama literally means sword demon. With that resolve, he walks past the two siblings and tells Nox to follow him. Elsewhere, Lee Wanbin sits in his office, troubled by thoughts of his student. When Giyama returned to class earlier that day, it was obvious something had happened. His expression was empty and his presence felt heavy. As Lee Wanbin reflects on this, another instructor enters the room joking about his bald head, momentarily lightening the mood. Before the conversation can continue, Lee Wanbin receives a call from the academy administrators. They request his permission for one of his students to use the subspace. Alarmed, he demands to know which student made the request so suddenly. The answer shocks him. It's Ken Giyama. The administrators explain that Giyama specifically requested to face Nox Auditor. With that, the stage is set for an inevitable confrontation. Giyama waits alone in the subspace preparation room, 15 minutes remaining before the match begins. He expected the process to be complicated, but approval came surprisingly fast. It's likely thanks to Madara, who at least wants to ensure his safety while facing a professional assassin. Because the battle will take place in subspace, physical injuries won't carry over to reality. Still, mental damage is a real risk. Giyama knows that, but it doesn't matter. Winning is all that counts. From the waiting room, he can hear the noise building in the arena. The fight has drawn far more attention than expected. It's ironic. He worked so hard to stay unnoticed, yet now all of that effort feels meaningless. Beside him, Chloe is overwhelmed with guilt and grief, clearly blaming herself for what's about to happen. Giyama does his best to reassure her. She even lent him equipment to help prepare for the fight, so he believes everything will turn out fine in the end. Chloe warns Giyama that Nox is far more dangerous than he might realize. Among the entire history of the Auditor, about at her family, Nox is considered a once-in-a-generation genius. When it comes to dark arts and assassination techniques, no one else compares to him. By the age of 14, he had already earned the title Pinnacle of the Dark Arts. The name might sound exaggerated, but the strength behind it is very real. Giyama looks down at the rose-colored blade in his hand, reflecting on every choice that led him here. His old master used to say that Giyama was destined to live by the blade. He never imagined that even after reincarnation, he'd still be running into life or death battles wielding what was essentially a kitchen knife. An announcement echoes through the stadium, signaling that the subspace battle is about to begin. Giyama rises from the locker room bench, reassuring Chloe one final time before heading out. The moment he steps into the arena, he's hit with roaring cheers from the crowd. The atmosphere feels overwhelming, almost like a gladiator match from ancient times. Off in the distance, he notices that even the star class is present, including many of the game's central characters. Nox enters the arena shortly after, immediately drawing attention. The assassin looks visibly offended that Giyama would dare challenge him while wielding what appears to be a delicate kitchen knife. The killing intent radiating from Nox is intense, making it clear that provoking him further would normally be a bad idea. Naturally, Giyama does exactly that. By taunting Nox with the idea that a true master never blames their weapon, he pushes the assassin even further. Nox responds by drawing his weapon, an S-rank sword known as the Twin Hungering Blades. On top of that, he possesses one of the strongest aura-type abilities in the game, the Blessing of the Crow. Meanwhile, Giyama stands there armed with two low-grade kitchen knives. The subspace barrier activates, but before it's fully deployed, both fighters rush toward each other. Giyama activates his painless blessing as he draws the knives, immediately triggering the sword god's blessing. From the stands, the spectators can barely follow what's happening. What was supposed to be a one-sided execution has turned into something completely different. Even the star class is stunned. Abel, in particular, can't believe that the person she once dismissed as weak is displaying this level of combat ability. Nox attacks relentlessly, but Giyama avoids every strike with uncanny precision. Frustrated, Nox accelerates, unleashing a high-speed attack that creates 3 after images. To the audience, it looks like Giyama is being struck head-on, yet somehow he emerges untouched. Most spectators assume Giyama is simply running away, but Abel can see what others can't. Giyama isn't retreating. He's dodging perfectly, conserving movement, and reading every attack in advance. Nox grows even more enraged. He's already activated the Blessing of the Crow, an ability that should overwhelm any opponent. Yet Giyama treats it like nothing. Finally acknowledging Giyama's skill, Nox decides to stop wasting energy and prepares a single, devastating strike meant to carve through everything in its path. At that moment, Giyama drops the sashimi knife and shifts his grip to the rose-colored blade Chloe gave him. The confidence in his stance alone infuriates Nox. To him, someone like Giyama has no right to stand so calmly. As Nox prepares his finishing blow, Giyama moves first. In a single flash, the match is decided. Giyama had wanted a quiet life. He followed the rules, stayed in the shadows, and avoided attention whenever possible. But now, he gives his body fully to the sword god with only one intention: to cut Nox so cleanly that he wouldn't even realize he'd been cut. The arena falls completely silent. Nox's arm, still gripping one of his blades, flies through the air before crashing onto the ground. This moment marks the true beginning of Kangiyama's origin and the end of his hopes for a peaceful future. Without hesitation, Giyama turns and finishes the fight, slicing Nox apart and officially ending the match. The subspace barrier deactivates, and the crowd remains frozen in shock. Nox struggles to breathe on the ground, his severed limbs scattered around him. Giyama calmly sheathes his blade as the announcer declares him the winner. There's no cheering, no celebration. What the crowd witnessed was overwhelming power unleashed without warning, all from a blade meant for preparing fish. Despite his victory, Giyama feels no satisfaction. Cutting a person, even in subspace, leaves a bitter taste in his mouth. The only comfort is knowing that this wasn't real death. Just like the Mao twins, Nox was defeated within subspace, not reality. As Nox lies there catching his breath, Giyama can't help but respect him. He truly was as strong as Chloe said. His combat instincts were razor sharp, honed through relentless experience. But even so, his killing intent was impossible to hide. And in a fight like this, intent alone is enough to seal your fate. The announcer repeats Giyama's victory, and that single confirmation is enough to snap the audience out of their stunned silence. The arena erupts with cheers and disbelief. A first-year special admission student has just defeated a second-year assassin in subspace. From that moment on, Giyama's quiet, unnoticed academy life officially comes to an end. This is the path he chose. Now that there's no turning back, the only thing left for him is to to endure what comes next with sheer willpower. Even the following day, students throughout the academy are still talking about the duel. Rumors spread rapidly, and Gayama's name becomes impossible to escape. In the star class, Abel sits by the window, staring outside while lost in thought. One particular student has completely taken over her mind. Ever since the duel, his name seems to follow her everywhere. No matter where she goes, people are talking about him. When she witnessed the fight herself, she could hardly believe it. Gayama displayed flawless swordsmanship while wielding nothing but kitchen knives. Watching his movements shattered her confidence. For the first time, she felt almost painfully naive, forever believing she was skilled with a blade. The more she thinks about it, the more certain she becomes. Gayama has to be the mysterious top student her grandfather refused to reveal to her. That realization only makes her frustration worse. She had spoken to him as if he were weak, when in reality, he was stronger than her. Her irritation grows so intense that it wakes up her seatmate, Rachel. Abel quickly apologizes, but Rachel immediately senses that something is seriously wrong. Abel tries to brush it off, claiming she's just upset because she hasn't been able to train recently. Rachel isn't convinced for even a second. She throws out a few guesses, half jokingly, until she lands on the truth. This looks suspiciously like boy trouble. Rachel bursts into laughter at the thought of Lady Abel being caught up in romance. Abel tries to deny it, insisting that Rachel has the wrong idea, but her flustered reaction only confirms Rachel's suspicions. Rachel immediately shifts into detective mode. She runs through a list of possible candidates, starting with Leon, the handsome star of their class. Abel's completely flat reaction makes it obvious that it's not him. That leaves only one possible answer: the special admission student from yesterday's duel. Abel freezes. She doesn't deny it, and that's all Rachel needs. Without hesitation, Rachel grabs Abel by the hand and drags her out of the classroom, heading straight for Tiger class. Abel protests weakly, but ends up following along anyway. When they burst into the classroom, everyone freezes as the two school beauties make their entrance. Rachel climbs onto a desk, drawing immediate attention. A student attempts to scold her for stepping on school property, but she effortlessly shuts him down by leaning into her looks and overwhelming confidence. Abel, meanwhile, buries her face in her hands, completely mortified by her friend's behavior. Rachel's eyes quickly lock onto her target. Gayama is fast asleep at his desk, while Chloe hovers nearby, clearly doting on him. Rachel initially assumes Chloe must be his girlfriend, but that only makes the situation more entertaining in her eyes. She casually walks over and blows air into Gayama's ear, startling both Abel and Chloe. As Gayama slowly wakes up, Rachel sits on his desk with a playful smile and immediately demands his attention. Gayama instantly recognizes her. She's one of the game's heroines, and the sudden appearance of yet another key character sends alarm bells ringing in his head. Rachel leans closer, poking his face and openly complimenting his looks. Gayama has no idea what's happening, but every instinct he has is screaming that this situation is dangerous. Suddenly, Rachel's hand is grabbed. Chloe is glaring at her with open hostility. Chloe's anger is intense, and her killing intent leaks into the room without restraint. Instead of backing off, Rachel finds the situation amusing. Gayama instantly understands what his instincts were warning him about. Chloe's personality flips completely as she pulls out a box cutter from seemingly nowhere. A knife fight breaking out inside a classroom would cause serious problems. This entire scenario is something Gayama never experienced in the game, and the unexpected deviation makes him uneasy. Abel rushes in, trying to pull Rachel away before things escalate further. This isn't even their classroom, and the situation is already spiraling out of control. Rachel, however, refuses to leave. She insists she's just here to say hello. To make matters worse, she casually places her hand on Chloe's head and scolds her for interrupting adults while they're talking. That crosses the line. Chloe snaps. She opens the box cutter and lunges forward. Gayama and Abel watch in shock as Chloe attempts to stab Rachel, but her hand is caught effortlessly. Rachel's strength is overwhelming. At this point, she's clearly provoking Chloe on purpose. Abel yells at her to stop before something truly bad happens. Rachel frowns and casually tosses Chloe aside like a piece of paper. Chloe manages to land on her feet, triggering cheers from the boys in the classroom who are thrilled by the sudden chaos. Gayama, meanwhile, is more irritated than anything else. The entire situation feels ridiculous. Rachel then activates her blessing, one inherited from the clan of the Spear Saint. Her clan believes that skill is meaningless in the face of overwhelming strength. Brute force, above all else, is their doctrine. Rachel Diora, the Spear Saint's niece, embodies that belief completely. She bluntly asks Gayama whether Chloe is his girlfriend. Gayama immediately denies it without hesitation. That response causes Chloe's aggression to momentarily turn toward him instead. He quickly clarifies that Chloe is just a friend. Rather than calming things down, that only seems to make Rachel even more interested. At this point, Gayama finally has a moment to look around. That's when he notices Abel standing there, looking just as flustered as she was during their previous encounter. Cutting straight to the point, Gayama asks why the two of them came looking for him in the first place. Rachel answers without hesitation. She claims Abel was interested in him and wanted to see his face up close. Abel immediately explodes in denial, shouting that none of that is true and that Rachel dragged her there against her will. Rachel assumes Abel genuinely wanted to see Gayama since she followed her all the way to Tiger class. With the entire classroom now staring at her, Abel awkwardly tries to explain that this is all a misunderstanding. Gayama, however, has already lost patience. He bluntly tells them to leave. The unexpected rejection shocks both girls. Rachel, instead of being offended, barely holds back her laughter. If anything, this only makes her more interested. She's always been drawn to men who don't react the way they're supposed to. Pushing things even further, she openly flirts with Gayama and jokingly suggests visiting her dorm after class, making it clear she has zero shame. That comment crosses the line. Chloe immediately snaps, yelling at Rachel to stay away from her Gayama. Rachel mocks her again, but this time even Abel can't tolerate it. Her frustration finally boils over, and she steps in before the situation explodes any further. Sensing that things are about to spiral completely out of control, Rachel finally backs off. But before leaving, she casually tells Gayama that she'll see him again later. Gayama shuts that down instantly, making it clear he wants nothing to do with her. The two girls finally leave the classroom. Gayama immediately lays his head back down on his desk and goes back to sleep, completely drained. Chloe rushes to his side, worried about him. As they leave, no one notices Abel pausing for a brief moment, glancing back at Gayama with conflicted eyes before walking away. As Abel and Rachel head back toward their class, Rachel can't stop thinking about Gayama. What impressed her wasn't just his strength, but his presence. There was something unsettling behind his hollow gaze. A quiet warning that if she pushed too far, she might actually lose her life. That alone sends a chill down her spine. From what little she's seen, Gayama is leagues above the empty, flashy elites that dominate the star class. And in Rachel's clan, marriage isn't based on feelings, it's based on strength. Outstanding warriors are viewed as valuable assets. In her eyes, Gayama has just become one. Rachel suddenly turns and apologizes to Abel, but it's not for causing a scene in Tiger class. It's for Gayama. From this point forward, she has no intention of yielding her interest in him. Elsewhere, inside the Academy's medical wing, Nox storms through the halls in a barely restrained rage. For his entire life, he's known nothing but victory. Being labeled the genius of the Auditor family was his identity, and now someone defeated him using nothing but kitchen knives. The thought of Gayama's face fills him with burning hatred. If necessary, he's prepared to mobilize his entire clan just to cut Gayama down. Once Gayama is dead, he'll take Chloe back. She has the potential to surpass even him, and he refuses to let some random special admission student steal her away. That's how things should have gone. But instead, the very person Nox is plotting to kill is sitting calmly in his own clinic room, casually eating an apple. Earlier, while class was still in session, Gayama noticed that Chloe hadn't calmed down at all. Even though the others had left, her agitation was obvious. Despite being the one who pulled a weapon first, she was spiraling into her thoughts. Gayama approaches her, trying to settle her down. He's confident he can talk her out of a breakdown, though he silently wishes she'd at least put the box cutter away while doing so. He asks her about Nox. Chloe tells him that her brother is currently in the Academy's medical ward. That immediately strikes Gayama as strange. Injuries sustained in subspace don't carry over into reality, meaning Nox shouldn't need medical treatment at all. According to Chloe, Nox was admitted despite having no physical wounds. She insists it's probably nothing and that Gayama doesn't need to worry, but Gayama can't shake the feeling that something's off. Nox isn't the type to be mentally shattered by a subspace defeat. If something really is wrong, Gayama needs to see it for himself. So he asks Chloe where Nox's room is. To soften her mood, he casually pats her head. Another survival tactic he picked up from his questionable how to deal with yandere research. And that simple decision is what leads Gayama directly to the clinic and closer to the next unavoidable escalation. Giyama steps into Nox's private medical room and immediately locks eyes with him. Nox is visibly shocked to see Giyama standing there so calmly. Giyama casually looks around the room, noting how luxurious it is, and remarks that the auditor family must be absurdly wealthy if they can afford a private medical suite this extravagant for a single student. Before Nox can even question how Giyama managed to get inside, Giyama casually picks up a skinning knife resting on the bedside table. Nox instantly tenses, preparing himself for the possibility that Giyama has come to finish what he started in the subspace. Instead, Giyama simply grabs another apple. With precise, effortless movements, he peels the apple cleanly in one smooth motion and places it back on the table as if nothing happened. Then, without sparing Nox another glance, Giyama walks past him and calmly advises him to eat more fruits and vegetables for his health. That single act infuriates Nox more than any threat ever could. As Giyama passes, Nox reveals a hidden blade from beneath his sleeve, preparing to strike him from behind, but Giyama stops without turning around. As if he had already anticipated it, he warns Nox that if he ever considers revenge again, Giyama will personally carve him apart, along with the entire auditor family. With that, Giyama exits the room and slams the door shut. The impact causes the apple on the table to suddenly collapse into perfectly sliced segments. Only then does Nox realize the truth. Giyama had already cut the apple into pieces earlier, so fast that Nox never even noticed. Giyama leaves the medical wing believing his objective is complete. Nox is no longer a raging inferno, but a candle that can be snuffed out at any moment. His confidence and will have been completely crushed by Giyama's intimidation. Even so, Giyama knows this approach is dangerous. The auditors are a powerful assassination clan, and there's no way he could fight an entire family with just 30 seconds of pain suppression. At best, he might be able to take down a handful of elites, but anything beyond that would be suicide. Ideally, he wants to avoid killing altogether. As Giyama walks back toward his dorm under the moonlight, he feels strangely calm, like he's standing in the center of a storm. This chaotic life is becoming familiar to him. As long as Nox doesn't stir up trouble, things might stay manageable. Unfortunately, Nox isn't Giyama's only problem. Rachel is. In the original game, Rachel approaches the protagonist first and later becomes attached to Abel, but now she's targeting Giyama instead, which means the timeline has already begun to deviate significantly. That alone is dangerous. On top of that, midterms are approaching, and for once, Giyama can't afford to treat them lightly. The midterm test requires teams of 5 students to subdue a demonic monster. Teams are formed regardless of class, emphasizing teamwork over raw strength. Individual power matters, but trust between teammates is what determines survival on a real battlefield. For weaker students, the safest strategy is to find strong allies and get carried. The monsters assigned for this test are demonic mermen, grotesque creatures Giyama vividly remembers from the game. Seeing them in real life is guaranteed to be far worse. Demonic humans like mermaids are far more dangerous and form the backbone of the demon army, but thankfully, only demonic monsters will appear during the test. It has been a full month since Giyama entered the academy, and this is the first night he's felt even a hint of peace. The truce between humans and demons has lasted 700 years, but history is never free of bloodshed. 50 years ago, Vasman, commander of the 6th Legion, attempted to revive the 1st Legion commander, plunging the city into a week-long massacre. Humanity prevailed, but at the cost of lives, and the 7 heroes were born. 3 of them died. Since then, neither side has dared to escalate further, but Giyama wonders if this truly counts as peace. The hero who sealed the 1st Legion commander alone 700 years ago must have been a monster. It took 7 heroes to defeat the 6th Legion commander, and even then, there were casualties. In 3 years, the second human-demon war will begin, and this time, the Demon King himself will enter the battlefield. Thinking about it is terrifying, but fear won't change reality. Giyama's focus has to stay on the midterms. His first task is finding teammates, something that turns out to be far harder than expected. Despite being the most famous student in the academy, no one approaches him. Days pass, and he remains completely alone. Eventually, he realizes the truth. They're afraid of him. When he looks around his class, he notices only one other person standing alone, Chloe. Whether it's because of her confrontation with Rachel, her brother's defeat, or her unstable reputation, she's been quietly pushed aside. Giyama approaches her and asks if she's still without a team. She is. Chloe says she'll be fine as long as she's with him. Giyama offers to partner up, suggesting they find 3 more teammates together. With Chloe's strength, she's an incredible asset, essentially the equivalent of dozens of fighters packed into one person. With Giyama's 30-second limit, she's the perfect complement. Just as things begin to settle, Rachel bursts into the classroom again, loudly calling Gayama's name. Gayama doesn't bother hiding his annoyance. Chloe doesn't hide her killing intent either, as she silently pulls out her box cutter once more. Rachel refuses to leave Gayama alone. She leans over his desk, practically collapsing onto it, completely ignoring the irritation written all over his face. Then she casually asks whether he's found a group for the midterm test yet. Realizing she isn't going to stop pestering him, Gayama answers honestly and admits that he still doesn't have a full group. That answer is exactly what Rachel was hoping for. She immediately invites him to join her team. Gayama is instantly suspicious. Rachel is from Star Class, and there's no shortage of top-tier students lining up to work with her. There's no logical reason for her to come specifically to him. When he questions it, Rachel doesn't bother with excuses. She simply says that he looks far more interesting to take the test with than anyone else. Gayama explains that he's already teamed up with Chloe. Rachel doesn't even hesitate. That's fine, she says. Bone. Her group still has 2 open slots. The more Gayama thinks about it, the more uneasy he feels. This isn't just a favor, it's a gamble for Rachel. If their group underperforms, her grades and reputation could take a hit. Gayama looks to Chloe for her opinion. After a brief pause, she nods, reluctantly agreeing. With nothing left holding him back, Gayama accepts. Rachel immediately pulls out her phone and submits the application on the spot, making it very clear that he doesn't get to back out anymore. Only then does Gayama ask the most important question. Who else is in the group? Rachel's first answer hits him like a curse. Leon. Not just any Leon. Leon Van Reinhardt, the protagonist of this world and the person Gayama wanted to avoid more than anyone else. At that moment, Gayama genuinely wonders what kind of sins he committed in his past life to deserve this level of misfortune. He spent 30 years wielding knives because it was his job, yet now he's being dragged into the center of the main storyline no matter how hard he tries to avoid it. Getting involved with heroines is already dangerous enough, even if they are easy on the eyes. But interacting with the protagonist himself, that's guaranteed to derail the plot entirely. Gayama briefly considers changing groups, but that option disappears instantly. Rachel already registered his name without asking. For the first time in his life, Gayama seriously considers how tempting it would be to cut down an annoying girl. And as if things couldn't get worse, Chloe appears right beside him. She asks if he's okay, noticing how stiff and shaken he looks after Rachel leaves. Gayama lies and says he's just overwhelmed by the idea of taking the test alongside Star Class students. Chloe reassures him, telling him that no one in Star Class is stronger than he is. Gayama weakly thanks her. At the very least, he chose Chloe himself. Backing out now wouldn't sit right with him, and thinking about it logically, there really aren't many better teammates he could ask for. This situation might actually work out, if he weren't so pessimistic about it. He asks Chloe when and where their first group meeting is scheduled. She tells him it's at a cafe on campus. Since it's almost time, they decide to head there together. They arrive early and order drinks. Chloe chooses an avocado smoothie, and Gayama can't help but stare at it with envy, painfully aware of how expensive a single cup must be. He takes a sip of his cheap espresso and nearly has a physical reaction at how awful it tastes. This cafe is operated by an outside company, meaning faculty cards don't work. For the first time in a while, Gayama has to pay with his own money. As he silently regrets every financial decision he's ever made, his phone buzzes. It's a message from Rachel saying she's on the way. Not long after, she walks into the cafe booth with Leon and another unfamiliar student right behind them. This is Gayama's first real encounter with Leon Van Reinhardt. Gayama then glances at the other guy and immediately assumes he looks like some kind of delinquent. Leon is the first to speak, extending a hand and introducing himself politely. Gayama shakes it, and Leon compliments him on his subspace battle from a few days earlier. From the way Leon carries himself, Gayama can tell he's the textbook image of a protagonist. Calm, charismatic, intelligent, and refined. Everyone takes their seats, and Rachel suggests they do proper introductions. Leon goes first, introducing himself as a Star Class student and the group's leader. Somehow, he naturally fell into that role, and he genuinely seems excited to work with everyone. Rachel goes next, but skips herself, since everyone already knows who she is. She gestures to the student beside her. His name is Speed Weapon, also a Star Class student. His introduction is brief and blunt, but Gayama can't help being being distracted by how strange his name sounds. Chloe introduces herself next, stating that she's from Wolf class and joined the group through Gayama. Rachel immediately teases her for the way she addresses Gayama, causing a brief, tense stare down between the two girls before Chloe calms herself and finishes. Finally, Gayama introduces himself. His introduction is even shorter than Speed Weapon's, just his name and class. The group acknowledges the awkward brevity, and Leon smoothly transitions the conversation. He opens a laptop and activates a holographic map of their exam location. The midterm will take place on Scapulat Island. The group will be transported there through a subspace gate, but only the gate itself is subspace. Once they arrive on the island, everything will be real. Injuries, exhaustion, and death are no longer simulated. Their assigned zone is the northeastern coast. 3 groups, including theirs, will be hunting mermen in that area. The number of mermen is limited, so the objective is simple: defeat as many as possible before the quota is reached. With the explanation finished, Leon opens the floor for questions. Speed Weapon asks if there are any dangers on the island besides the mermen. According to the Academy's investigation, there should be no other monsters or demonic entities present. At least, that's what the instructors believe. Chloe suddenly asks whether groups are allowed to ambush or fight each other during the exam, a question that visibly shocks the rest of the team. Leon answers calmly, explaining that the midterm's objective is strictly limited to exterminating demonic beasts. Any conflict between student groups would result in immediate disqualification. It becomes obvious that Chloe's question came from her instincts as an assassin rather than from normal student logic. With no further questions, Leon wraps up the meeting and tells everyone to prepare themselves until their next discussion the following day. One by one, the group leaves the cafe. Before Gayama can slip away, he finds himself alone with Leon. The atmosphere turns awkward almost instantly. Gayama moves to leave, but Leon suddenly stops him and asks where he came from. The question catches Gayama completely off guard. He's heard similar questions before, but this one feels different. Leon isn't asking casually. His expression is serious, almost probing. Gayama can't tell what he's thinking, and the timing makes it worse. If Leon were just curious, he could have asked during introductions. Instead, he waited until they were alone. After the silence stretches on, Leon apologizes for asking so abruptly. He explains that he can't help but feel that Gayama is similar to him. That only deepens Gayama's confusion. While this world's official language is Korean, different cultures still exist. Anyone could tell Gayama is Korean just by looking at him, so for Leon to ask where he's from and then claim they're similar feels unsettling. Gayama doesn't respond. Leon eventually tells him to forget the question and turns to leave. Acting on instinct, Gayama stops him and asks the same question in return: where Leon came from. The moment the words leave his mouth, Gayama regrets it, but he knows he won't be able to rest without an answer. Leon calmly takes Gayama's hand and answers simply: Germany. Then he leaves without another word. Gayama is left alone, staring after him, deeply unsettled. For a brief moment earlier, Gayama wondered if Leon might also be someone reincarnated into the game world. It sounds ridiculous, but there's no rule stating only one person could be dragged into this world. In fact, possessing the protagonist would make far more sense than possessing a background character. Gayama looks down at the knife on the table and gets an idea. When the Sword God's blessing activates, his senses sharpen unnaturally. Maybe activating it could give him clarity. He removes the knife's cover, and just as he hoped, a faint message echoes in his mind. It confirms that Leon truly belongs to this world. The sensation is similar to what Gayama felt during his fight with Chloe, a whispering presence that accompanies the blessing. But thinking too deeply about it triggers a migraine so severe it pierces straight through his painless blessing. Even so, one thing is clear: the Leon he met today is exactly the Leon from the game. No actor could imitate him that perfectly. Leon's strange question still bothers him, especially the part about them being similar. Gayama checks the world's information network, but there's nothing unusual about Leon's background. With no answers to be found, Gayama decides this will be the last time he involves himself with Leon if he can help it. If things escalate again, he'll go straight to Medadia, even if it means enduring her attempts to drag him into trouble. What surprises Gayama most is how calm he remains despite everything happening around him. Maybe this emotional stability is also a side effect of his blessing. He checks his status screen. His mental and armament values remain steady, but his physical fortitude has increased thanks to continuous training. His armament should rise again once he acquires Murasame from the midterms. The only stat he still doesn't understand is synchronization. It has increased rapidly and seems close to unlocking something important, though its purpose remains unknown. At the bottom of the screen, scene, something new appears. His painless blessing duration has increased by 10 seconds. He can now suppress pain for 40 seconds. For the first time in a while, Giyama feels like his efforts are paying off. As the days pass, the group continues meeting to refine their strategy. Giyama keeps training relentlessly until the day of the midterms finally arrives. All participating teams gather in front of the subspace gate. Giyama immediately notices that this gate feels different from the Academy's training subspace. Heavier, more dangerous. The rest of his team arrives soon after, excitement written across their faces. During prior meetings, they finalize their formation. Rachel will take the front line as the primary damage dealer. Leon will stay at the center, acting as both leader and anchor. Speed Weapon will remain behind Leon as support. Chloe will fight alongside Rachel as a secondary damage dealer. Giyama will guard the rear, watching for ambushes and covering openings. It's a balanced and efficient setup. Giyama briefly inspects everyone's equipment. Rachel wields an S-rank weapon known as the Vermilion Phoenix Halberd. Leon doesn't yet possess Balmung, but his current sword is still formidable. Speed Weapon's equipment, however, catches Giyama completely off guard. It's a recorder. At first, Giyama assumes it's a joke, until Rachel explains that it's one of the few S-rank healing armaments in existence. Even Giyama knows how absurdly rare that is. An S-rank healing item is priceless. He leans in to examine it more closely, much to Speed Weapon's surprise. Before they can continue, a voice echoes through the intercom. The first-year midterm examination is about to begin. The Wolf class instructor Lee Wanbin approaches the gathered students to give final instructions before the exam begins. Since most of them already understand the rules, he keeps things brief. He reminds them not to hesitate to retreat if things become dangerous. There's no reason to risk their lives for extra points. If anyone is injured or wants to surrender, all they need to do is call for the instructor in charge. With that, he encourages them to do their best and not let their nerves get the better of them. Chloe, however, looks visibly uneasy. Giyama notices immediately and asks what's wrong. She explains that she remembers reading about mermaids appearing on islands like this. Giyama reassures her once again that the instructors already confirmed there are no demonic humans present, only mermen. Chloe tries to accept his words, but she can't fully shake her anxiety. Back in Sicily, where she grew up, mermaids were often mentioned in grim stories, known for causing massive destruction. Although humanity now has a truce with demonic beings and encounters outside dungeons are extremely rare, the lingering rumors still trouble her. Sensing her unease, Giyama gently places a hand on her head to calm her down. As the instructors call for the cadets to step through the subspace gate, Chloe smiles faintly and decides to trust Giyama. Much later, she hears Giyama's voice calling out to her through a haze. She realizes she must have lost focus for a brief moment, because when she opens her eyes, everything has already gone wrong. Giyama and the others are standing before something massive and overwhelming. Rachel urgently asks Speed Weapon if he can contact an instructor, but they're deep inside a cave and his phone has no signal. Nearby, someone lies on the ground bleeding heavily, and standing before them, the source of all the chaos, is a demonoid mermaid. To understand how things spiraled so fast, we need to rewind. When the group first arrived on Scapili Island, their immediate problem was motion sickness caused by the subspace transfer. Everyone struggles except Giyama, who casually mentions that he doesn't suffer from it. Not long after they encounter their first merman, the creature stares at them briefly before fleeing. It's far smaller than Giyama expected, and Leon confirms it's too young to be worth any points. To find adult mermen, they need to move toward their assigned zone. Chloe goes ahead to scout while the others follow at a cautious pace. After some time, she returns with a report. There's a cave roughly 500 meters ahead. She leads them straight to it. Before they even enter, dozens of glowing eyes stare back at them from the darkness. Leon estimates that there are around 50 to 60 mermen gathered inside, all clustered around a campfire. Taking them all down would practically guarantee first place in the midterms. But there's a problem. Entering the cave will disrupt their signal, making it difficult, if not impossible, to contact an instructor. It's a high-risk, high-reward situation. The decision falls to Leon. He doesn't hesitate. Leon gives the signal, and Rachel launches the opening attack. She hurls a golden spear into the cave, extinguishing the campfire and throwing the mermen into chaos. Before they can even react, Rachel is already among them. In seconds, several mermen are cut down. Speed Weapon follows up immediately, activating his support skills to enhance Rachel's abilities. With his buffs in place, she cuts through the mermen with terrifying efficiency. Giyama watches in genuine awe at Rachel's raw power. That reaction doesn't go unnoticed. Chloe draws her katana, activates her blessing, and charges in as well. She moves to match Rachel's pace, cutting down mermen just as quickly. The two of them surge forward from opposite sides, closing the distance between each other at full speed. Gayama panics for a moment, worried they'll collide. At the last second, they cross paths flawlessly, each striking down the final merman charging between them. They separate smoothly and continue clearing the cave without slowing down. Gayama exhales in relief. With their combined strength, all 60 mermen are eliminated. The cave falls silent. Leon suggests they move on to another area to continue the exam. His decisiveness and composure reinforce his role as the heart of the team. Watching him lead so naturally, Gayama can't deny it anymore. Leon truly embodies the qualities of the game's protagonist. No one could imitate this kind of presence. But then, Gayama's attention shifts for just a moment. When he looks back, Leon is collapsing to the ground, clutching his stomach where a fatal wound has opened. Shock freezes the group in place. From the pool of dead mermen behind Gayama, something begins to rise. A demonoid mermaid emerges. The exact monster Chloe feared appears before them, unannounced and unmistakably real. Gayama knew it. Things had gone far too smoothly. Now the group faces an impossible decision. Run or stand and fight. With Leon gravely injured, escape may not even be an option. Rachel shouts for Speed Weapon to contact the instructors and report the mermaid's appearance. But just as Gayama feared, the cave completely blocks their signal. There's no way to call for help. Panic spreads through the group. Everyone except Gayama. As chaos erupts around him, Gayama remains eerily calm, knowing full well that this moment may force him to cross a line he's been desperately trying to avoid. With Leon down and barely clinging to life, the responsibility of command naturally falls onto Gayama. Without hesitation, he steps forward and begins issuing orders with absolute clarity. He instructs Rachel to keep the remaining mermen away from the injured at all costs. He then orders Speed Weapon to pour every healing blessing he has into Leon. Lastly, he calls out to Chloe, who has gone momentarily blank from shock, and orders her to evacuate any nearby cadets and inform the instructors of what's happening. It takes her a second to process his words, but once she does, she turns and runs. With everyone assigned a role, Gayama moves forward alone, positioning himself between the group and the demonoid mermaid. The others watch in disbelief as he calmly claims responsibility for the monster. Mermen are left to Rachel. The mermaid, however, is his problem. Cutting oversized fish has always been his specialty. Demons possess a power similar to blessings, known as magic, and it's this very power that nearly killed Leon in a single strike. This is the fundamental difference between humans and demons. Even with the blessing of the sword god, Gayama has no guarantee of survival. In the original game, a magic-using demon like this could never be defeated alone. It was designed as a raid-level threat, and yet Gayama is about to fight it solo. Chloe needs at least 10 minutes to find help in return. Gayama, meanwhile, has only 40 seconds of painless blessing left. If he fails, he won't just lose, he'll die. Rachel struggles to keep the remaining mermen at bay, while Speed Weapon focuses entirely on healing Leon. The wound is severe, but recovery is progressing. Even so, Speed Weapon can't tear his eyes away from Gayama. Just looking at the demonoid mermaid makes his bones tremble, and Gayama is facing it head on. The mermaid attacks first, unleashing the same concentrated magic beam that struck Leon. Gayama narrowly dodges and immediately rushes in to close the distance. The demon relies heavily on long-range water-based magic. Gayama doesn't understand magic well, but one thing is clear to him. This creature still has flesh and bone. That means it can be cut. He lunges in and slashes, but the mermaid evades and redirects towards Speed Weapon, deliberately targeting the injured. Gayama intercepts just in time, severing one of its fins. The demon shrieks in pain, but the wound is shallow. It isn't enough. Gayama presses the attack, but the mermaid dissolves into water and reappears elsewhere. The pattern becomes clear. It's hunting the weakest targets. By now, Leon is stable enough to breathe normally, and Speed Weapon signals that he's holding on. Gayama turns back to the fight. From Speed Weapon's perspective, Gayama looks nothing like a normal student anymore. Speed Weapon has always admired heroes, people willing to sacrifice themselves for others. Until now, he believed Leon was that hero. He had even bluntly told Gayama before that Gayama wasn't one. But in this moment, the only person risking everything is Gayama himself. The mermaid launches another barrage, fish-shaped magic constructs that Gayama dodges with razor-thin precision. This time, however, the attacks curve mid-air and chase him. The demon is controlling them directly. While Gayama is forced on the defensive, the mermaid once again attempts to strike Speed Weapon. Gayama reaches it just in time, landing another cut. Still not deep enough. If he wants to kill it, he needs a decisive strike. Another blast is fired. Giyama dodges, and the attack punches straight through the ceiling of the cave, tearing open the mountain above. The beam shoots into the sky, visible from across the island, followed by a deafening roar. Rain begins to fall almost immediately. Other groups notice the disturbance. An instructor orders nearby cadets to evacuate the wounded before conditions worsen. Inside the cave, the remaining mermen retreat. For a brief moment, everything goes quiet. The demonoid mermaid is buried beneath collapsed rock, but Gayama knows better. This isn't over. As expected, the creature bursts free from the rubble and charges again. Up until now, Giyama has been holding back, constantly aware of Leon's condition. But with the merman gone, he finally gives the order for Rachel to protect Leon and Speed Weapon. With that responsibility off his shoulders, Giyama turns back toward the demon. Speed Weapon watches in disbelief. What he once thought was madness now feels like the birth of something far greater. Giyama feels it too. He has 10 seconds left. No room for hesitation. No room for fear. Giyama and the demonoid mermaid lock eyes and then rush toward each other for the final clash. Elsewhere, Chloe sprints through the forest, her body screaming in pain. She's exhausted, but she refuses to stop. If she slows down, the people she left behind may die. She keeps running. The more Chloe feels her body begging her to stop, the more her thoughts cling to Gayama, still trapped inside that cave, fighting a monster far beyond what students were meant to face. To her, Gayama is without question the strongest person she has ever met, not because he enjoys combat, but because he avoids it. He only draws his blade when there is no other option left. That is why she knows he chose to fight the mermaid, not out of pride, but because it was the only way to protect everyone. That realization forces her legs to keep moving. She hates the thought that if she were just a little stronger, maybe she could have stayed and fought beside him. Maybe she wouldn't have been forced to run away like this. A thunderous blast suddenly tears through the side of the mountain behind her, and she knows instantly that it's the sound of Giyama clashing with the demonoid mermaid. Panic surges through her body, and in her haste, she trips over a vine and nearly crashes into the ground. Barely catching herself, she pushes forward again, refusing to stop until she finds help. As she runs, her instincts flare. Something is ahead. Her exhausted mind immediately assumes it's another group of mermen. Acting purely on reflex, Chloe draws her sword and strikes first. The blade meets resistance, steel against steel. That's when she realizes her mistake. It isn't a merman, it's Abel. The moment Chloe recognizes her, all the tension leaves her body at once, and she collapses to the ground from exhaustion. Abel's teammates immediately go on guard, suspecting a possible ambush, but Chloe weakly tries to explain, urging them to go help Giyama in the cave. Abel recognizes her face from the earlier incident in Giyama's classroom and quickly realizes the severity of the situation. Back inside the cave, Speed Weapon can barely comprehend what he's witnessing. Giyama's movements no longer resemble a duel between warrior and demon. It looks more like a master chef handling a live fish on a cutting board. Precise, controlled, and utterly dominant. This is no longer just a battle, it's something far more surreal. Speed Weapon knows with certainty that this sight will stay burned into his memory for the rest of his life. Even Rachel, raised among elites and monsters of strength, has never seen skill at this level. Still, she's the first to shove Speed Weapon aside when a stray attack flies toward them. He almost forgets where he is, mesmerized by Gayama's blade. But the danger isn't gone. Giyama is still fighting a demon that uses magic, a terrible matchup for someone wielding nothing but knives. The moment Speed Weapon realizes this, the mermaid raises both hands and activates a different spell, Needle Squall. The falling rain freezes mid-air, crystallizing into countless razor-sharp shards. For a split second, everything is still. Then the spell collapses and the frozen needles rain down toward Giyama all at once. He dodges what he can and parries the rest, but the sheer hardness of the magic overwhelms his blade. Cracks spread across the knife. Instead of hesitating, Gayama hurls the breaking weapon forward. The blade tears straight through the mermaid's side, ripping open its waist. Gayama follows instantly, launching into what should have been the killing strike, but the demon barely avoids it, using the corpse of a fallen merman as a shield. In that same instant, it begins charging a massive spell directly in front of him. There's no room to dodge, no time to retreat. Panic threatens to take hold, and then Giyama's consciousness is pulled somewhere else. He finds himself in a clear, empty space. A single red line appears before before him, marking exactly where he needs to cut. A familiar voice echoes through his mind, telling him that if he wills it, it will cut. Giyama steadies his grip. Instead of dodging, he slashes forward. His blade cuts straight through the magic itself. A violent shockwave explodes outward, ripping through the cave. When the smoke finally clears, Giyama stands alone before the lifeless body of the demonoid mermaid. The creature twitches weakly before he kicks it back into the pool it emerged from, ending the fight completely. Rachel and Speed Weapon stare in absolute disbelief. A first-year student just defeated a demonoid alone. Moments later, Giyama collapses to his knees, coughing up blood. Rachel reacts instantly, rushing to his side, while Speed Weapon checks on Leon, who is miraculously stable. Relief barely has time to settle before new footsteps echo behind them. Speed Weapon turns, expecting fleeing mermen. Instead, it's Abel and her team carrying an unconscious Chloe. The first thing Abel notices is Rachel cradling Geyama's unconscious body. The sight stirs irritation she doesn't fully understand, but she pushes it aside to assess the situation. Everyone looks like they barely survived, except Leon, who appears oddly fine. Abel informs them that she has already contacted the academy. Reinforcements will arrive within the hour. Now that help is on the way, she demands to know exactly what happened. She asks Speed Weapon to explain. Though clearly frustrated with the academy's claim that the island was safe, he recounts the events as clearly as he can. How Geyama fought the demonoid alone and won. Abel struggles to believe it. Even the exaggerated legends her grandfather told her as a child seem more realistic than what she's hearing now. And yet, the destruction around them, the fallen demon, and the unconscious boy at the center of it all leave no room for doubt. This isn't a story, it's reality. Abel still can't understand why the Academy would lie about something like this. It doesn't make sense. She comes from the bloodline of legendary figures like Baylor Wawekin and his disciple Aaron Nebelung, heroes whose names shaped history. Since birth, that lineage has given her overwhelming potential, and she has spent her entire life working tirelessly so she wouldn't merely live off their legacy. Yet despite all her effort, despite every advantage she was born with, Kangiyama continues to prove that the gap between them is enormous. As she watches his battered body, emotions twist inside her, fear, admiration, and an unsettling sense of dread all at once. She orders the healer in her group to stabilize Geyama while they wait for the instructors. Up close, it's obvious how close he came to death. His body is torn apart, barely holding together, and yet this same boy defeated a demonoid on his own. Abel feels a sharp sting of envy. Before she can dwell on it further, Speed Weapon snaps her back to reality and quietly suggests that it would be wiser not to report everything exactly as it happened. The Academy insists the island was thoroughly scouted, yet a demonoid emerged from a cave that even students could easily spot. Something about this situation is deeply wrong. Leon cuts straight to the heart of the issue and asks whether it's possible that a demon sympathizer, or worse, a spy, exists within the Academy. He quickly tries to walk the question back, but no one can fully dismiss the idea. Demons have never dared to attack Academy cadets during the 700-year truce, especially since doing so would justify full-scale war. As Speed Weapon points out, if it weren't for Giyama, Leon's entire group would have been wiped out. Still, he urges everyone not to jump to conclusions. For now, the safest move is to keep their stories aligned and stay quiet. Abel reluctantly agrees and proposes informing her grandfather first before taking any further action. Geyama is transferred back to the Academy Hospital, where he wakes up to sunlight pouring through the window. For a moment, he's genuinely surprised he's still alive. The last thing he remembers is the demonoid firing a massive sphere of water magic at him. He shouldn't have been able to dodge it, but instead, he saw a line, one clear path to cut. When he checks his status, he sees that his mental fortitude has increased, likely explaining why fear never overtook him during the fight. His assimilation rate has also risen enough to hint at unlocking a new hidden attribute. He suspects this is what allowed him to perceive that red cutting line against the mermaid. While he's lost in thought, the door suddenly bursts open and Madadiya rushes in, immediately pulling Geyama into a crushing hug. She fusses over him relentlessly until he nearly loses his breath, then finally steps back and apologizes. Without wasting time, she opens a dimensional pocket and pulls out his reward from the midterms, the Murasame. It's a B-rank sword with exceptional stats, exactly the weapon Geyama had been hoping for. He stares at it in disbelief disbelief as Madara explains that she wanted him to receive it properly, but circumstances didn't allow it. As they talk, Madara calls out toward the doorway, telling the person lurking there to stop hiding. Siegfried, the Sword Emperor himself, clears his throat and steps inside. The sight gives Gayama an odd sense of deja vu. Madara explains that both of them came after hearing the full report from Gayama's teammates. Then, unexpectedly, they bow their heads and apologize. The academy takes responsibility for what happened. Their negligence nearly cost students their lives. Gayama struggles to find words as Madara promises they will uncover the truth behind the incident. Siegfried thanks him sincerely for protecting the cadets. Gayama can only respond awkwardly, saying he did what he could. Madara then makes one thing clear: the incident must remain confidential. She is convinced the mastermind behind this lies within the academy itself, and public exposure would only make things worse. Gayama understands and doesn't argue. Madara simply smiles and remarks that sometimes he feels less like a student and more like an old man trapped in a teenager's body. The two administrators leave Gayama's hospital room and head back toward the administrative block. As they walk through the long halls, Madara casually asks her old friend if he remembers the day they first enrolled at the academy. Back then, Siegfried was lying on a bench when she told him to move, and without saying a word, he drew his sword at her. Siegfried pretends he doesn't remember, but Madara smiles knowingly. Even though that memory feels fresh, it's already been 60 years since then, and yet, that time doesn't even account for a tenth of Wacken Academy's long history. When they first entered the academy, it was already ancient, overflowing with tradition and scars from countless eras. For 700 years, the academy had endured incidents both great and small, but it always fulfilled its purpose, protecting and nurturing cadets. Suddenly, Madara's calm shatters. Her aura erupts, cracking nearby windows as rage slips through her composure. Before the midterms, she personally approved multiple survey reports confirming Scopuli Island was clear. Even knowing it was a region historically associated with mermaid sightings, she took every precaution to protect her students. And yet, a demonoid still appeared under her watch. Siegfried gently places a hand on her shoulder, grounding her. Madara exhales, regaining control, and almost instantly switches into fangirl mode, gushing about Gayama. Taking down a mermaid alone is something even veteran heroes would struggle with. She asks Siegfried what he thinks. He responds thoughtfully. Over the years, he has seen countless so-called geniuses. Children praised not for their talent, but for their bloodlines. Families desperate for glory throw the word genius around recklessly. It's why he forbade the term from ever being used for his own granddaughter, Abel. But Gayama is different. His talent is incomprehensible. If Gayama continues accumulating experience, Siegfried wonders just how far he could go, perhaps even reaching heights Siegfried himself only dreamed of. Without answering directly, Siegfried walks past Madara, advising her to remain at the academy for now. She smiles and follows, and the two resume casual conversation as they disappear down the hall. Not long after, Gayama is discharged from the hospital and returns to class as instructed. Just as the headmaster ordered, the incident on Scopuli Island is completely buried. No one speaks of demonoids. No one mentions the mermaid. Gayama can't help but feel that the peace his classmates enjoy exists only because he stood in the way of disaster. After his release, his first stop is the Academy Forge, where he hands Murasame to the blacksmith Valander. In Gayama's hands, the sword is little more than a metal rod due to the sword god's blessing. Reforging it isn't optional, it's necessary. All he can do now is hope the enhancement succeeds. As he reflects on everything that's happened, Chloe calls out to him. She approaches on crutches, her leg wrapped in a cast. Thanks to Speed Weapon's emergency treatment, the doctors say she'll recover quickly. Despite her injuries, she looks far better than before. Gayama knows that even though he delivered the final blow, everyone played a role. Chloe finding help, Rachel clearing mermen, Speed Weapon keeping Leon alive. The only one who didn't contribute much was Leon, and Gayama quietly wonders whether someone with that mindset can truly defeat the Demon King one day. Their conversation is cut short when their instructor storms into the classroom, ordering everyone to sit for an announcement before training assembly. Once the room settles, he informs them that a co-instructor will be joining today. The class groans until the door opens. Siegfried calmly steps inside. The entire room freezes. Lee Wanbin bows deeply in respect, and even Gayama can't hide his shock. The strongest human alive has just walked into their classroom. Elsewhere, in a far darker place, an elderly man is slammed against a wall and lifted by his collar. A pink-haired woman strikes him across the face, sending him crashing to the ground. This woman is Instructor Kim, the 5th Demon Corps commander, and she is furious. She demands to know why he failed to cooperate. His apologies only earn him more punishment. The plan was simple: cripple Leon during the exams. A hero candidate shouldn't have been able to defeat a mermaid, let alone survive. But now Leon is safe at the academy. Instructor Kim clicks her tongue in annoyance, irritated that she got blood on her shoes. It's unbelievable that a demonoid was defeated by first-year students, yet when she thinks about this year's intake, she can't say she's surprised. The trembling elder finally clarifies that it wasn't a group effort. The mermaid was taken down by a single cadet. Instructor Kim assumes he means Leon. He corrects her. It was Walk-In Academy's top student, Kangeyama. The Demon Corps commander immediately recognizes the name Kangeyama, and that alone tells her everything she needs to know. The special admission student who soloed a demonoid has officially caught her attention. To her, this isn't a threat, it's new prey. And from that moment on, Geyama is quietly marked. And back at the academy, Wolf class resumes its usual brutal training routine, minus Chloe, who's still stuck on crutches with her leg in a cast. Geyama can't help feeling jealous as she rests on the sidelines, because he's back to running for his life with the rest of the class. And today, things are worse than usual. An older man is breathing down his neck after every lap, keeping pace effortlessly despite his age. That man is Siegfried himself. The Sword Emperor runs right beside Geyama, urging him to move faster, even questioning whether he's still injured from the midterms. It's absurd. Someone of Siegfried's stature, future Sword Saint, key figure in the Second Demon War, and Leon's eventual swordsmanship master, has no business personally training first-year Wolf-class students, and yet here he is, glued to Geyama like a shadow. This is where Geyama realizes something uncomfortable. The story is already drifting off the original game's rails. In the canon route, Leon was supposed to inherit the Sword Saint lineage, but now, Siegfried's attention is clearly elsewhere, and that makes Geyama deeply uneasy, especially with the jealous stares his classmates keep throwing his way. To them, it looks like Geyama and the Sword Emperor are practically training together. Siegfried doesn't waste the opportunity. While running, he lectures Geyama on fundamentals, how talent means nothing without a body strong enough to support it, and how endurance is the foundation of all warriors. Once he sees Geyama respond, Siegfried surges ahead, silently demanding that Geyama keep up. After the running laps end, training shifts to field practice. This time, personal weapons are banned. Instead, Siegfried dumps a pile of Academy-issued weapons onto the ground, cheap, worn, and unimpressive. Among them is a single sashimi knife. The students are confused and annoyed. One even questions why they shouldn't use their family heirlooms. Siegfried shuts that down immediately. Relying on powerful weapons dulls real skill. Mistaking a weapon's strength for one's own is how warriors stagnate. A true master never blames their equipment. Those words hit Geyama especially hard. When the students rush forward to grab weapons, Geyama quietly reaches for the sashimi knife lying forgotten on the ground. The moment he picks it up, he feels Siegfried's gaze lock onto him. Once everyone is armed, Siegfried announces the next step: one-on-one sparring, no subspace protection. To prevent accidents, he suggests starting with a demonstration. Lee Wanbin stiffens immediately, clearly terrified at the thought of sparring with the Sword Emperor. But Siegfried has other plans. He calls Geyama forward instead. The class freezes. Siegfried himself picks up one of the same low-grade training weapons. In his hands, even junk looks lethal. Jealousy and confusion ripple through the students as Geyama steps out. Before anything begins, Siegfried checks whether Geyama's injuries have healed. After receiving confirmation, he tells him to ready his weapon. To Geyama, this is insane. Sparring the Sword Emperor, even casually, isn't safe. One mistake and someone loses a limb, or worse. And yet, beneath the fear, something else stirs. His instincts itch, his divine blessing hums, his body wants this. Geyama tries to defuse the situation, insisting he's nowhere near Siegfried's level and asking him to lower his sword. The class mocks him for backing down. Siegfried isn't amused either. He calls Geyama out, accusing him of hiding his pride and his power as a swordsman. Pride. That single word cuts deep. Pride is what drove Geyama to become the greatest swordsman in his previous life. Pride is why he never abandoned the blade. This isn't casual provocation, it's a test. If Geyama retreats here, he knows he'll regret it forever. Lee Wanbin senses the shift in Geyama's aura and tries to intervene, but Siegfried raises a hand, stopping him. The test has already begun. Geyama has already made his decision. Without hesitation, he draws the sashimi knife from its sheath and takes his stance. The moment the blade is revealed, the atmosphere changes. Even at 70 years old, Siegfried can clearly recognize recognize it. The unmistakable presence of enlightenment gained through the sword. It reminds him of his own youth, of the one-armed wandering knight who once taught him the true path of swordsmanship. That knight's blade had reached a realm beyond ordinary mastery, and now, standing before him, Kangiyama feels like someone who might finally lead him back to that place. Giyama moves first, charging straight in. Siegfried responds instantly, meeting him with a sharp slash. Giyama narrowly avoids the strike, pivots, and counters, forcing Siegfried to deflect. Steel meets steel again and again. Giyama's decision to advance head-on, refusing to retreat or hesitate, is bold enough to stir something deep within the Sword Emperor. As the exchange continues, Siegfried realizes that Giyama's physical strength has grown far beyond expectations. The young man can actually push him back, even if only slightly. That alone is extraordinary. Still, Siegfried refuses to treat this lightly, tightening his grip and matching Giyama's pace without mercy. From the outside, the rest of Wolf Class can barely comprehend what they're seeing. To them, it looks like Giyama is merely trading blows with the Sword Emperor, nothing more than reckless confidence from a special admission student who got lucky once in the subspace. Many of them secretly hope Siegfried will crush him and put him in his place, but Lee Wanbin knows better. The reason the two fighters appear frozen isn't because nothing is happening, it's because they've reached a level far beyond what ordinary cadets can perceive. This isn't a normal spar. Without realizing it, Giyama and Siegfried have crossed into the mental realm, a battlefield where combat happens through intent, perception, and will, rather than physical motion. Before the match began, Lee Wanbin warned Siegfried that crossing a line here could have consequences, but the Sword Emperor assured him that he wouldn't allow things to spiral out of control. Even so, Siegfried can tell that Giyama is adapting at a frightening speed. Every exchange sharpens him further. Recognizing that Giyama is still growing mid-fight, Siegfried raises the stakes. He activates Sword Spirit Protection, a powerful blessing that floods the area with overwhelming pressure. Even students who can't see what's happening feel the weight crash down on them. A brilliant blue aura flares from Siegfried's blade, and the clash forces both fighters back into the physical world. The pressure becomes dangerous, far beyond what a classroom spar should reach. Before Lee Wanbin can intervene, both Giyama and Siegfried launch themselves forward once more. The collision never happens. A furious presence slams into the field, cracking the ground beneath it. Medadea arrives, her anger alone enough to end the fight instantly. The duel is over. Siegfried is immediately summoned back to Medadea's office, where he receives a scathing reprimand. She tears into him for losing control and nearly killing a student after she personally arranged his position at the academy. Normally unshakable, Siegfried lowers his head and apologizes. Then, astonishingly, he apologizes again. In over 50 years, Medadea has never heard him do that even once, and it's the only reason she listens instead of exploding further. She demands an explanation for why he would unleash Sword Spirit Protection on a student. Had she arrived even seconds later, the consequences could have been fatal. Siegfried answers honestly. Without that blessing, he couldn't have gained the upper hand against Giyama. The admission stops Medadea cold. She knows exactly how powerful Siegfried is, and hearing those words from him makes the situation far more disturbing than she expected. He goes further, revealing that Giyama has already reached the mental realm, something Siegfried himself only achieved close to the age of 30. For a 17-year-old to reach it is unheard of. Medadea struggles to process this, but it aligns with the unease she felt earlier. When she rushed to Giyama after stopping the fight, the fear she experienced wasn't professional concern, it was primal. The same fear she once felt when standing before Voss, the 6th Legion commander. Unable to ignore it any longer, she asks Siegfried directly whether he lost. The normally composed Sword Emperor snaps, angrily insisting that Giyama's talent can't possibly surpass his own. He claims he wasn't fully armed. That equipment played a role. Medadea immediately calls him out for contradicting his own teachings. Blaming equipment, especially when facing a student, only makes him look pathetic. Enraged, Siegfried almost activates his blessing again, but Medadea slaps him hard enough to break the surge. The room falls silent. What neither of them says out loud is the truth hanging between them. Kangiyama is no longer just a talented student, he's something dangerous, something unprecedented, and from this moment on, the academy can no longer pretend otherwise. Elsewhere, Giyama wakes from a vivid dream, reliving his clash with Siegfried. The outcome itself wasn't bad, but the Sword Emperor's temperament still lingers in his mind. If Madara hadn't stepped in, that spar could have easily crossed into something irreversible. What unsettles Geyama more than the fight itself, though, is the experience of the mental realm. The mental realm is not something ordinary swordsmen can access. It only manifests when someone achieves complete mastery and understanding of a single weapon. It's an active conceptual space born from obsession and refinement, something only peak masters who've devoted their entire lives to one weapon can enter. Even within Miracle Blessing M, fewer than 10 heroes could freely access it. Leon himself needed 3 full years of private training before he even brushed against its threshold, and yet Geyama entered it instinctively. The reason becomes uncomfortably clear. Including his past life, Geyama has wielded a sashimi knife for over 20 years. Every time he activates the Sword God's blessing, his focus sharpens beyond normal perception, pushing him into a state that transcends conscious thought. His current life and his former one are no longer separate. They're overlapping, reinforcing each other in ways that defy logic. At this point, Geyama understands that avoidance only worsens things. Running from conflict hasn't kept him safe, it's dragged him deeper. If that's the case, then passive survival isn't the answer anymore. Instead of relying on the Sword God's blessing, Geyama resolves to train directly within the mental realm itself. If he can control it, then maybe he can grow without sacrificing his humanity. He rises from his bed, draws his sashimi knife, and focuses. The mental realm responds instantly, but something goes wrong. The space fractures violently, as if rejecting him. From beyond the shattered void, an enormous hand reaches in. A single finger touches Geyama's shoulder, and the moment it does, raw aura floods into his body. The knife in his hand can't withstand it. The blade disintegrates, crumbling into nothing. At the same time, far from Geyama, a group of Academy elders argue in a dim chamber. The same elder who previously worked with the Demon Corps commander is pushing aggressively for action. He insists that Geyama must be investigated, claiming that his growth, combat feats, and secrecy all point to him being a potential hero candidate. The other elders dismiss the idea outright, reminding him that the hero candidate is already confirmed to be Leon. The elder counters sharply. Leon is unfinished, unable to fully manifest his blessing, while Geyama's power has been evident since the class placement exam, where he defeated the Genius Twins. Worse still, Madara has been deliberately suppressing information under the excuse of protecting a student. To the elders, this smells like 7 stars interference, something they've grown increasingly bitter about ever since Madara became Academy director. Since the defeat of Bassman, public recognition has shifted almost entirely toward the 7 stars, leaving the elders as little more than ceremonial figures. If a new hero emerges, their authority will erode even further. They need control, and that requires an enemy. Eventually, the room reaches a grim consensus. Any hero capable of threatening the Demon King must be eliminated before they fully awaken. The elder presses harder, knowing his own survival depends on it. If he fails here, Air Aor, the 5th Demon King Division commander, will not spare him. At last, the elders agree. King Geyama will be investigated, and if necessary, eliminated. Orders are to be sent to the Aditor family. Unaware of this decision, Geyama faces a far more immediate problem. Standing in front of him is Valander, the blacksmith he trusted most, backing away in visible fear. Geyama had hoped the Murasami would free him from relying on sashimi knives. Instead, Valander somehow reforged it into one. Worse still, the weapon has degraded from B rank to E rank. Valander is just as confused. In 3 decades of forging, he's never seen a weapon behave like this. The blade resisted refinement, almost as if it rejected being shaped. Melting and reforging it was the only option, and even then, barely enough structure formed to call it a weapon. Any lesser blacksmith would have ended up with scrap. Despite that, Geyama can tell the craftsmanship is exceptional. The blade structure aligns unnervingly well with the Sword God's blessing. The problem isn't design, it's durability. Still, Valander insists the weapon isn't worthless. Its growth potential rivals A-rank armaments, and with proper reinforcement, it could surpass its limits. Geyama isn't reassured. He demands to know what happens if it breaks again. Valander swears that with the right materials, specifically the Never Fail material, the blade will stabilize permanently. The catch is brutal. That material only comes from A-rank or higher demonic beasts, creatures on par with demonoids. Geyama silently processes the implication. To escape the Sword God's curse, he'll have to hunt monsters strong enough to kill heroes. And the path forward just keeps getting darker. Sending Geyama on a mission to obtain A-rank reinforcement materials is essentially the same as asking him to fight another demonoid like the mermaid. Risking his life just to reinforce equipment sounds insane, especially when even low-rank demons can drop usable materials. Geyama makes Valander swear on his honor as a blacksmith that reinforcement reinforcement won't require him to gamble his life again. Valander agrees without hesitation. With that settled, Geyama brings up the scrap metal. The remnants of his ruined B-rank sword are still valuable, worth around 10 million won. Geyama asks for a refund of half that amount. Valander immediately refuses. He insists that he followed Geyama's instructions perfectly and didn't even charge enhancement fees. Geyama counters that a B-rank weapon was reduced to scrap under Valander's care, and by market standards, compensation is only fair. The argument escalates quickly. Valander tries to bargain the price down to 500,000, but Geyama coldly raises it to 1 million instead. The blacksmith protests, but the glint of Geyama's blade and the unmistakable killing intent behind his stare shut him up instantly. Realizing there's no escaping this, Valander agrees. Geyama leaves with the money, his patience already exhausted. Later, Geyama sits alone on a campus bench, reviewing his status screen. After obtaining the reforged weapon, his armament stat has increased, unlocking additional options. The biggest reason he avoided the sword god's blessing was the unbearable pain, but his new stats have reduced that pain by 1 entire level. He tested it earlier. What once felt like dying now feels like barely being able to breathe. Still horrific, but survivable. That single improvement changes everything. If one level makes that much difference, then prioritizing pain reduction could eventually allow him to use the sword god's blessing without suffering. Geyama notices a pattern. Armament increases whenever he acquires or enhances weapons. With midterms over, weapon enhancement becomes his top priority. If he keeps growing at this pace, he might finally understand the blessing, or even uncover who dragged him into this world in the first place. While he eats lunch on the bench, someone suddenly sneaks up behind him, snapping him out of his thoughts. It's Chloe, and her recovery seems to be going well. She's already removed her cast, though she still relies on crutches. Geyama asks if she's really okay, and she assures him she feels stronger than before. As they talk, Geyama notices a grain of rice stuck to her cheek and casually wipes it away. The brief contact is enough to completely overload Chloe's brain. She nearly collapses from happiness, but from the ground, her eyes land on the weapon beside Geyama. This is the first time she's seen him with something that isn't a kitchen utensil. Geyama admits he's bothered by the weapon's E-rank status. Even with the money he got back, he still needs proper materials before it becomes usable. Strength itself isn't the issue. Since defeating the mermaid, he can already handle mid-tier magical beasts. The real reason he wants to enhance the blade is to reduce the pain of his blessing. Chloe misinterprets his expression. In perfectly reasonable yandere logic, she concludes that the blacksmith who disappointed Geyama must be executed. Geyama hurriedly snaps her out of it, but at the same time, he senses something off. He walks toward a nearby tree and kicks it without warning. A body falls out. It's Nox Editor. Chloe immediately bristles, but Geyama notices something strange. Nox isn't armed. There's no bloodlust, no killing intent. He doesn't even smell like blood. Nox stands in silence for a moment, and Geyama prepares for the worst, until Nox speaks. He isn't here to fight. Nox explains that the Academy elders secretly requested the Editor family to eliminate Geyama. Chloe confronts him, demanding to know if that's why he came, but Nox ignores her question. Instead, he tells her that she's grown dull after being away from home for too long. Chloe refuses to listen and steps in front of Geyama, insisting she'll protect him herself, even with her injuries. The sight is almost absurd, her swinging uselessly from a distance, but Nox lets it play out before continuing. The elders are fixated on Geyama, not openly, but enough to unsettle the entire Aditor family. Because the order bypassed the Academy head, the family has temporarily postponed action. Still, a direct request from the elders is impossible to ignore forever. If the pressure continues, the Editors will be forced to investigate Geyama themselves. That's why Nox came, not as an assassin, but as a warning. And although he frames it as family duty, the truth is obvious. He's worried about Chloe. With nothing left to say, Nox turns to leave. Geyama stops him, wanting to ask what he meant before, about Chloe becoming weak by staying close to him. Nox pauses, but doesn't answer. Even he can see that Chloe is happiest at Geyama's side. He decides to leave it unsaid. Before disappearing, Nox leaves Geyama with one final warning. Make sure she doesn't get hurt anymore. Geyama doesn't immediately understand Nox's words, which only irritates him further, so Geyama hurriedly agrees just to end the conversation. Seeing his chance, Nox asks Geyama directly how he became so strong. Geyama is genuinely surprised by the question. In his mind, true strength means being able to face any threat at any time. Someone like the Sword Emperor qualifies. Geyama, on the other hand, can only maintain that level of power for less than a minute a day. That's not something he feels proud of, nor something worth boasting boasting about? Nox already used Chloe as an excuse to reveal family secrets to an outsider, which tells Gayama everything he needs to know about how trustworthy he is. There's no way Gayama can say anything real, so instead, he gives Nox an answer that sounds convincing without revealing anything important. He tells him that what he lacks isn't talent, but desperation. No matter how skilled Nox is as an auditory assassin, there's a difference between people who have lived through real danger and those who've stayed sheltered inside the academy. If Nox keeps training in a controlled environment, he'll eventually hit a ceiling. To grow further, he needs real-world experience, real risk, and real consequences. If he keeps working hard under those conditions, he'll gain something eventually. It's about as much nonsense as Gayama can say without outright lying. Before Nox can press further, Gayama stands up and walks away, cutting the conversation short. Back in class, the students sit through a lecture on history and the nature of blessings, but Gayama barely hears a word. His mind is still on the warning Nox gave him. The academy elders are targeting him. Those elders descend from 5 of Bilar Yawakin's 7 disciples, making them one of the most influential groups not only in the academy, but in the entire world. In the game, they were infamous for constantly obstructing the protagonist to protect their own power. Players called them the corrupt remnants, which is exactly why this doesn't make sense. They were supposed to target the hero, not him. Gayama quietly lists everything he's done since enrolling: the placement exam, the subspace duel, the mermaid incident. Taken together, it does look like he's been causing trouble non-stop, but even so, nothing justifies the elders moving to eliminate him directly. Then his thoughts return to Scopuli Island. The Daimonoid mermaid wasn't targeting him at all. Its real objective was Leon. That means the elders weren't just obstructing the hero candidate. They tried to have him killed. If that information reached the upper echelons of noble society, then it's clear what's happening. Someone among the elders, or perhaps all of them, is colluding with the demons. They're willing to sacrifice students, heroes, even humanity itself just to preserve their authority. The thought makes Gayama's blood boil. He could storm into the elders' chamber and cut them down right now, but it isn't time yet. When the moment comes though, he won't hesitate. This revelation finally pushes him to a decision. He needs to get stronger and fast. Reinforcing his weapon is no longer optional. To do that, he'll need dungeon materials, which means he needs a party. Chloe would happily help him, but he needs more than brute force. Someone strategic, someone reliable. The first name that comes to mind is Speed Weapon, and after class, Gayama heads to Dragon Class to find him. The moment he arrives, he's immediately confronted by a loudmouth upperclassman who clearly doesn't like special admission students. Gayama already knows the type, third-rate extras who live for petty dominance. He ignores the provocation and walks past, warning the guy not to bother him unless he wants his jaw broken. That only makes things worse. The brute swings, but the punch is painfully slow. Before Gayama even reacts, another fist crashes into the attacker's jaw, sending him sprawling. The impact draws attention as Speed Weapon shakes out his sore hand, complaining about how hard the guy's face was. A strength-based healer. Gayama can't help but stare. Speed Weapon smiles and casually asks if Gayama was looking for him. They step outside and Gayama explains everything. He needs to form a dungeon party as soon as possible, and he needs help recruiting members. The deal is simple. Dungeon rewards are split evenly, but Gayama keeps the enhancement materials. The problem is his reputation. In his class, no one would join him except Chloe, but if Speed Weapon helps recruit from Dragon Class, things become much easier. Speed Weapon laughs and says that if Academy rules didn't exist, Gayama could probably clear 5 or 6 dungeons solo. Gayama admits that without his pain-neutralizing blessing, he can't even clear 1. Speed Weapon assumes he's just being modest. They drift into light chatter, and Speed Weapon comments that Gayama looks noticeably sharper since the midterms. In the end, he agrees to join. Something about working with Gayama feels different, and that alone makes it worth it. The dungeon Gayama has in mind is a C-rank dungeon, the Buffalo Dungeon in Cowan. With Gayama, Chloe, and Speed Weapon, they have 3 members. They just need 1 more. Gayama immediately says he'd prefer not to involve Rachel or Leon. Thankfully, neither of them would want to come anyway. Rachel has been isolating herself ever since Gayama was hospitalized, spending her days training relentlessly in the academy grounds. Leon, meanwhile, is busy preparing for upper grade dungeon raids alongside 2nd and 3rd year students. For Gayama, Giyama, that's good news. It means Leon won't interfere with his plans for the Buffalo Dungeon. The problem is that his party is still missing one final member. Speedweapon does have someone in mind, but he warns Giyama that this person is almost certainly asleep already. That alone sounds insane, considering it's still the middle of the day, but Speedweapon says that's just how she is. Before introducing them, Speedweapon insists they stop by a convenience store. Later that night, the two of them arrive at what looks like Speedweapon's residence. It's a Japanese-style building tucked away within the academy grounds, something Giyama didn't even know existed. Even during his time playing Miracle Blessing M, he never encountered this location. In his previous life, Giyama was a Japanese cuisine chef who admired the culture from afar, but ironically never set foot in Japan. They walk through the courtyard and around to the back, where they find the person Speedweapon mentioned, fast asleep exactly as predicted. Speedweapon tries waking her normally, but nothing works. Instead, he leans down and whispers a single sentence into her ear, telling her that he brought it. Giyama has no idea what it is, but the effect is immediate. Her eyes snap open. Speedweapon points directly at Giyama and tells her that what she wants is with him. In an instant, she launches herself forward, snatching the convenience store bag from Giyama's hands. The speed of her movement is so extreme that she spins midair and crashes directly onto his chest. Giyama freezes as the girl casually lies on top of him, already opening the bag and eating the snacks inside. Still half asleep, she asks him if he brought any yangang, a Korean bean paste dessert. Giyama's mind short circuits. In his past life, Miracle Blessing M was his escape after endless workdays. Like any gacha addict, he sat on his porcelain throne, spending an embarrassing amount of money while praying to RNG. The character who drained his wallet the most wasn't even able. It was this girl. Her name is Ryo Saki. In the game, she was one of Giyama's very first 5-star pulls, a top-tier range DPS with incredible skill scaling, yet barely relevant to the main story. As Leon and Abel's romance took center stage, Ryo faded into the background, forgotten by the narrative and the developers alike. And just like back then, here she was again, lying on his chest, eating his snacks, and asking for more. When Giyama doesn't answer immediately, Ryo clicks her tongue and calls him an idiot. Despite her lazy demeanor, she's one of the strongest ranged attackers in the game. More importantly, her role doesn't interfere with the main plot. If she joins his party, it won't derail the story. On paper, she's the perfect choice. Speedweapon nervously holds up another piece of candy. Ryo snatches it instantly and tells him to hurry up and explain why they're here. Speedweapon gets straight to the point and explains that Giyama is forming a team for a Buffalo Dungeon raid scheduled for the following week. Ryo studies Giyama for a moment before asking if he's the student who fought an upperclassman in subspace training. Giyama doesn't answer right away. They lock eyes briefly, and then she turns away with a bored sigh. The dungeon affects grades, so there's no real reason to refuse outright, but something about Giyama bothers her. He doesn't look desperate enough. In her eyes, he lacks conviction. Speedweapon tries to defend Giyama, mentioning recent events, but Ryo remains unconvinced. He nearly slips up and mentions the mermaid incident before quickly stopping himself. Instead, he scolds her for caring about nothing except snacks. The two bicker back and forth while Giyama silently observes. He isn't impressed. A party member can be greedy, or they can be rude, but not both. Giyama turns around and tells Speedweapon to leave. He has no intention of begging someone with that attitude to join his party. That's when Ryo coldly asks if the dungeon raid is really that unimportant. Giyama stops. They stare at each other again. Without saying a word, Giyama reaches into his belt, pulls out a concealed knife, and flicks it toward one of her archery targets without even looking. The blade hits dead center. Before she can react, he throws a second knife, splitting the first perfectly by the handle. Ryo freezes, then collapses backward in shock. Giyama finally turns to her and calmly asks if she's interested in joining their party now. The next day, Ryo is the first person waiting inside the meeting room. She greets Speedweapon and Chloe as they enter, then turns noticeably more nervous when Giyama sits down across from her. With everyone present, they get straight to business. Their permit to clear the dungeon has already been approved, so now it's time to finalize the plan. Speedweapon steps up to the board and explains the dungeon layout. The Buffalo Dungeon contains C-rank demonic beasts known as water buffalo. These monsters specialize in long-distance charges followed by close-range combat, but they have a major weakness to ranged attacks. Overall, it's considered a straightforward dungeon, with one important rule enforced by the Academy. The stone gate at the center must never be opened. According to rumors, the gate seals something dangerous, but no one has confirmed what lies behind it. The Academy permit explicitly forbids touching it, so there's no reason to take the risk. Giyama immediately agrees, though his tone carries a hint of unease. When the others ask if he knows something about the gate, he denies it and insists they leave it alone. In truth, Geyama knows exactly what's behind it, a hidden boss locked by the system itself. Opening that gate right now would be suicide. He quickly shifts his attention to Ryo, who's happily chewing on another piece of Yang, casually claiming that sugar is essential for brain function. As the meeting continues, Geyama senses something ominous in the background, between the Academy elders watching him and Chloe's barely restrained hostility toward any girl who gets too close. It's clear that trouble will eventually surface. Still, preparations move forward, and later that day, the group departs for Gamyodo Chiruan, the region where the dungeon is located. For Geyama, this city brings back memories he'd rather forget. After being discharged from the military in his past life, he swore never to return to a place like this. Yet here he is, leading a dungeon party straight into it. The bus is stopped at a checkpoint, where armed guards verify that they're students from Halen Academy. Civilian access to dungeon zones is heavily restricted. Geyama feels eyes on him again, watching, measuring. Speed Weapon snaps him out of his thoughts by offering him some boiled eggs. Geyama refuses, prompting Speed Weapon to tease him about getting nervous over a mere C-rank dungeon. He offers some to Ryo as well, and she immediately refuses, staring out the window. For just a moment, Geyama can feel her gaze lingering on him instead. The bus finally arrives at what was once an ancient demon nesting ground, now reduced to a regulated farming dungeon. Speed Weapon notices Geyama's heavy bag and asks what's inside, only to learn that it's filled entirely with kitchen knives. With Chloe taking point as usual, the group approaches the dungeon entrance. The guards once again confirm their academy credentials and have the students sign a visitor log. One guard pauses briefly, staring at Geyama's name longer than necessary, but Speed Weapon quickly ushers the group forward as the massive mechanical dungeon door opens. As it closes behind them, Geyama glances back, noticing the guards still watching from outside. Inside, the dungeon walls are covered with signatures and doodles left behind by previous students, making the place feel more like a tourist attraction than a battlefield. Geyama suddenly feels a tug on his arm and turns to see Ryo, already out of breath, asking if he has anything sweet. He hands her a piece of candy, but she complains it's not what she wants and asks for Yang instead. Geyama tells her to bring her own next time. She replies that she's saving hers. Their exchange is cut short when Chloe detects movement ahead. A group of monsters is charging toward them from about 200 meters away. Speed Weapon quickly positions himself to provide buffs, while Ryo draws her weapon. Geyama recognizes it immediately, the Crimson Bow, an S-rank weapon. With gear like that, clearing the dungeon should be easy. Still, he can't help worrying whether Ryo will stay focused, especially as she casually finishes another snack before the monsters arrive. The buffalo charge into view, and Chloe charges forward without hesitation. She leaps into the air and fires her dual crossbows, landing 2 perfect shots straight through the monster's eyes. 2 beasts collapse instantly, but the rest continue their charge. Chloe draws her sword as Speed Weapon tells her to fall back. Before the monsters can reach her, Ryo fires 3 arrows in rapid succession, dropping 3 more buffalo mid-charge. Geyama is impressed by her precision, though he can't help worrying about her destroying the horns he needs for weapon enhancement. Still, results are results, and Ryo proves herself to be an overwhelming DPS. As they advance deeper into the dungeon, one wounded buffalo suddenly rises and charges straight at Ryo. She turns to fire but trips on loose stone, losing her balance and crashing to the ground. With no time to recover, she curls into a defensive posture, completely exposed as the monster barrels toward her. Luckily for her, Geyama arrives just in time. He catches Ryo before she hits the ground and, in the same motion, slices through the charging buffalo before it can reach her. The monster collapses instantly. Ryo stares up at him in disbelief as he holds her slightly off the floor, and the mix of shock and excitement escapes her as a small, involuntary hiccup. For someone as laid back as Ryo, it's a rare moment of genuine surprise. Outside the dungeon, the same man who had been watching Geyama earlier answers a phone call from an unknown contact. From the short exchange, it's clear that a plan has already been set in motion behind the scenes. Whatever is happening inside the dungeon was never meant to be a simple training run. Back inside with most of the immediate threats dealt with, Geyama calmly begins collecting the buffalo horns he needs for weapon reinforcement. As he works, Ryo approaches from behind and silently hands him a piece of Yang as thanks for saving her earlier. Geyama considers taking it, but the intense yandere aura radiating from Chloe directly behind him makes the situation far more dangerous than it needs to be. Instead, he calls Chloe over and quietly gives her instructions regarding the suspicious staff member they noticed earlier. She nods, understanding immediately, and the two continued discussing it in hushed tones. Speed Weapon, watching the exchange, jokingly asks if Gayama and Chloe are dating. Chloe visibly blushes at the idea, but Gayama shuts it down smoothly, pointing out that not every relationship between a man and a woman has to be romantic. Chloe is clearly dissatisfied with that answer and shoots him a glare, but she lets it go without arguing. Instead, she changes the subject, pointing out how strangely empty the dungeon feels. No matter how popular a dungeon is, it shouldn't be this quiet. Ryo agrees. The buffalo behavior feels off. Rather than wandering or grazing, they seem scattered, almost as if they're fleeing from something. That's not normal behavior for buffalo, which are usually docile enough that locals sometimes even use them for farming. Gayama can't quite believe people would use demonic beasts for agriculture, but he admits stranger things have happened. There's something more unsettling about the situation, but Ryo chooses not to voice it. With cell signals still intact, they can always call for help if things go wrong. As they move deeper, Gayama asks how Ryo and Speed Weapon know each other. Ryo explains that she ranked first in the written exams, with Speed Weapon coming in second. He bragged about it non-stop, which eventually led to them becoming acquainted. She also casually mentions that she placed third in the placement tests. Gayama hadn't pegged Speed Weapon as the boastful type, but Speed Weapon laughs and explains that Rachel is his distant cousin, so being loud practically runs in his blood. His family is a branch of the Changong clan, while Rachel belongs to the main line, which explains why they know each other despite Gayama never encountering that detail in the game. The conversation doesn't last long. Speed Weapon jokingly says he's living the dream, and that if anything, Gayama is the impressive one here. He even goes as far as saying Gayama could one day join the 7 heroes. Chloe agrees immediately, but Ryo suddenly walks ahead of the group and declares, without explanation, that she hates the 7 heroes. The others are caught off guard, but there's no time to unpack that. Their focus needs to stay on clearing the dungeon quickly and safely. They still need 20 confirmed kills for a successful clear. As they move forward, Gayama notices strange, cursed-looking claw marks carved into the dungeon walls. Weapon and Chloe move ahead and call for him to follow, snapping him out of his thoughts. At the same time, outside the dungeon, the man continues speaking with the mysterious figure over the phone. He reports that Gayama's group should have encountered the enraged buffalo by now and claims to have followed instructions precisely. He assumes the students should already be dead. The voice on the other end coldly tells him not to get ahead of himself and asks whether he's prepared to take responsibility if the plan fails. The man can't answer. The call ends with the instructor ordering him to report back only once results are confirmed. Staring at the open dungeon entrance, the man realizes he's doomed either way. To ensure there's no chance of survival, he had already forced the central gate open. Still remembering Gayama's eyes, he feels an irrational sense of dread, as if the boy saw through everything. With nothing left to lose, the man enters the dungeon to confirm the outcome himself. Inside, Chloe suddenly warns the group that a massive number of magical beasts are approaching from behind. With her blessing active, she estimates roughly 50 buffalo charging toward them. The ground begins to shake as a full stampede erupts through the tunnels. This isn't normal behavior at all. Buffalo aren't supposed to move like this, let alone attack in such numbers. In that moment, Gayama remembers something his mentor once told him. Every blade has its purpose. You don't use a chicken knife to kill an ox, and a sashimi knife is meant for fish. Gayama had once jokingly asked about beef sashimi, using a sashimi knife to butcher an ox. Instead of scolding him, his mentor had smiled and agreed. The memory snaps into place as Gayama realizes what he's about to do. He's about to use a fish knife to cut down cattle. With no time to hesitate, Gayama takes command. He orders Chloe to disrupt the herd's formation without charging in, forcing them to scatter and lose momentum. Then he turns to Speed Weapon with a calm smile and asks if he's ready. Speed Weapon immediately understands what that look means and returns the smile without hesitation. He was born ready for this moment. Ryo, who is absolutely not used to the absurd level of plot armor Gayama carries, can't understand why everyone is staying so calm. The situation feels completely out of control, yet no one is panicking. Gayama calls out to her and tells her to hold the front line and stop anything that gets close. She hesitates, then shakily agrees. Turning to Speed Weapon, she asks why Gayama looks so composed in the face of a stampede like this. Speed Weapon simply tells her not to be too surprised surprised by what she's about to witness. A herd of 50 enraged buffalo is still overwhelming by any standard, which is exactly why Gayama came prepared with an entire army of sashimi knives. The first buffalo reaches striking distance, and Gayama immediately starts throwing his knives like precision weapons. What follows happens so fast that it barely registers as a sequence of events. Within minutes, the stampede collapses into nothing more than piles of butchered flesh scattered across the dungeon floor. Ryo is so stunned that she drops the Yangang she was holding. Everything happened in what felt like a single breath. Chloe surged forward with her feline blessing active, weaving between the charging buffalo and attacking just enough to disrupt their formation without committing fully. That chaos created the perfect opening. Gayama dove straight into the broken herd, his throwing knives slicing through dozens of targets in relentless succession. For a brief moment, the thunderous roar of the buffalo overwhelmed even him, causing him to stagger as multiple bodies piled on top of him. Ryo's heart nearly stopped as she watched, convinced he was finally being crushed by sheer numbers. Then, in an instant, the entire mass exploded apart. Flesh, bone, and severed horns were blasted away in clean, impossible cuts. When the dust settled, nothing was left standing except Gayama and his team. As if nothing noteworthy had happened, Gayama calmly put his knives away and began collecting buffalo horns, stuffing them into his bag for later reinforcement work. With his painless blessing now lasting 40 seconds, handling the herd had been almost effortless. Chloe moves over to congratulate him, and Gayama is quick to remind her that he couldn't have done it without everyone playing their role. While the two talk, Ryo continues staring at him in disbelief, her mind struggling to reconcile what she just witnessed. Speed Weapon tells her that she really shouldn't be that surprised since he warned her ahead of time, though even he admits that seeing it firsthand is hard to believe. Watching Gayama and Chloe standing among the remains, both Speed Weapon and Ryo quietly wonder what kind of monster Gayama truly is. The group resumes their trek toward the dungeon exit. The clear condition was only 20 buffalo, and Gayama had effectively cleared the dungeon twice over by himself. Gayama tries to downplay everything, claiming he didn't really do much during the midterms either. Speed Weapon almost brings up the mermaid incident before stopping himself, remembering that it's supposed to remain secret, especially with Ryo present. He quickly shifts the conversation and they continue onward. As they move deeper, Chloe notices something unsettling. The dungeon is far too quiet. Eventually, they arrive at a massive pillar-like structure embedded into the dungeon wall, the sealed stone gate they were explicitly warned never to open. As they stand there, the gate suddenly begins to move on its own. Chains clatter to the ground and snap apart as the seal breaks. Elsewhere in the dungeon, the worker who had been watching Gayama earlier stares in horror at the piles of buffalo corpses littering the corridors. The plan should have wiped them out. All he can think about now is his 20 billion won debt to Chair 1 land. A few days earlier, a woman claiming to be a Halen Academy instructor approached him with an offer. If he followed her instructions, she would erase his debt entirely. She ordered him to use a demon stone to control the buffalo, drive them into a frenzy once Gayama appeared, and then open the sealed stone gate in the depths of the dungeon to finish the job. At first, he hesitated. She was asking him to sacrifice students, but the promise of having his crushing debt wiped clean was irresistible. He accepted the stone without hesitation. When she left, she told him to answer every unknown number that called him. With that much money on the line, he didn't care who lived or died. Now, with the gate open, survival should have been impossible. Gayama and his team passed through the stone gate, immediately sensing that something is wrong. Everything suddenly makes sense. The dungeon had been too easy. They walked straight into a trap, and Gayama realizes this happened because he ignored his instincts. The gate only opens when a giant's demon stone is brought into the dungeon. The fragments they encountered earlier were pieces of that stone. He never expected fragments alone would be enough to activate the mechanism. If this follows the game's logic, the rewards beyond this point are enormous, but surviving comes first. Gayama notices something carved into the second door, a single red line etched into what should be indestructible stone. Normally, he could cut through it, but he already burned all 40 seconds of his painless blessing during the buffalo fight. The Murasames might still last long enough to force an escape, but it would shatter afterward. Before he can act, an overwhelming presence floods the room. Everyone freezes and turns around. A massive buffalo stands before them, radiating power. This is no ordinary demonic beast. Defeating it grants the blessing of transition, a single-use ability that transfers and amplifies one person's blessing onto another. Guarding that reward is an A-grade demon, Inotauros Minotauros, the Buffalo King. Torches ignite along the walls, illuminating the Buffalo King and two massive buffalo flanking it. These aren't ordinary elites, they're far stronger than anything the group has faced so far. Even if Gyama cuts the gate and escapes, once the Buffalo King fully awakens, there's no leaving without casualties. This isn't like the midterms. Gyama knew about the mermaid beforehand, but this time he's fought minotaurs before. At full strength, he could handle 3 alone. Right now though, his painless blessing is depleted. This fight has to be strategic. Gyama turns to Speed Weapon and asks if he can cast a pain reduction buff. He only needs it to last 2 minutes. If Speed Weapon stops casting the buff for even a moment while Gyama is fighting, then he will be taken out instantly. There's no room for error. Gyama leaves the lesser enemies to Rio and Chloe, telling them to handle the flanks while he takes responsibility for the Buffalo King alone. With the plan decided, the group braces themselves as the massive demon stirs, awakening with a roar that shakes the dungeon walls. Gyama activates the blessing of the sword god, and pain floods his body immediately. Blood spills from his mouth as his organs scream in protest, but thanks to Speed Weapon's continuous support, he can still move. The Buffalo King charges forward, and Gyama meets it head on, dodging the initial blow and slipping to the side before the creature can recover. Even now, the pain is severe enough that he's coughing up blood between breaths, yet his body continues to respond. The Buffalo King swings again, and Gyama parries before circling behind it in an attempt to bring it down. Instead, the massive demon counters with a brutal kick that sends him flying. Gyama twists midair, catching himself before hitting the ground, and spits another mouthful of blood. The sensations he had been suppressing before begin to return in full force, and strangely enough, embracing the sword god's blessing instead of resisting it makes him feel freer than ever. He rushes back in, narrowly dodging a massive cleaving strike from the demon's axe and moving at a speed his teammates can barely follow. The two clash repeatedly, Gyama slipping past every attack with precision that borders on the unreal. Frustrated, the Buffalo King raises its axe high above its head and brings it down with overwhelming force. When the dust settles, Gyama is standing calmly atop the axe's blade, completely unharmed. Rio can barely process what she's seeing. A human shouldn't be able to move like that. Still, she can't afford to focus entirely on Gyama, as she's locked in combat with one of the Buffalo King's guards. She understands combat theory, stance, muscle control, exploiting balance, but knowing something and executing it under pressure are entirely different matters. With Gyama's movements burned into her mind, she fires an arrow straight into her opponent's eye, provoking it into a reckless charge. She calmly draws again and releases a single devastating shot that obliterates the beast's head. Turning back toward Gyama, she recalls rumors circulating through the academy, whispers about a special admission student strong enough to force Siegfried, the Sword Emperor, to release his aura. Watching Gyama now, she realizes those rumors may not have gone far enough. The Buffalo King senses danger and enters a full rage, attempting to smash Gyama off its weapon. Gyama dodges effortlessly and slices open the arm that swings at him, blood spraying across the dungeon floor. Nearby, Chloe finishes off the guard she was fighting and wipes the blood from her face. She knows from instinct that the more human-like a demon is, the more dangerous it becomes, and the one Gyama is fighting is terrifyingly close to human. The Buffalo King roars in pain and lifts its axe again, but something is different. Demonoids aren't supposed to use magic. On closer inspection, it isn't magic at all. The creature is burning its own life force to forcibly generate mana. The pressure becomes so intense that approaching it feels impossible. Even so, Speed Weapon continues playing without pause, pouring everything he has into sustaining Gyama. The axe fuses completely with the demon's remaining arm, and it brings the weapon down in a crushing blow toward Gyama, who is already bleeding heavily. Gyama raises Murasame and blocks the attack, causing raw energy to explode outward. He considers cutting through the mana itself, but it's far too dense. Dodging isn't an option either. His teammates are directly behind him, and retreat would mean their deaths. The Buffalo King continues pressing forward, slowly forcing Gyama back. For a moment, it truly looks like he's about to fall. Then an arrow pierces straight through the demon's eye. Gyama glances sideways to see Rio glaring at him, shouting for him to stop hesitating and finish it already. Gyama closes his eyes. When he opens them, something has changed. A new clarity fills him as Murasame begins to glow with a deep blue light, eerily similar to the aura Siegfried once wielded. The axe cracks under the pressure, splitting apart as Gyama pushes forward. With a single decisive motion, he cuts cleanly through the Buffalo King. The massive demon collapses, its body splitting into two enormous chunks as it crashes to the ground. Silence fills the dungeon. Gyama looks up at the ceiling, his breathing finally steadying as the realization sinks in, he actually did it. Ryo stares at him, stunned, finally understanding why Speed Weapon trusted him so completely. Even after everything they've witnessed, Hayama's strength defies reason. Somewhere deep within him, his assimilation rate surges forward, climbing from 9.3% to 12.7%, signaling that something even greater is beginning to awaken. Speed Weapon collapses to the ground the moment the battle ends, his lips bruised and swollen from blowing into the flute without pause. He lies there gasping, staring up at the cave ceiling as Kangiyama once again shatters every shred of common sense he has left. The blue light that erupted from Geyama's blade had illuminated the entire cavern, unmistakably resembling a sword aura. For someone his age to manifest something like that was absurd. It was hard to believe he was even human. Ryo snaps Speed Weapon out of his daze by reminding him to breathe, and once he regains himself, she admits that she finally understands what he meant earlier, why Geyama is so dangerous, and why Speed Weapon keeps gravitating toward him. She even half-jokingly asks whether Academy rules prevent Geyama from transferring classes. Speed Weapon replies that while class transfers are restricted, there are always ways around things. Ryo smiles, realizing she wouldn't mind following Geyama's path as well. Geyama himself is struggling to stay upright as the adrenaline fades. Even with Speed Weapon's support blessing, the toll on his body is undeniable. Still, the fact that he managed to fight without relying on the blessing of painlessness is a major step forward. Before he can collect himself, Chloe crashes into him, clinging tightly while crying and asking if he's hurt. Geyama hurriedly reassures her, mostly because her weight is pressing on injuries that are already dangerously close to their limit. She pulls back, flustered, while Geyama silently questions every decision that led him here. A status window suddenly appears before his eyes, announcing the acquisition of a new blessing. It is a spirit rank blessing, the rarest category in existence, one that was originally meant for Leon. The blessing of transition allows the user to temporarily transfer one of their blessings to another living being or object through direct physical contact. Its true value lies in combination, and it plays a crucial role later in controlling Boang, the dual-natured sword Leon was destined to obtain. Geyama calmly accepts the blessing, already considering how to exploit it. That's when he notices someone lingering near the open stone gate. He turns to Chloe and quietly asks if she remembers the favor he requested earlier. In the next instant, she moves. The man barely has time to react before Chloe crashes into him, driving a blade straight into his thigh and pinning him to the ground. Speed Weapon and Ryo are stunned as Geyama walks over calmly, explaining that Chloe was acting on his instructions. The man tries to plead ignorance, but the situation is obvious. The enraged buffalo horde, the open stone gate, and his convenience presence all point to sabotage. There were no dungeon cameras, yet he appeared at exactly the right moment. Ryo quickly deduces that he couldn't have acted alone. When he refuses to speak, Geyama and Ryo make it clear that silence will cost him his life. Faced with death, the man breaks. He admits that an academy instructor approached him days earlier, offering to erase his massive gambling debt if he helped eliminate Geyama's group. Speed Weapon is furious, unable to comprehend how someone could sell out students so casually. When asked to describe the instructor, the man mentions a tall woman with purple hair and sharp eyes. Ryo immediately recognizes the description. It matches her class's assistant instructor. At that point, Geyama reveals the truth about the midterms incident. They encountered a demonoid mermaid. Ryo realizes this explains Leon's hospitalization, and Speed Weapon finally admits what he's been hiding, that Geyama defeated the demonoid alone. After witnessing today's battle, Ryo doesn't even question it. Geyama stops the recording on his phone. He has everything he needs. The man is no longer useful. Chloe pulls her blade free, his scream echoing briefly through the dungeon. Geyama turns away and calmly tells the group's assassin to dispose of the trash. Chloe's expression shifts instantly, her eyes going cold. The screams end almost immediately. As Geyama leaves the dungeon, he mentally declares war on Hoken Academy's elders, corrupt instructors, and anyone else targeting him. If they want him gone, they will have to come with everything they have. He will erase them all. Back at the academy, Geyama presents his reward from the dungeon, the Horn of Minotauros, the Cow King's Horn. This A-grade material guarantees successful enhancement for weapons below a certain rank. Valander, the blacksmith, is visibly shaken when he sees it. Even for an academy student, acquiring something like this is insane. When asked how he defeated the boss, Geyama simply replies that he couldn't have done it without his team. He places the battered Murasame out on the table and asks if it can be repaired. Valander is horrified that the already fragile E-rank weapon has been pushed to this state, but one look from Geyama silences him. With the materials delivered and instructions given, Geyama turns and leaves, entrusting the blade to the blacksmith once more. As Giyama walks away from the forge, Valander stares at the ruined sword on his table and wonders how his life ended up like this. Out of sheer spite, he briefly considers reforging the blade even shorter than before. Just before Giyama exits, he casually turns back and tells Valander to use the leftover materials to buy himself a drink. Valander can only sigh, wondering how a kid like this ever walked into his life. Back in class, Giyama reflects on how far he has come since enrolling. He has unquestionably grown stronger, but he knows that borrowing Speed Weapon's blessings again in the future wouldn't be a bad idea. When he checks his blessing screen, it feels longer every time he looks at it. The most noticeable change is the assimilation rate. Unlike his other stats, it spikes dramatically after major battles. Clearing another dungeon will probably push it even higher, and whatever it unlocks next is bound to be significant. Ironically, while his power skyrockets, his body is paying strange prices. He has been finding strands of gray hair ever since his first spar with Chloe, and now he's genuinely worried that if it turns white, he might just go bald altogether. With so many enemies actively targeting him, Giyama knows he can't afford complacency. A meaningless death is the one thing he refuses to accept. There's also the blessing of transition to consider. He needs time to study it properly. Stealing it from Leon feels almost unfair, but Giyama knows the protagonist will drown in blessings eventually anyway. For now, survival and recovery come first. As he sits at his desk, Giyama notices a small gift waiting for him. Yokin, an unbearably sweet candy that borders on inedible. He doesn't need to guess who it's from. The gift makes him realize something important. For the first time, he didn't just survive a dungeon, he led a team through it. Assassination attempts have become part of his daily routine, but having people he can call allies makes it easier to bear. Weapon and Chloe were never major figures in the original story, and Giyama isn't even sure Chloe considers him a friend. After the dungeon, she ended up hospitalized with a fever, and he quietly considers visiting her when he finds the time. Before he can think further, the Wolf class instructors enter and order everyone to settle down. Giyama's phone vibrates with a message from an unregistered contact asking what he's doing. Confused, he assumes it's a mistake, until another message tells him to look forward. He raises his head and sees Rio walking into the classroom with a smug smile, waving her phone. The wallpaper matches the unknown contact perfectly. Moments later, the instructor announces that Saki Rio will be transferring into Wolf class starting today. The room erupts. Rio requested the transfer herself, and no one can believe it. Students try to talk to her as she walks in, but she ignores all of them. Giyama watches in silent dread. Among this year's recruits, Rio is part of the so-called Miracle Generation, the top 4 students in the academy: Giyama, Rachel, Abel, and herself. She ranked first academically, holds elite combat ability, and is the daughter of Kojima Saki, one of the 7 heroes and Japan's absolute beau. In a world where Japan remains a superpower, that makes Rio practically royalty. Everyone is losing their minds. Everyone except Giyama, who is desperately hoping she doesn't come anywhere near him. She does. With an effortless leap, Rio lands on his desk, shoving her phone in his face and wordlessly ordering him to save her number. Giyama closes his eyes for a moment. His bad feelings are never wrong. Meanwhile, back at the Gamyoto Koran dungeon gates, investigators question witnesses about a missing staff member. According to reports, the man entered the Buffalo dungeon claiming he was worried about the cadets and wanted to check on them personally. Other than looking unwell, nothing seemed off about him. As the investigation drags into the night, the detectives step outside for a smoke. People die in dungeons all the time, but there's always a body. This time there was nothing. No remains, just mountains of blood and buffalo corpses. The cadets returned alive, while the staff member vanished completely. Something doesn't add up. One detective steps away to relieve himself, leaving his partner alone beside a cargo crate. As he lights a cigarette, a shadow stretches across the ground. Long, slender legs emerge from the darkness, and then his partner collapses beside him. The detective immediately recognizes the pressure in the air as magic, which means a demon must be nearby. What he doesn't expect is for a human to step out of the shadows instead. Before his mind can process what he's seeing, the woman's blade flashes, and his head is sliced off cleanly. His body collapses to the ground, and in his final moment of clarity, he realizes the truth. This isn't just a demon, it's a human who made a pact with one, a demi-demon, half human, half demon, and unquestionably a villain. Back at the academy, Rio lounges comfortably in her new seat beside Kangiyama, happily munching on snacks. She casually asks him why he didn't eat the candy she shared earlier, but Giyama ignores the question and instead points out that Chloe usually sits there. Rio shrugs it off, completely unconcerned. As far as she's concerned, seats are first come, first served. Gayama takes the opportunity to ask why she transferred to Wolf class, but before she can answer, the teacher announces that there are 5 minutes left before assembly. The rest of the students stand and file out, while Ryo calmly pulls an eye mask over her face and prepares to sleep. Gayama asks if she's skipping morning training, and she casually says she'd rather meditate, which is clearly just her excuse to nap through class again. Before he leaves, she stops him and tells him not to call her Saki anymore. She wants him to call her Ryo. In her country, first names are reserved for close friends. Gayama points out that Speed Weapon still calls her Saki, but she waves that off and tells him to hurry up and enjoy training. Seconds later, she's already asleep. Meanwhile, in Dragon class, Rachel stretches and complains about how noisy her classroom feels today. She casually brings up the fact that Ryo transferred out of their class, noting how strange that is for someone known mostly for sleeping through lectures. Abel initially doesn't care, but Rachel presses on, pointing out that transfers only happen if there are open slots, and their class happened to be missing one student. Rachel then reveals the real reason she brought it up. Ryo recently teamed up with Gayama to clear the Buffalo Dungeon. Abel's expression changes instantly, her cheeks flushing as Rachel grins and begins teasing her about her obvious reaction. Abel denies everything, insisting she's only spoken to Gayama a handful of times and that there's nothing between them. She demands Rachel stop spreading rumors. Rachel accepts the denial on the surface, but points out that nothing right now doesn't mean nothing will ever happen. Her tone suddenly sharpens as she tells Abel that lying to others is one thing, but lying to herself isn't a good look. Abel freezes, and Rachel simply tells her to think about it. That conversation reminds Abel of a recent talk with her grandfather. When he told her he would be teaching at the academy, she assumed he was following her, something she deeply resented due to the attention she already received. But Siegfried clarified that he was there to watch over the first-year students after the midterms incident. Abel herself had asked for his help. Despite his calm explanation, Abel noticed something unsettling. There was a sharp intensity in her grandfather's eyes. The swordmaster who once seemed detached was stepping back into the fray. The only person Abel can imagine causing that kind of shift is Kangiyama. When Abel first met Gayama, he was just a scrawny, quiet boy lurking in the background. Now he's sharp-eyed, composed, and overwhelmingly strong, arguably even more impressive than Leon Reinhardt, the supposed hero candidate. Gayama walks the hero's path more clearly than anyone else, yet never boasts or draws attention to himself. If he were arrogant, she might have disliked him, but instead, he moves forward silently, and that makes it impossible to ignore him. She hates that Siegfried recognizes Gayama's potential, and she hates herself for feeling jealous. Rachel's mocking stare snaps Abel out of her thoughts. Abel hurriedly denies having any feelings for Gayama, insisting she doesn't have the time or space to think about him. Rachel smirks and says that's perfect, because it means she can pursue Gayama herself with almost no competition. All she has to do is deal with Ryo. Back in Wolf class, Gayama sits through a lecture about blessings and their ranks. The teacher explains that blessing rank depends on the spirit residing within it. Guardian spirits grant guardian level blessings, while true spirits elevate a blessing to spirit rank. As the lecture continues, Ryo briefly jolts awake, only to immediately fall back asleep. Even the professor gives up trying to wake her. 2 days have passed since her transfer, and she still hasn't explained why she joined Wolf class, mostly because she's asleep every chance she gets. And Gayama can't help but wonder why. If all she plans to do is nap, she insists on sitting right beside him. It's honestly a good thing Chloe is still hospitalized, because if she were around right now, things would probably get messy. Still, Ryo ended up covering for Gayama after the dungeon incident, so everything wrapped up without drawing unnecessary attention. She's clearly on another level compared to most students, and even Gayama can tell she's leagues ahead of Speed Weapon when it comes to raw perception and awareness. As the lecture continues, the teacher explains that blessings are divided into 4 ranks. The weakest are personal blessings, followed by guardian blessings, then true blessings, and finally heroic blessings, which are considered the pinnacle. Most cadets at the academy only possess personal spirit blessings, but under the right conditions, even those can outperform guardian level ones. True spirit blessings, however, are extremely rare. Gayama himself now possesses one, the blessing of transition, without fully realizing how absurd that makes his situation. Heroic blessings, on the other hand, are practically myths. Since the dawn of blessing manifestation, only one person is officially recorded to have awakened one, Valor Hawaken, the hero of Origins. There are rumors of another individual in modern times, though nothing is confirmed. Gayama knows exactly who they're talking about. That person possesses the miracle blessing. The class is about to end when Giyama raises his hand with a question that's been bothering him for a while. He asks about the phrase he always hears faintly whenever he activates the Sword God's blessing. May the blessing of the gods be with you. The room goes quiet for a moment, and even Ryo stirs awake slightly. The teacher hesitates before answering, then points out something unsettling. There are no gods left in this world. If that's the case, then a blessing of the gods shouldn't exist at all. The teacher dismisses the class shortly afterward, leaving Giyama deep in thought. Ryo chuckles at him for asking such an embarrassing question, then promptly goes back to sleep. Giyama decides not to dwell on it and lets his own consciousness drift off as well. As he fades, a system message appears before him. When he opens his eyes again, he finds himself in an abstract space filled with floating scraps of broken scenery and distorted fragments of reality. A notification informs him that the GM has requested a conversation. Before he can react, another message appears, warning that the GM is interfering with the world line through code. The term world line means nothing to him, and before he can process it, the system reports that the dimensional gap is too large and his current level is insufficient. He hasn't met the requirements for his newly unlocked trait either. Despite all of that, Giyama is asked one final question. Does he still wish to proceed? He hesitates, scanning the unfamiliar space. This doesn't feel like a dream, but it also doesn't feel hostile. There's a chance, however small, that this meeting could finally explain the Sword God's blessing and why he was dragged into this world. Giyama accepts. Reality begins to distort as the world's code shifts. The space around him collapses, and he's pulled into a familiar void, the same one he first experienced when the Sword God's blessing awakened at the academy gates. In the distance, he can see a faint light. Just like before, it's impossible to tell how close it actually is, but he can feel himself getting nearer, step by step. Suddenly, a voice calls out to wake him up. A hand bursts through the darkness and grabs his shoulder, triggering an emergency system response. The system detects external interference and forcibly postpones the conversation with the GM. As Giyama is dragged out of the void, a final message is left behind for him. It tells him only one thing: cut and sever, no matter what stands in his way. Then, just like before, it ends by wishing him the blessing of the gods. Giyama snaps back to reality as Ryo shakes him awake, loudly complaining about how he always tells her not to sleep, yet somehow managed to nap himself. She stops mid-rant when she realizes Giyama is crying. He doesn't even seem aware of it. Later that day, Giyama sits alone on a bench, trying to recall the dream. Strangely, the details already feel fuzzy, like they're slipping away. What embarrasses him the most is that Ryo saw him crying. Not exactly something he wanted added to her list of observations. Before he can sink too deep into thought, Speed Weapon and the others approach him. They've gathered to share what they know so far. One thing is certain, someone inside the academy is actively targeting Giyama, and it's only a matter of time before things escalate. Speed Weapon starts summarizing everything, but Ryo cuts him off immediately, saying she already knows the whole story and doesn't need a recap. As they argue, Giyama notices Chloe standing a short distance away, wearing a face mask and coughing lightly. She still hasn't fully recovered, so she's keeping her distance to avoid infecting anyone. Giyama asks if she's feeling better, and she reassures him that she is, even if she looks miserable doing it. Turning back to the group, Giyama asks Ryo if she's uncovered anything new about the Academy Elders. Instead of answering, she immediately corrects him for calling her Saki instead of Ryo. Giyama glances nervously at Chloe, but she's too sick to react the way she normally would. Deciding it's not worth starting a war, he gives in and starts calling her Ryo as requested. With that settled, the conversation shifts back to the real issue: the Academy Elders, their hidden movements, and what Giyama plans to do next now that he's firmly on their radar. Weapon feels like they need to pause and properly sort out their situation before moving forward. At this point, they know two things for certain. The Academy Elders are targeting Giyama, and there is a suspicious female instructor connected to both the midterms incident and the dungeon trap. Unfortunately, knowing these facts doesn't actually solve anything. The Elders' motives are still unclear, and confronting them directly would be suicide. For now, the Editor family will likely handle matters on their end, but that still leaves a massive blind spot inside the Academy itself. As for the mysterious female instructor, Ryo reveals that she may have seen her before. While checking the Academy's internal security system, she found someone who perfectly matches the description given by the dungeon guard. The problem is that the woman's identity can't be verified. Her profile exists, but it's incomplete, almost as if it was deliberately scrubbed. Giyama is shocked that Ryo can even access something like the Academy's internal systems, but she brushes it off casually. In her world, this kind of thing is basic tech overflow. That That said, the Academy's security network is world-class, so she had to be careful. Rio explains that she hacked it during the early hours of the morning when system load was at its weakest. She was already sleep-deprived before that, and now she's completely exhausted. That explains why she's constantly half asleep in class, and also how she got Geyama's phone number without ever asking him for it. Even with all that effort, they still don't have concrete proof, and it's not like they can march into the elders' chambers and threaten them. That's when Weapon proposes a different approach. He suggests that the four of them start their own club. At the Academy, clubs are treated as official, Academy-affiliated organizations. They receive funding, free movement permissions, and, most importantly, protection. The school heavily promotes cooperation between students, and clubs are one of the safest ways to operate under the Academy's umbrella. Given that Geyama has enemies both inside and outside the school, a club could act as a second layer of protection on top of his student status. Geyama immediately understands the implications. Back when he played Miracle Blessing M, the club system was just another game mechanic, basically a housing system disguised as social content. Players could decorate rooms, invite characters, raise affection levels, and drain their wallets in the process. Geyama never cared about it back then. He never imagined that the same system would end up being useful in real life. There are requirements though. A club needs at least 5 members and must submit a proposal directly to the administrative office. That means they're currently 1 member short. As Geyama listens to the group talk, he can't help but feel conflicted. The older you get, the more calculated relationships become, and yet these people are willing to trust and support him despite barely knowing him. That alone makes him grateful. They decide to start with the simplest task, choosing a club name. Chloe enthusiastically suggests Memories of Assassination, but that gets shot down immediately for being far too edgy. Rio suggests picking something random since no one really cares about club names, but Weapon shuts that idea down just as quickly. After some awkward silence, Geyama proposes forming a travel club. It would give them a legitimate excuse to clear dungeons and move outside the academy without drawing suspicion. The idea clicks with everyone, and just like that, the travel club is born. Next comes the hardest part, finding a faculty advisor. Without one, the club can't exist. Advisors must be professor level or higher, which severely limits their options. Chloe suggests asking the professor from Blessing Studies since he's kind and popular, but he's also incredibly busy, making it unlikely he'd agree. Out of the Academy's 500 staff members, only about 30 are professors, and only around 10 of those teach first-year students. The Academy claims to encourage clubs, but the restrictions tell a different story. Eventually, everyone turns to Geyama and asks if he has anyone in mind. After a moment of thought, an idea forms. If the advisor needs to be professor level or higher, then technically there is someone ranked far above a professor. When Geyama tells them who he's thinking of, the group stares at him like he's lost his mind. Regardless, for the club to be approved, the club president has to submit the application in person. Geyama, as the founder, heads to the administrative building himself. The woman handling the paperwork immediately looks skeptical. She openly doubts that Geyama, a special admission student, could possibly lead a club. Her disdain isn't even subtle. Geyama ignores her tone and calmly asks her to process the application if it meets the requirements. The woman stands up, looming over him, and tells him flatly that a club cannot be formed without a faculty advisor. From what she can see, there's no professor willing to advise a club started by someone like him. Her implication is obvious. As a special admission student with no noble background, Geyama shouldn't expect support from anyone important. In her eyes, his attempt to form a club is pointless from the start. This kind of attitude isn't new to Geyama. After nearly 20 years in the service industry, he's dealt with more than his fair share of people like her. Staying quiet is usually the smartest move. Still, that doesn't stop the urge to plant a solid punch right in her face. Instead of escalating the situation any further, Geyama calmly pulls out his phone and makes a call. He tells the person on the other end that he's currently in the administrative office trying to submit a club registration. The staff woman immediately explodes, shouting at him for daring to answer a phone call right in front of her, inside her office no less. The person on the line simply responds that they're nearby and will be there shortly. Geyama ends the call without another word. With the phone put away, the woman takes this as an opportunity to unleash her full fury. She berates Geyama for his lack of manners and claims he has no respect for authority. Geyama warns her one last time to simply follow procedure because the person he called is already on their way. In her rant, she completely fails to notice the other employees in the office quietly lowering lowering their heads and deliberately avoiding eye contact. She continues boasting, loudly declaring that she's the cousin of a close friend of the headmistress and that she has more than enough power to get a special admission student like Giyama expelled at a moment's notice. That line finally makes Giyama snicker. He leans in slightly and tells her to quiet down, pointing out that her voice is far too loud. That's the breaking point. Her expression twists into something unhinged, what Giyama immediately recognizes as her true face. Suddenly, the office door bursts open. Everyone jumps as an overwhelming presence floods the room. From the shattered doorway steps in the furious headmistress herself. Giyama calmly tells the woman to pay her respects to his club advisor. The headmistress smiles warmly at Giyama, clearly pleased to see him again. He tries to apologize for the inconvenience, but she cuts him off, telling him she'd come running anytime he asked. The moment she hears Giyama's name spoken aloud, the woman finally realizes who she's been insulting this entire time. The academy's top freshman. The headmistress cheerfully tells Giyama to leave the paperwork on the desk and head back to class to study for his written exams. Now that she's here, she'll personally handle everything. Once Giyama leaves, the atmosphere changes instantly. Another staff member rushes over with a chair, and the headmistress sits down slowly. The woman desperately tries to explain that there's been a misunderstanding, but it doesn't matter. Without even activating a blessing, the headmistress can tell she was mocking Giyama's background. Of all people to target, she chose a student personally selected by both the headmistress and the swordmaster. Without raising her voice, the headmistress places a resignation form on the desk using her blessing and tells the woman to start writing within 5 minutes. Later, she informs Giyama that the club application went through smoothly. All that's left is finding one more member. As for the woman, she's almost certainly fired. Giyama feels no sympathy. Before leaving, the headmistress tells him to stop by her office after class. Giyama then heads to the forge to see the man who has somehow become both his enemy and ally, Valander the blacksmith. Valander tells him to wait a moment. For once, he actually looks like a proper blacksmith, though Giyama can't quite tell how Valander feels about him. As a former player, Giyama has mixed feelings. After everything that happened, those feelings lean far more negative than before, yet he can't fully bring himself to hate the man. In the game, Valander was one of the most infamous NPCs, responsible for nearly all equipment upgrades. Players either loved him or loathed him. Heavy spenders even held rituals, praying desperately for luck before enhancement attempts. Giyama, being a small spender in his past life, never went that far, but even he cursed Valander when the Murasame was downgraded from B rank to E rank. Valander snaps Giyama out of his thoughts and presents the newly enhanced weapon with visible pride, declaring that this time his work is flawless. The reforged Murasame gleams like new, and Giyama can't help but call the blacksmith a god for the sudden stroke of luck. The upgrade pushed his painless blessing to 50 seconds of activation time, an enormous improvement. 40 seconds had always felt restrictive, but an extra 10 seconds changes everything. With the blessing of transition in play and higher armament scaling in the future, this improvement opens up even more possibilities. For a spirit level blessing, painlessness is proving to be far more versatile than Giyama initially thought. Valander then points out another detail. The Murasame has risen to D rank. It's lower than Giyama hoped, especially after using A rank materials from the Buffalo King, but increasing its hardness by 2 full ranks is still significant. At the very least, it won't shatter mid-combat anymore. As Giyama checks his status screen, a flashing button catches his eye. He has a bad feeling, but presses it anyway. New information appears. Due to the successful reinforcement and the weapon's high growth potential, the Murasame can now gain up to 3 special abilities. These abilities require magic stones, which activate randomly. Magic stones are incredibly rare. Realizing his sword now depends on them, Giyama can barely hide his shock. Elsewhere, an elder working alongside the demon commander smashes a drinking cup into a mirror, fury etched across his face. He continues drinking straight from the bottle before throwing that aside as well. His gaze drifts upward to a framed picture mounted on the ceiling, depicting his father, Ramon von Bimmark, one of the 7-star heroes once known as the Mad Tiger. Ramon fell 40 years ago during the Tay campaign while fighting the 6th Legion commander, Vastman. To the public, he was immortalized as a noble hero who gave everything for humanity, but behind the scenes, the aftermath was far uglier. With Ramen gone, countless relatives turned their fangs inward, desperate to seize control of the Bimhimark family. Assassination attempts followed one after another, forcing Clay von Bimhimark to harden his heart and abandon any lingering sentimentality. Rather than confronting them directly, he manipulated those conspirators into destroying one another, purging the family from within. In doing so, he restored the Bimhimark name and stabilized its power base in his father's absence. By the age of 30, Clay ascended to the position of elder at Heiken Academy. From that point on, his purpose shifted from survival to governance. Humanity, in his eyes, needed firm guidance and an unchallenged ruling class to enforce it. The existence of demons made that task easier, providing a perfect external enemy to justify authority and control. As long as demons existed, the hierarchy remained unquestioned, but variables always emerge. Leon von Reinhardt, the so-called hero candidate chosen by fate, was one such anomaly. Supposedly destined to defeat the Demon King, Leon represented a destabilizing symbol. Clay never believed that a single human could bridge the overwhelming gap between humanity and demonkind. Legends like Baylor Hwaken, who sealed the First Legion commander Lycan, were exceptions carved into history, not standards to be repeated. Then came another complication. One day, a woman approached Clay with an offer to deal with the hero candidate personally. At first glance, she appeared to be nothing more than an instructor, someone far beneath him in the hierarchy. But the moment their eyes met, the balance of power became unmistakably clear. She was a human who had willingly abandoned humanity to form a direct contract with the Legion commander, a half-human, half-demon existence. A villain. Leon alone was already troublesome enough. Now a low-born special admission student was making things far worse. Even the auditors hesitated to act, citing insufficient justification to proceed. That hesitation irritated Clay deeply. With a cold expression, he orders the undertakers to be summoned. The following day, Gayama quietly scribbles notes into his notebook during class. His thoughts are consumed by Unthing. The Murasame now requires magic stones to grow stronger. The difference between weapons with special abilities and those without is immense, and having 3 available slots is nothing short of a jackpot. Unfortunately, magic stones only drop from specific dungeon bosses or A-rank demonic beasts, creatures that are essentially demonoids in everything but name. At this rate, Gayama realizes that fighting demonoids may be unavoidable if he wants to keep growing stronger. There's a bitter irony to it. Perhaps he was cursed the moment demon became part of his fate. He glances over at Rio, fast asleep behind her bizarre sleep mask, and wonders if she stayed up all night again. It's already been a week since their dungeon clear as a newly formed club. The key to opening the stone gate in the Buffalo King's territory is also a magic stone, one that belongs to a colossal beast known as a gigant. What unsettles Gayama is the fact that someone already killed one and extracted its stone. Even in the game, giants were monsters capable of shaking the earth with a single step. Compared to later updates, they were still considered minor threats, yet those later beasts were practically natural disasters given form. Gayama pauses, seriously questioning whether risking his life for weapon enhancements is worth it. Hunting demonic beasts should have been Leon's responsibility, not his, yet here he is, carrying that burden himself. Chloe enters the classroom and greets him, briefly pausing when she notices Rio sleeping in her usual seat. She doesn't comment, but Gayama asks if she's fully recovered. Chloe confirms that she's feeling much better, though she clearly remembers the terrifying blue light Gayama released during the dungeon battle. He quickly cuts her off, reminding her that they shouldn't discuss that openly. That blue light was aura, something only truly powerful individuals can manifest. The thought lingers, maybe farming magic stones really is worth it. Somewhere along the way, Gayama realizes he's begun craving strength. Thoughts of peace and safety have faded entirely, replaced by a single priority: survival. Too many unknown variables have appeared, things that never existed in the game. The story he once knew is unraveling, twisting around him as if the world itself refuses to let him rest. It's already been a month since he enrolled at the academy. The truth about the Second World War, set to erupt in 3 years, will soon surface. Strengthening himself and enhancing his weapon are no longer optional, they are necessities. At this rate, he can't trust Leon to carry the war's outcome. Being one-shot by a demonoid, hero candidate or not, is simply unacceptable. The weight of it all is exhausting. So exhausting, in fact, that Gayama doesn't even notice Weapon approaching, until Rio punches him square in the face. Weapon came by to check on how the club registration was going, and Gayama confirms that the headmaster personally approved it. Once they recruit one more member, the club will officially be recognized by the academy. With that settled, Weapon brings up another piece of news. Leon has apparently been on on a rampage lately, clearing high-ranked dungeons one after another without rest. It looks like Leon is finally acting like a proper protagonist, and Giyama briefly considers taking back some of the harsh judgments he made earlier. According to rumors, Leon even cleared an A-ranked dungeon just the previous day with only a small party, while Giyama's own group barely survived a C-ranked dungeon. Weapon points out that Rio seems suspiciously well-informed about the blonde hero's movements, making it obvious that she's interested in him. Rio doesn't respond right away. Instead, she turns to stare at Giyama for a moment before looking away and bluntly stating that she's not interested in Leon anymore. Leon's growth is undeniable, and at this rate, he'll almost certainly obtain Beilong during the upcoming Survival Island training. When Giyama thinks about it more rationally, the fact that he's managed to survive this long using nothing but a sashimi knife borders on the miraculous. It's possible that Giyama's very existence has been diverting attention and danger away from Leon, acting as an unintended shield. Even if that's true, Giyama has no intention of passively accepting such a role. His priority is survival, and for that he'll cut down anything that stands in his way. He has no desire to play the flawless hero, nor does he see himself as the protagonist of this world. He mutters under his breath that he'll sever whatever blocks his path. Rio overhears him and immediately teases him, asking if he's into anime since that line sounds straight out of a game or show. Elsewhere in the academy, a group of dangerous-looking individuals follows a maid through the corridors. One of them mutters in disbelief about how they've started receiving calls directly from the elders of Haken Academy. At this rate, he jokes, they might as well become a legitimate assassination organization. Their leader, a woman with short silver hair, snaps at him to shut up unless he wants his teeth pulled out. Another member quietly explains that the boss despises elites, but the payment for this job is simply too large to turn down. They arrive at the elder's office and the maid announces their presence. When they're called inside, the first to enter are Zhang Taipang, the deputy leader, Pari, a low-ranking operative, and the boss herself, Rui Shen. They are members of the Undertaker Syndicate, a mercenary villain alliance. The elder wastes no time and orders the maid to hand over a package containing information on Kangiyama. One of the men questions why they're being given details on a mere student, but the elder ignores him. Giyama is to be eliminated during the upcoming Survival Island training. If they succeed, they'll receive 100 million up front with an additional bonus upon full completion. When Rui Shen asks how the body should be handled, the elder coldly instructs them to dump him into the ocean surrounding the island and let the sea take care of the rest. The day of the written exam arrives, and Giyama casually eats a sandwich while reviewing his notes. He already aced the midterms, but rankings are posted publicly, so slacking off isn't an option. Two of his club members consistently rank first and second in written exams, and he refuses to fall behind them. While studying, he receives a message from Rio reminding him to eat breakfast. When he replies that he already ate a sandwich, she launches into a lecture about the importance of sugar for brain function. Giyama mentions that his country also has traditional exam suites, immediately catching her interest, but he shuts the conversation down by telling her to eat properly herself. She bombards his phone with confused messages, but Giyama silences it and refocuses. He has no intention of losing to a Yanggang addict today. Unfortunately, reality sets in quickly. Giyama is terrible at written exams. While Rio and Weapon argue loudly about correct answers, Chloe asks him how he did. He admits that he guessed most of the questions, though in truth, he relied heavily on fragmented game lore. Surely he must have done better than Chloe, right? He asks if she's heard anything from Nox. Chloe explains that her brother called the previous evening, but she missed it after pulling an all-nighter. Giyama suspects she ignored the call intentionally, but he doesn't press her on it. Auditor contact information is tightly restricted, so unless Nox approaches directly, Chloe remains Giyama's only source of intel. Weapon groans loudly, complaining that he studied for days without sleep, only to realize that Rio once again outperformed him. As Weapon spirals into despair, Rio casually gets up and moves closer to Giyama. Curious about his conversation with Chloe, she bluntly asks if the two of them are dating. Chloe immediately starts spiraling into fantasy, but Giyama shuts it down without hesitation. Rio leans in closer, smirking, and asks why Giyama keeps ignoring her messages if he doesn't even have a girlfriend to worry about. Giyama tells Rio that it was only one time and that it's not like he always ghosts her or anything. Before he can elaborate further, Chloe cuts in, clearly furious after overhearing that the two of them have been texting. When Giyama turns around at the sound of his name, he's met with Chloe fully slipping into yandere mode. Her calm expression is far more unsettling than outright anger as she stares down Giyama and Rio, asking him quietly but pointedly about the fact that he's been messaging another girl. The sudden shift completely catches Geyama off guard. Chloe hadn't said anything when Rio had been sitting beside him earlier, but now she's losing control over something as small as text messages. Even Weapon looks confused by her sudden escalation, though Rio, on the other hand, finds the situation oddly amusing. She pokes at Geyama, asking why Chloe is acting like this, but Geyama immediately tells her to back off before she makes things worse. Rio ignores the warning, continuing to tease him while clearly understanding exactly what's happening and deliberately fanning the flames. Chloe finally snaps, cutting straight to the heart of the issue. Geyama never even gave her his number, yet he's already chatting freely with Rio. Geyama tries to explain that Chloe's contact information is confidential, but she doesn't listen. Instead, she fixates on something far more serious to her, the promise Geyama once made, that he would be her one and only prince. Rio clings closer to Geyama, curious and entertained, while the killing intent radiating from Chloe spikes dangerously. Weapon intervenes, grabbing Rio by the face and physically pulling her away once he realizes how bad things are getting. At the same time, Chloe pulls out her trademark box cutter, her expression completely unhinged now. This is different from the last time she entered yandere mode, and Geyama immediately realizes he's in serious trouble. He mentally curses himself for slacking on his Neotube research about how to deal with yanderes, because right now he has no idea what to do. Chloe steps forward, declaring that from now on, Geyama will only ever look at her. Before he has time to react, she lunges at him with the box cutter. Even Rio finally realizes how bad the situation is. Chloe continues slashing wildly, ranting about how Geyama always makes her sad by spending time with other girls instead of her. One swing misses Geyama entirely and instead heads straight toward Rio, who hadn't even realized she was in danger. Geyama reacts instantly, deflecting Chloe's arm before it can reach Rio. He forces Chloe down onto a desk, pinning her beneath him to stop her from thrashing around. Weapon and Rio stare in shock as Geyama holds her there, trying desperately to calm her down. Rio, in particular, looks visibly annoyed at the situation unfolding right in front of her. Chloe struggles at first, but with Geyama's weight pinning her, her movements grow weaker. She refuses to listen, accusing him of never wanting to stay in touch and suddenly deciding to talk only now. Geyama leans closer and tells her that he wants to talk face to face, not through a cold piece of metal like a phone. That small shift seems to break through her frenzy, and she begins to tremble as he moves closer, determined to end this before it gets worse. He thanks her for always thinking about him, and that single sentence sends Chloe into complete yandere overload. Geyama's sheer presence is so effective that even Weapon finds himself blushing. Once Chloe is fully immobilized by his words, Geyama carefully backs away, relieved that he somehow managed to defuse the situation without anyone getting seriously hurt. Weapon checks to see if Geyama is alright, but Rio stays silent, clearly dissatisfied. Geyama suggests they clean up and leave, and Rio exits the room without another word. Later that evening, Rio and Weapon walk back toward their dorms, both deep in thought about what just happened. From previous encounters, they'd already suspected that Chloe harbored intense feelings for Geyama, but seeing her completely lose control confirmed that her affection was deeply twisted. What shocked them even more, however, was watching Geyama calmly restrain the situation while keeping his sashimi knife ready behind his gentle words. Geyama prefers persuasion, but it's clear that he's fully prepared to resort to violence if necessary. That readiness might make him seem dangerous at first glance, but Weapon understands that these are the qualities of someone destined to rule rather than follow. He'd already believed in Geyama's potential, but now he's certain that Geyama is headed for something far greater. As they walk, Weapon notices Rio angrily tapping on her phone. She's been scowling for a while now, clearly upset about something she refuses to explain. When Weapon asks what she's doing, she admits she's deleting a Neotube video titled "The Perfect Way to Deal with a Yandere." Despite the video performing well with over 200,000 views, she insists she doesn't need it anymore. Weapon changes the subject, and the two continue chatting as they disappear into the academy grounds. Elsewhere in the academy library, Geyama quietly flips through a stack of books alongside other cadets. Starting next Wednesday, the academy will hold a 3-day, 2-night deserted island survival training on Avalon Island. Despite its intimidating name, the event functions more like a large-scale school activity. Cadets are allowed to form teams of 1 to 4 members, and while the academy evaluates individual self-sufficiency, the results won't directly affect grades. The school even distributes distributed an official announcement detailing the rules and expectations, making the whole thing feel closer to an organized camp than a life or death ordeal. Still, Geyama doesn't take the event lightly. He searches through survival manuals, not because he lacks basic knowledge, but because Avalon Island itself is special. Even in his past life as a player, this training left a strong impression on him. It's a pivotal point in the main storyline, where the protagonist acquires the hilt of Belong, the legendary holy demon sword. It's also the event that deepens the relationship between Abel and Leon. Back then, Geyama found the arc exciting, but now after everything he's endured since entering the academy, romance feels like a distant luxury. With academy elders targeting him and a mysterious instructor operating in the shadows, Geyama has far too much on his plate to entertain feelings. Love can wait for another life. In this one, his priorities are survival and strength. As a swordsman, what truly draws his interest is Belong itself. He knows where it is and understands its power, but he also knows the truth. Belong chooses its wielder. Without the miracle blessing, the weapon will never acknowledge him. It was designed exclusively for the protagonist. Compared to that, Geyama wielding a sashimi knife feels almost absurd. Rather than dwelling on something he can never obtain, Geyama forces his attention back to the island training. After the Skopwili Island incident, the academy director personally requested that the Sword Emperor accompany Wolf Class as a guest instructor. The strongest human alive supervising a group of first-year cadets on a survival trip is far from normal, but it does give Geyama a rare sense of security. The story may be deviating wildly from the game he once knew, but at least this change works in his favor. Searching for something more specific, Geyama pulls a history book from the shelf. Avalon Island lies in the far western sea, a mystical land where terrain constantly shifts. At its center rests Queen's Lake, also called the Land of Beginnings by ancient tribes. The island is currently uninhabited, though its history is layered with forgotten myths. None of this is new to Geyama, which tells him that the information he needs won't be easy to find. He'll likely have to comb through most of the library. That's when a voice calls out to him, and a firm yet gentle hand lands on his shoulder. It's Leon, the blonde-haired protagonist. While nearby girls quietly squeal at the sight of him, Geyama's attention drifts to the book Leon is holding, an introductory text on magic. It seems Leon is trying to learn from what happened during the midterms, but something about the timing feels off. Given what Geyama knows, Leon shouldn't be here studying magic now. Leon sits across from him and asks what Geyama is reading. Geyama explains that he's researching Avalon Island for the upcoming training. Leon remarks that Geyama is surprisingly diligent, and Geyama can't deny it. Between physical training, dungeon exploration, and studying magical beasts, his schedule is relentless. Knowing what will happen 3 years from now, he's doing everything he can to prepare, not for glory, but simply to survive. After a brief pause, Leon comments that the two of them are fundamentally different. That statement lingers. Geyama recalls their earlier conversation about origins and realizes that something about Leon feels wrong. There's a quiet sadness behind his expression, a weight that wasn't as apparent in the game. Before Geyama can fully process it, Leon stands, wishes him a safe trip, and leaves. Watching him go, Geyama senses that the burden of being a hero candidate is crushing him more than he lets on. Whatever Leon is dealing with, it's heavy. With the library closing soon, Geyama returns to his search, determined to find what he needs. When the day of the survival training finally arrives, students gather in the training grounds for orientation. Abel and Rachel meet up with Rio and Chloe, and Geyama's four most troublesome connections lock eyes in an unspoken standoff. Some casual conversation passes between Abel and Rio before Rachel abruptly breaks the tension, accusing Rio of transferring classes just to steal Geyama from behind their backs. Abel steps in quickly, cutting Rachel off before things escalate further. That revelation excites Rachel far more than it should. If Geyama is going alone, that means he'll be completely isolated for 3 full days. That's when Rachel proposes a game for the 4 girls to play during the training. Geyama only said he wanted to go alone. There's no rule that prevents others from finding him. With Avalon Island's terrain constantly shifting and students being dropped at random locations through spatial gates, simply meeting up will be difficult. Forming teams will be even harder. Rachel's game has only one rule. Whoever finds Geyama first wins. The winner gets exclusive time with him, while the remaining 3 must back off. If any of them encounter each other along the way, they're free to cooperate or split up as they see fit, as long as they don't interfere with one another. The others quickly agree. Abel, however, turns bright red at the idea of monopolizing Geyama and refuses to participate. Ironically, that only makes things easier for the rest, since it removes one competitor. Meanwhile, the man at the center of all this attention is barely staying awake. Geyama spent most of the previous previous day buried in the library, carefully noting everything he might need. He comes prepared with 24 sashimi knives and a hidden backup tool. Even Ma keeps messaging him like an overprotective parent, reminding him to prepare properly and even to pack spare underwear. At this point, she feels more like a grandmother watching over him at school. Before departing, Geyama takes a careful look around the training grounds, scanning the instructors present. He's searching for one specific profile, a tall female instructor with purple hair and eyes. He doesn't know her true objective, but if she's after him, a deserted island with shifting terrain would be the perfect place to make someone disappear. The same danger applies to him as well. Geyama isn't comfortable with the idea of killing a person, but that doesn't mean he's willing to die quietly either. The problem is that narrowing her down is nearly impossible. There are far too many instructors with purple hair and eyes, as if half the academy dip themselves in dye. His thoughts are interrupted when Siegfried, the Sword Emperor, passes by alongside Abel. Siegfried reminds Geyama to continue working hard and aim for good results, but also to rest and enjoy the training. After a short exchange, the two walk away, though Abel lingers just a bit longer, casting one last look at Geyama before leaving in a huff. Geyama laughs it off, remembering that according to the game's story, she'll soon have a boyfriend anyway. What he doesn't notice is Rio sneaking up behind him with a mischievous expression, at least until he suddenly turns and flicks her forehead hard enough to make her yelp. She jumps back in shock, not expecting retaliation. She'd only planned to wish him luck, but now she's too annoyed to even look at him. Geyama honestly doesn't understand her. Lately, she's always hovering around him, making it hard for him to sleep. Ignoring her only makes her more restless. Still, she's technically a heroine, and that alone makes Geyama want to keep his distance. Soon after, the spatial gate to Avalon Island opens. The cadets are instructed to proceed carefully through the gate and begin their survival test. Geyama steps forward, determined to keep things quiet this time. He wants to find what he came for and get through the event without drawing unnecessary attention. The gate deposits him directly onto Avalon Island, right in front of the Tree of Beginnings, Yggdrasil. There's no time for sightseeing. This is a survival test, and everyone else is already moving. Fortunately, Geyama had the foresight to photograph the island map back in the library. Using both the map and his memories from the game, he pinpoints the location of a powerful reward, the Blessing of Regeneration, which should be somewhere near the central lake. To reach it, he'll need to cross rocky terrain and dense forest. The Academy hasn't sent them here just to wander aimlessly either. Cadets are tasked with finding hidden orbs scattered across the island. It's essentially a large-scale treasure hunt, and the more orbs a student collects, the better their evaluation will be. What really interests Geyama is the fact that these orbs can also be used as enhancement materials. Following advice from one of the survival guides he read, Geyama finally pulls out the secret weapon he brought specifically for this test, a medium-sized machete. Normally used for clearing weeds and cutting wood, it has one major advantage. Its length prevents it from triggering the blessing of the sword god. For once, Geyama plans to survive without relying on overwhelming power. Geyama bought the machete specifically for the survival training because he wanted to preserve the 50 seconds of his blessing of painlessness for something truly dangerous. The machete allows him to fight without triggering the sword god's blessing, which makes it perfect for conserving strength. As he tests its balance and weight, a small rabbit pokes its head out of a nearby bush and stares at him curiously. At first, Geyama sees it as an easy food source. That thought vanishes instantly when the rabbit steps fully out of the bush, revealing a creature larger than Geyama himself. Despite its ridiculous appearance, the monster radiates menace. Still, Geyama has already defeated the Buffalo King, so a giant rabbit shouldn't be an issue. Confident he doesn't even need the sword god's blessing, he engages it head on, only to quickly realize how wrong he is. Elsewhere on the island, Abel encounters a rabbit of her own, thankfully normal-sized and far cuter. Initially, she considers guiding it to safety, but the creature suddenly bites her hand and bolts. That instantly flips a switch. Abel chases after it, sword drawn, deciding to turn it into dinner while also testing the results of her recent training. The rabbit moves unnaturally fast and even pauses to smirk at her, which reminds Abel of Geyama and how he constantly hides his true strength. Just as she closes the distance, the terrain beneath her shifts without warning. Abel loses her footing and tumbles straight into a lake. The rabbit watches her struggle from the shore with visible disappointment before hopping away. Soaked and frustrated, Abel once again finds her thoughts drifting back to Geyama. Meanwhile, Giyama is having his own humiliating struggle. Despite all his training, he can barely keep up with the oversized rabbit using only the machete. Exhausted and irritated, he finally drops to his knees and admits defeat. Chasing it any longer would only waste precious energy, and starving for a bit is preferable to collapsing from fatigue. He lets the rabbit go until it turns back and gives him a mocking smile. That's the last straw. Giyama immediately activates his blessing and eliminates the monster in an instant. In another part of the island, Rachel charges through the forest with reckless determination, desperate to find Giyama before anyone else. She's been running in circles, but backing down isn't an option, especially since she was the one who invented the game in the first place. Shouting loudly as she runs, her voice carries far enough for Rio to hear it from elsewhere on the island. Rio, having landed near the beach, quickly reassesses the situation. She knows Avalon Island's terrain constantly changes, but there's one exception, the world tree at the center. Based on Geyama's personality and his desire to act alone, she concludes that he's almost certainly heading inward. Finding him won't be easy, but she refuses to lose. Chloe is also racing through the forest at full speed. She barely even registers the monster's attacking her as she moves, relying on her exceptional scouting abilities. More than anyone else, she's confident she'll find Geyama first, and when she does, she believes he'll only have eyes for her. Spotting someone ahead, she accelerates, convinced she's finally found him, and at the same time, Geyama is already settled beside a campfire, calmly roasting the rabbit he killed earlier. He spent most of the day skinning the creature and preparing supplies, ensuring he won't have to worry about food anytime soon. As night approaches, the crackling fire offers a rare moment of peace until he hears footsteps rushing through the forest. Immediately alert, Geyama grips his weapon. It doesn't sound like an animal, and given everything he knows about the threats targeting him, caution is mandatory. He's grateful he saved his blessing for moments like this. Chloe bursts through the trees, but instead of Geyama, she runs straight into Rachel. The two immediately begin arguing, frustrated that they keep crossing paths instead of finding their target. At nearly the same moment, Abel stumbles directly into Geyama's campsite. Geyama nearly cuts her in half before stopping himself just in time. The two freeze, staring at each other in stunned silence until Abel's stomach growls loudly. Despite refusing to participate in the game, she somehow ended up finding Geyama first. As Abel looks around the campsite, her embarrassment deepens. Geyama is thriving. He has warm furs, preserved meat, and a properly set campfire. Even during a survival test, she's losing to him without him even trying. To make matters worse, she's soaked from the lake and shivering uncontrollably. Geyama quietly drapes a fur coat over her shoulders, instantly warming her. The truth is, she only found him because she couldn't resist the smell of food. On top of that, her ankle is swollen from earlier. Geyama notices immediately and begins bandaging it without hesitation, making sure it won't worsen or become infected. When he asks why she's wandering alone, the memory of the Rachel game flashes through Abel's mind, but she can't admit that. Instead, she tells him she's simply more comfortable alone, realizing that in that way, she and Geyama are surprisingly alike. Still, despite everything she said earlier, Abel can't resist the temptation to win. Quietly, she pulls out her phone and snaps a picture, proof that she found Geyama first. Abel immediately sends the photo to the group chat, officially confirming that she won the game. With that single message, the competition is over, and the others are barred from approaching Geyama. Rio and Rachel both explode in frustration the moment they see the image, but there's nothing they can do. The result is final. Abel simply stares blankly at her phone as Geyama hands her a piece of cooked meat, the atmosphere between them turning awkwardly quiet. After some time, Abel breaks the silence and asks Geyama how he became so strong. He doesn't answer right away. Even though his fights rarely last more than a minute, the level of power he displays has clearly caused waves throughout the academy. Eventually, he says that it's probably because of his teacher. Abel understands that sentiment well, having spent 17 years training under her grandfather. She always believed she knew more about swordsmanship than anyone her age, but meeting Geyama forces her to realize just how much more there is to learn. Curious, she asks which family taught him his swordsmanship. Geyama doesn't answer directly. Instead, he explains that strength alone doesn't guarantee victory. In his eyes, the truly strong are the ones who endure, who refuse to give up until the very end. Those who survive are the ones who win. Abel stares at him for a moment before bursting into laughter. His words sound like something an old man would say, reminding her strongly of her grandfather. That moment brings her back to the first time they spoke together on a bench at the academy. This is their first genuine conversation since then. Geyama hands her another piece of meat, and she thanks him quietly. Before she realizes it, exhaustion overtakes her and she falls asleep by the fire. When Abel wakes the next morning, Gayama is gone. He left without a word, leaving behind all of his food and supplies. Her ankle is completely healed thanks to the care he gave her the night before. As the realization sinks in, Abel begins to cry. For the first time in her life, someone cared for her without expecting anything in return. No matter how difficult her life had been, she had always faced everything alone. That was the burden of carrying the Nebelong name. Gayama helped her simply because she needed it. That quiet kindness is something Abel has always envied in others. Now that she's experienced it herself, she feels a renewed sense of strength. Wiping away her tears, she picks up her sword. Sitting still won't change anything. She proudly wears the fur coat Gayama gave her and sets off to continue the survival training. Meanwhile, Gayama pushes his way through the forest, his thoughts briefly lingering on Abul. He admits to himself that she's beautiful, but he also believes she doesn't particularly like him. That doesn't bother him. Abel has always been proud and distant. It's simply who she is. He helped her because she looked pitiful, not because of any romantic feelings. Even if the main storyline shifts slightly due to their interaction, everything should still be fine. Today is supposed to be the day Abel and Lion begin developing feelings for each other. Gayama only hopes she doesn't end up giving the fur coat to Lion. After hours of travel, Gayama finally exits the forest, refocusing on his real objective before sunset. He's searching for the blessing of regeneration, a guardian class blessing just one rank below the blessing of transference. This blessing dramatically enhances natural healing, but normally it can only be used on the owner. However, because Gayama possesses transference, that limitation doesn't apply to him. He could even use it to repair his sashimi knives. While powerful, the blessing isn't absurd. It can't regenerate lost limbs, only accelerate recovery. In the game, it was treated as a hidden bonus that didn't significantly affect Lion's progression. Since Leon will eventually gain countless buffs anyway, Gayama knows he needs to secure this blessing now, no matter what. After some more searching, Gayama finally finds it. The blessing of regeneration rests beside a massive orb from the survival test, practically placed there like a free reward. He came for the blessing but ends up with an orb as well, a lucky bonus. As he reaches out to take it, someone steps into his path. It's Lion. The blonde hero already knows Gayama isn't here for sightseeing. Gayama lies, claiming he simply spotted the orb and came to collect it. Lion immediately draws his sword and challenges him, telling Gayama to take it only if he can defeat him in combat. From birth, Lion has been told that half the world smiled upon him, that he was chosen as a hero. The sword in Lion's hand shines brilliantly as he stares Gayama down. Something feels off. Lion is supposed to be with Abel right now. This moment was meant to be a key turning point in the story, but Gayama's presence has completely disrupted it. Even so, Lion has no intention of backing down. He slashes the wall behind him, reducing it to rubble with ease, making it clear that this is no empty threat. As Gayama finally gets a clear look at the blade Lion is holding, his eyes narrow. It's Balong, the hero sword Leon was destined to obtain. What immediately catches Gayama's attention is how strange Balmong's condition is. Balmong is known as the world's most sinister demon sword, yet the blue gem embedded at its core acts as a catalyst that grants it holy power. This ether gem suppresses the sword's overwhelming demonic magic, allowing it to exist without consuming its wielder. However, because Balmong itself is fundamentally a magic-based weapon, the suppression is never perfect. Instead, the sword is heavily influenced by the character and mindset of its user. That is why, in the original game, Balmong could evolve into either a holy sword or a demon sword, depending entirely on the player's choices. Gayama immediately understands this mechanic, which makes Lion's confidence unsettling. Lion calmly tells Gayama to treat the encounter as nothing more than a sparring match, but that only proves how reckless he is. Lion hasn't even entered the mental realm yet, meaning he lacks the control necessary to truly contend with Gayama at their current levels. Gayama can sense Lion's intention clearly. This isn't about the orb at all. Lion is using Gayama as a stepping stone, hoping to push his own growth now that Balmong is in his hands. Gayama can understand the mindset, but that doesn't make it acceptable. Before Gayama can say anything further, Lion stops waiting and launches forward, initiating the fight. Elsewhere on the island, Rio trudges through the forest in exhaustion. She eventually runs into Speed Weapon, and the two reluctantly move together while searching for Gayama. Weapon quickly realizes that Rio is clearly looking for him, and she doesn't bother denying it. He notices how much she has changed. Until recently, Rio did nothing but nap in the archery range, yet now she's active, restless, and driven whenever Gayama is involved. Rio suddenly stops walking, turns red, and asks Weapon if her feelings for Gayama are that obvious. Before he he can answer, a thunderous impact shakes the forest, birds scatter into the sky, and Ryo immediately recognizes the disturbance for what it is. Whatever caused that shockwave can only be Geyama. Back at the center of the island, Geyama is facing an unexpected reality. Lion is far stronger than he anticipated. Geyama's machete, the tool he brought specifically to avoid triggering his blessing, has already been snapped cleanly in half. From Lion's perspective, Geyama's lack of retaliation looks like disrespect. In truth, Geyama simply couldn't react in time. Geyama hadn't expected Lion to swing Balmong with full intent. If Geyama activates his blessing recklessly, he risks killing Lion outright, but if he continues holding back, Lion could very well cut him down instead. As the protagonist of Miracle Blessing M, Lion cannot be underestimated. With no other choice left, Geyama pulls out his sashimi knife. Accepting reality, Geyama activates the blessing of the sword god. As Lion charges again, the two clash, and instantly one of Geyama's sashimi knives is cut in half. Geyama reacts quickly, pulling more knives from his bag and throwing them in rapid succession. Lion slices through every single one effortlessly before charging again, carving through stone pillars as if they were paper. Geyama barely manages to evade and creates distance, but it's clear that Lion has grown significantly since the midterms. Another massive slash sends chunks of terrain flying. Lion is burning through his stamina at an alarming rate, pouring everything into Balmong. When the dust settles, Geyama walks forward completely unharmed. Geyama demands to know why Lion is pushing himself this far. Lion hesitates, staring at Geyama's blade. To him, Geyama's sword represents something he can't grasp, strength that brings results without arrogance. Since Geyama entered the picture, everything Lion believed he was building feels meaningless. This fight isn't about victory anymore, it's about proving who truly deserves the role of hero. Lion gathers the last of his strength and unleashes an even more devastating strike. Geyama charges forward to meet it head on. For a brief moment, their weapons collide, and when the energy dissipates, a fragment of Balmong chips away and falls to the ground. Lion freezes. Staring at the damaged sword, he realizes something terrifying. The destiny he believed was guaranteed may no longer belong to him. From his perspective, Geyama looks like the one who should have been chosen. As Geyama lowers his knife and the wind clears the dust, Lion vanishes without another word. The duel leaves Geyama unsettled. Lion wasn't trying to kill him, he was trying to grow, but Geyama refuses to lose to anyone, regardless of motivation. If he had misstepped even once, he would have died. Holding back nearly cost him his life, and he lost several knives in the process. Still, Lion's growth is undeniable and befitting of a protagonist. Geyama did damage Balmong, but the sword can be repaired, and its final form is still achievable. What matters is that Geyama didn't kill Lion. Doing so would have caused far greater consequences. With no further interference, Geyama finally takes the orb required for the survival training and approaches the blessing altar. The system confirms the acquisition of the blessing of regeneration, registering it as a passive ability. To test it, Geyama cuts his own skin with a stone. The wound vanishes instantly, leaving no scar behind. This is exactly the power Geyama wanted. Even after obtaining the blessing, the process to reach this point was anything but easy. Geyama returns to the forest and settles beside a small campfire, allowing himself time to process everything that has happened. His thoughts keep circling back to the sudden duel with Lion. The fight came without warning, and even now, Geyama struggles to understand why it happened at all. The only explanation he can come up with is that he accidentally interfered with what was supposed to be a pivotal moment between Lion and Abel. Yet Lion himself claimed that their clash was inevitable, as if it were something written into fate. That statement unsettles Geyama deeply. He already knows that Lion is a central existence in this world, but that knowledge only raises more questions. What exactly is Lion? And more importantly, what is Geyama himself? Beyond that lies the biggest mystery of all, the unknown force that dragged Geyama into this world in the first place. No matter how much he thinks about it, he has no way to find answers right now. All Geyama can do is move forward according to his own instincts. Even in his previous life, he had never been someone who could tolerate injustice. He had always been hot-blooded, often getting into fights with rude or abusive customers, never backing down no matter how intimidating they were. Maybe this strange sense of justice is simply who he has always been. At first, he tried not to interfere with the original storyline of the world, but survival quickly became his highest priority, and now despite only seeking power for self-defense, he has fought the protagonist himself and become the target of assassination attempts. For the first time, Geyama is forced to confront confront a terrifying possibility. If things continue down this path, he may eventually have to kill someone. Not a monster or demonoid, but a real person. The thought weighs heavily on him. He doesn't want that future, yet he knows he may not have the luxury of choice. As these thoughts spiral, Giyama briefly hears Ryo's voice behind him, mocking him for overthinking and telling him to just act naturally. When he turns around, no one is there. He realizes it was just a hallucination, but one that feels accurate. If Ryo were really here, that is exactly what she would say. As the night deepens, Giyama's thoughts drift to his companions. The realization that he now has friends brings him an unexpected sense of comfort. Eventually, exhaustion overtakes him and he falls asleep by the fire. That peace doesn't last long. The soft crunch of leaves wakes Giyama just as shuriken fly toward him from the darkness. He reacts on instinct, dodging the blades and taking only shallow cuts on his arms. A group of assassins emerges from the shadows, the Undertaker Syndicate. Giyama immediately recognizes their leader, Rui Shen, a half-demon who in the original story would later become the first villain Lion ever defeats. Her tragic backstory doesn't earn Giyama any sympathy now. She chose to abandon her humanity, and she came here to kill him. The assassins close in cautiously, sensing that Giyama is far from ordinary. Despite being surrounded, his expression isn't fear, it's resolve. Rui Shen questions him about which organization he belongs to, assuming he must be some kind of trained operative. Giyama doesn't answer. Instead, he calmly observes them, already piecing together the truth. Anyone capable of hiring the Undertaker Syndicate must be an academy elder. That realization enrages the assassins, who hadn't expected their target to see through the situation so easily. Giyama steps directly in front of Rui Shen, openly provoking her. One of the grunts snaps and attacks, but the moment he moves, Giyama activates the blessing of the sword god. The man doesn't even realize he's been cut until his head slides cleanly from his neck. This is the first time Giyama has killed a person outside of a controlled subspace. As panic spreads through the group, Giyama's assimilation rate spikes violently, surging from 12 to 88 in an instant. The world around him fractures. For a brief moment, Giyama experiences a surreal overlap with his past life. Memories of his old self, fragments of humanity slipping away. A silent message repeats itself in his mind. Cut it all down, no matter what it is. A crimson light floods his vision as his left eye darkens, his expression twisting into something feral. The remaining assassins charge in desperation, but it's already over. Giyama meets them head on, cutting down multiple enemies in a single strike. Others try to surround him, only to be slain from behind mid-motion. Bodies fall one after another, blood soaking into the forest floor. Rui Shen watches in horror as her entire team is erased in seconds. For the first time, she understands why the payout was so high. Giyama pins her to the ground before she can escape, pressing a blade to her throat. He ends the massacre with 9 seconds remaining on his painlessness blessing, every second of it spent today on Lion and the assassins. He binds Rui Shen to a tree and prepares to interrogate her. Despite her fear, she initially refuses to speak, clinging to her professionalism. Then she reveals something that stops Giyama cold. Before accepting the contract, she tried to investigate him. Every record tied to Kangiyama, his family, his relatives, even his parents had been erased. There was nothing, no past, no lineage. Giyama tries to recall his family and realizes he can't. Panic grips him as the implications crash down all at once. His original goal of learning who ordered the assassination becomes meaningless. This revelation is far more dangerous. He demands answers, threatening Rui Shen with dismemberment if she refuses to talk. For the first time, even she is convinced that Giyama is a monster. Before she can say anything more, a massive magical pressure slams into the clearing. Blood rises from the fallen corpses, flowing toward Rui Shen as if responding to some unseen call. Something far worse has just arrived. Rui Shen's expression finally breaks. The composure she held moments ago collapses into raw terror as she watches the blood of her fallen subordinates lift from the forest floor and coil around her body like living chains. Whatever is happening is far beyond Giyama's control now. Elsewhere on Avalon Island, Sword Emperor Sif Freed takes advantage of the scheduled break to enjoy a rare moment of peace. Sitting quietly with a newly bought fishing rod, he waits patiently despite not getting a single bite. Just as the water stirs, he senses something is wrong. The The fish are violently thrown into the air as if the island itself has been struck. In that instant, Siegfried recognizes the disturbance for what it is. Magic power on the level of a Demon Legion commander. Back at the clearing, the blood fully engulfs Rui Shen. She screams in agony as her skin discolors and her eyes lose focus, begging Giyama to save her. Her body twists unnaturally, and before Giyama can act, a massive explosion erupts. The blast is so intense that it lights up the entire island, shaking the terrain and alerting every powerful entity present. When the smoke clears, someone is standing where Rui Shen once was, but it is no longer her. The figure's body is scorched in places, flames crawling across her skin as if they are part of her very existence. She stretches casually and remarks that it has been 700 years since she last walked the human world. Geyama immediately understands what he is facing. The magical pressure alone dwarfs anything he has encountered before. Compared to this presence, even the demonoid mermaid from the midterms feels insignificant. The impure flames and overwhelming aura leave no room for doubt. This is Igor, the 5th Legion commander of the Demon King's army, known as the Bewitching Flame, a high-ranking succubus demon. Birds fall lifeless from the sky as the heat radiating from her presence spreads. Igor laughs lightly, commenting on human greetings as if this were a casual meeting. She introduces herself again, amused by Geyama's stunned silence, and asks for his name. Giyama can barely hear her. His mind races as he desperately searches his memories from Blessing of Miracles M. Those memories, his greatest advantage, tell him that Igor is a fire-type demon commander who specializes in mental and temptation-based magic rather than raw physical strength. She was never meant to descend into the human world this early, let alone by possessing a human host. None of this aligns with the original story. Before he can process further, Igor turns her attention to the bodies scattered around them and casually asks if Geyama is responsible. She immediately recognizes that he is no ordinary human. The fact that he is still standing, still sane, confirms his exceptional nature. Seeing potential in him, she offers him a contract, an invitation to become hers. As she speaks, her mental magic activates. Giyama's thoughts begin to blur as Igor's bewitchment seeps into his mind. She tells him that humans are hypocrites who judge, betray, and slaughter each other under the guise of righteousness. Instead of struggling in such a world, she offers him power, purpose, and survival at her side. For a moment, the logic feels convincing. Aligning with the Demon King's army would make survival far easier. But Giyama forces himself to resist. He reminds himself that this is exactly how a succubus operates, by replacing fear with temptation. With sheer will, he slices through her mental influence, snapping himself free. Igor pauses, visibly surprised. She wonders aloud whether her failure is due to inhabiting an imperfect vessel, complaining about her host as if Rui Shen were nothing more than an inconvenience. Geyama laughs. The sound catches her completely off guard. Without hesitation, he draws his sashimi knife and answers her offer by slashing the air in front of him, rejecting her outright. Igor smirks, amused by his defiance, as flames surge around them. She attacks casually, sending waves of fire that Geyama cuts through cleanly. She yawns as he dodges and counters, clearly not taking him seriously yet. But Geyama isn't even at full output yet. He presses forward, forcing her to retreat, and for the first time, Igor's interest sharpens. Intrigued, she unleashes more power, bombarding him with multiple fireballs at once. Geyama slices through them all and charges straight through the inferno. His speed, precision, and composure exceed human limits, pushing Igor to flee as laughter spills from her lips. But Geyama catches up. He nearly buries his blade into her back, forcing Igor to react instantly. The two collide in a violent explosion that tears apart the ground beneath them. When the dust settles, Igor stands above him, casually gripping his knife inches from her body. She comments on his impatience, amused that he's rushing despite her having endless time. Geyama knows better. The clock is ticking. His blessing of painlessness is running out. With a burst of strength, he breaks free from her grip and attacks again. His aura ignites as he pushes himself beyond his limits, determined to end this before the blessing fades, because once it does, he will be completely exposed. And against a Demon Legion commander, that moment could mean death. Igor quickly realizes something is wrong. Geyama is getting faster, not gradually, but unnaturally, even after already surpassing what should be humanly possible. Their blades and flames collide again and again, sparks of fire scattering through the forest like falling stars. With every clash, the battlefield grows brighter, louder, more violent, but time is running out. The final seconds tick away, and then Geyama's blessing of painlessness ends. The change is immediate. His legs buckle, his breath comes in ragged gasps, and his body screams screams in protest as exhaustion crashes over him all at once. He barely manages to stay standing as Igor looms over him. In contrast, she remains largely unscathed. Aside from a single hand, severely cut and still burning with flame, she shows no signs of fatigue. She stares at her wounds in mild fascination, watching red blood drip from her fingers. For 700 years, she hasn't seen her own blood like this. For a moment, it almost feels as if she has become human herself. With a flick of her wrist, flames surge over her arm, completely restoring it. She steps closer to Gayama and tells him plainly that letting him remain human would be a waste. The fire burning inside him, the obsession to push forward no matter the cost, it captivates her. His manners may be non-existent, but his passion burns brighter than anything she's seen in centuries. In fact, she openly admits that Gayama might possess even more potential than the boy prophesied to inherit the past hero's legacy. Laughing, Igor decides to test him one last time. She rises into the air as flames gather around her, condensing into a sphere hotter and brighter than anything she has used so far, a miniature sun. She tells Gayama that if he can survive this attack, then he passes. Gayama's eyes glaze over. His body has nothing left. There is no strength, no blessing, no margin for error. Igor hurls the blazing mass toward him, and at that exact moment, someone crashes into the battlefield from the side. A figure leaps in front of Gayama, blocking the attack head on, and it is Siegfried, the Sword Emperor. Using every ounce of his remaining strength, Siegfried intercepts the blast, shouting at Gayama to snap out of it and stay conscious. Igor clicks her tongue in irritation. She tells the old man not to interfere. This was between her and the boy. But Siegfried refuses to move. He cannot allow a talent like Gayama's to be lost here. Seeing his resolve, Igor accepts the challenge. If Siegfried is willing to gamble his life for the boy, then she will test whether he truly deserves to stand in Gayama's place. Meanwhile, Gayama's consciousness drifts in darkness. He wonders if he's dead until coughing echoes nearby. His vision slowly clears and he sees a familiar figure standing before him. The first thing he notices is a burning stump where an arm should be. Siegfried is missing an arm. Even so, the Sword Emperor stands firm, sword clenched in his remaining hand, shielding Gayama from a Legion commander. He sacrificed his limb without hesitation, determined to protect a student whose potential could reshape the world. Siegfried tells Gayama to rest and recover. He'll hold the line. Gayama protests, pointing out the missing arm, but the old man cuts him off. One hand is enough to wield a sword. Right now, Gayama's only job is to stay alive. Igor grows impatient. She demands to know how a human past his prime can withstand her magic so directly. A mere human should barely be able to think in her presence. Yet Siegfried stands unshaken. The Sword Emperor says nothing. He understands exactly what he's facing. A Legion commander can only descend into the human world through sacrifice and possession. Because of that backlash, she cannot unleash her full power, but even restrained, she is a walking disaster. Still, something is off. Igor's host body isn't a perfect match. That flaw, combined with Gayama's absurd strength, has slowed her adaptation, but Siegfried knows better than to rely on that for long. Igor decides this will end now. She charges. Siegfried meets her head on, sword raised in his single hand. They pass each other in a blur. A moment later, Igor screams. Her arm, cleanly severed, falls to the ground in a burst of flame. She stares at it in disbelief as Siegfried turns to face her. Calmly, the Sword Emperor asks her a single question. Are you afraid yet? With one arm gone, the balance between them finally feels equal, and that realization only enrages Igor further. She surges forward again, unleashing a wave of massive flames that swallow the entire battlefield. The heat distorts the air itself, turning the ground into molten ruin. Yet Siegfried remains calm. He grips his sword firmly as aura gathers around the blade, preparing a precise counter rather than a reckless charge. Siegfried doesn't know why Igor crossed from the demon realm into the human world, but one thing is unmistakable now. Fear has crept into her eyes. The flames lash toward him like a molten whip, but he slices them apart effortlessly and vanishes from his original position. His movements are so fast that Igor briefly loses track of him. Still convinced he poses little threat, she mocks him, only to narrowly avoid decapitation as his sword flashes past her neck. In that instant, she realizes the truth. Siegfried's aura is so dense that she can barely sense his movements at all. When she finally looks closely at his face, the answer becomes clear. He is a descendant of Orin, one of the heroes heroes of old. The realization rattles her, but she forces herself to calm down. No matter his lineage, he is still a human far past his prime. She refuses to believe someone like that could truly threaten her. To reassert control, Igor rises into the sky and summons a storm of flaming spears above her head. The heat intensifies to the point where even the clouds begin to tear apart. Laughing wildly, she rains the spears down, confident that even a swordsman of Siegfried's caliber cannot evade such overwhelming destruction. Geyama can only watch helplessly. His body is barely conscious, his grip on his sashimi knife the only thing anchoring him to reality. If he lets go now, he may never be able to fight again. Meanwhile, Siegfried continues to move, dodging, leaping, cutting apart any spear that comes too close with flawless precision. Even Agori is forced to acknowledge his skill, upgrading him in her mind from a nuisance to something marginally more respectable. But Siegfried isn't merely surviving. With every step, he's closing the distance. As he advances, he reflects on the gap between demons and humans. In his youth, he once resented that gap, believing effort alone could never overcome it. But age taught him something different. Humans adapt, humans evolve, especially when cornered. That, he realizes, is what demons truly fear. Igor mocks him as he speaks, but she still hasn't found an opening. Then she notices it. His missing arm leaves his left side exposed, a weakness. She smirks and allows him to continue, baiting him forward. Siegfried leaps, sword raised high for a decisive strike. He declares that even in hopeless situations, humans continue to advance, and that inevitability is why demons invade the human world. Just as he enters striking range, Igor acts. A spear of fire erupts from the ground, piercing straight through his foot and halting his momentum mid-air. The opening is fatal. In a blink, Igor closes the gap and plants her hand against his chest. With a single discharge of condensed flame, she blasts straight through his stomach. The explosion engulfs him completely, and the Sword Emperor is sent crashing to the ground, burning. When the flames die down, Siegfried kneels in the wreckage, one arm gone, his body aflame, a massive hole torn through his abdomen. He coughs blood, barely conscious. Igor steps forward and presses her flaming foot onto his head, pinning him down. The once invincible Sword Emperor has no strength left to resist. To her, it is predictable. Heroes always end the same way. Geyama cries out for his teacher, but he can't move. His body refuses to respond. Igor finally turns her attention back to him, calling him by name for the first time. With the interference dealt with, she resumes what she started earlier. Geyama has passed her test. His weakened mind stands no chance as her mind control floods in again. Flames coil around him as she places her hands on his body, convinced that he will make the perfect vessel for demonkind's ambitions. She speaks to him gently, almost affectionately, promising that they will meet again in hell. Behind her, Siegfried desperately tries to warn her not to turn her back on an enemy, even now. But Igor only laughs. She begins forming a seal on her tongue, dismissing the old man entirely. Her focus is solely on Geyama. She leans in and presses her tongue against Geyama's forehead, branding him with a devil mark as proof that he passed her test. The seal burns itself into his skin and immediately spreads across his body like wildfire, flooding him with demonic authority. Geyama collapses to the ground, completely overtaken by Igor's magic as the mark roots itself deep within him. The system reacts instantly. An unauthorized external intrusion is detected, triggering emergency countermeasures. However, just like with the Sword God's blessing, the system cannot directly intervene. Geyama's level and the world line are still too low to permit execution. Instead, the system takes a different route. It uses Yggdrasil itself as a catalyst, forcibly raising Geyama's level and recalibrating the world line to stabilize reality. In simple terms, the system decides to stop holding back. Geyama's synchronization rate skyrockets, 12.7%, 40%, 80%, until it finally reaches 100%. The conditions for his long-sealed power are fulfilled. The lock breaks. Geyama is about to wake up. Meanwhile, Siegfried continues fighting despite his shattered body. His movements are slow, his strength fading, yet he refuses to fall. Even Igor acknowledges it with twisted amusement. To her, he's nothing more than a stubborn insect still twitching after death should have claimed it, yet even as she toys with him, she notices his aura flaring once more. Its color mirrors the same sword aura wielded by the Sword Saint 700 years ago. That realization unsettles her. She decides to finish him immediately. Just as Igor charges in for the killing blow, a massive surge of magic crashes down from the sky, slamming into her with overwhelming force. The impact rattles her core, forcing her back as she whirls around to identify the source. What she sees sends a chill through her entire being. For a split second, she believes she is staring at Wakin. That ancient, unbearable presence, one she hasn't felt in 7 centuries, makes her blood run cold. The system has forcibly elevated every one of Geyama's blessings, including painlessness and regeneration, then chained them together through the blessing of transference to override the damage inflicted upon reality itself. A low growl escapes Igor's throat as she names the presence hovering above them. Geyama descends from the sky. The sword god's blessing is temporarily disabled. In its place, the system announces a new authority, pseudo-invocation. The declaration echoes as though even the gods themselves are being called to witness what comes next. Across Avalon Island, the disturbance is felt everywhere. Abel pauses mid-stride, unease tightening her chest. The forest feels wrong. The air is heavy. At the same time, Rio checks her phone in confusion. It's already morning, yet the sky remains pitch black as though night refuses to end. Weapon, Chloe, Rachel, and the other cadets begin gathering, all sensing the same anomaly. Something has gone terribly wrong. Back at the battlefield, the smoke refuses to clear as Geyama lands. Electricity crackles around him, illuminating the scorched earth beneath his feet. Igor stares in disbelief. This isn't Wakin, it's the boy she was mocking moments ago. And yet, fear grips her anyway. Her thoughts slow, her instincts falter. The tactical clarity she's relied on for centuries begins to fracture. Siegfried, barely conscious, can only stare as though witnessing the birth of something divine. Without realizing it, his body moves on its own, his knees buckling as he kneels in instinctive reverence. Geyama raises a hand. Siegfried's wounds begin to close instantly. Flesh knits, blood recedes, life is forcibly restored. Once his teacher is safe, Geyama closes his eyes. When he opens them again, raw power erupts outward, lightning consuming the battlefield in a violent surge. In the next instant, Geyama vanishes. Before Igor can react, he reappears behind her. And slowly, calmly, he begins walking forward. The Legion commander froze in place, her mind failing to properly comprehend what stood before her. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't grasp Geyama's form. It was as if his very existence had crossed into something fundamentally unreadable. At first, she blamed the frail human body she was possessing, but she quickly realized it went far beyond that. This situation was impossible, completely outside all logic. There was only one undeniable truth left to her. The being in front of her was no longer human. Realizing this, she immediately retracted her earlier arrogance. Drawing deeply from the earth itself, she pulled molten magma upward, gathering every last ounce of her remaining power. It was a shame. Geyama's body would have made a perfect vessel, but if she allowed him to live, he would become a catastrophe that blocked the path of demonkind forever. So she chose annihilation. The ground ruptured as magma surged into her grasp, compressing into a colossal fireball suspended above her head. The heat alone warped the battlefield. Even Siegfried, hardened by countless wars, felt his breath hitch at the sheer scale of the attack. Geyama, however, stood unmoving, expressionless, calm. The fireball was released. The inferno tore through the air, ripping the earth apart as it rushed toward Geyama and Siegfried. The size of it eclipsed reason itself. Siegfried could do nothing but watch, but Geyama stepped forward. For the first time since his transformation, he spoke. Inside him, the system calculated relentlessly. The world line was destabilized. This state could only be maintained for 60 seconds, but 60 seconds was more than enough. As the fireball closed in, Geyama's perception expanded infinitely. Countless cutting trajectories appeared before him, branching into endless possibilities, but his eyes locked onto a single perfect line. He activated a new authority, Thousand Sword. In one flawless motion, Geyama cut, not just the fireball, but reality itself. The blade of intent carved through the inferno and continued onward, slicing cleanly through Igor where she stood, her hand still outstretched. The fireball detonated in a blinding flash that erased everything from sight. When the light faded, Igor's body collapsed to the ground, cleanly bisected. Her mana core, the source of her existence, had been severed completely. Molten blood pooled beneath her as her life slipped away. Above the island, the impossible happened. The oppressive darkness cloaking the sky was split apart by a perfect cut, allowing the morning sun to finally shine through. Cadets across Avalon Island looked up in shock, unaware that they had just witnessed a god-level clash. To them, it was simply a strange sunrise. Back on the battlefield, Geyama Giyama's transformation ended. The overwhelming power left his body, and he collapsed unconscious. Seeing her chance, the dying Legion commander dragged herself forward, hatred burning brighter than her fading life. Kangiyama had to be erased, no matter the cost. She began casting one final spell, but it never finished. A sword erupted through her mouth, piercing clean through the back of her skull. Siegfried stood over her, his expression cold and unyielding. He ended it without hesitation, pouring his remaining aura into the blade until her existence burned away into nothing. As the last embers faded, Siegfried finally spoke his name to the empty battlefield. He was not merely a descendant of heroes, he was Siegfried von Bolong. He turned to Giyama's unconscious body and examined him carefully. His breathing was stable, no fatal wounds. Giyama would live. But one question lingered in Siegfried's mind. What is he? He remembered how his body had moved on its own, how he had knelt without realizing why. It wasn't fear, it was instinct, an ancient recognition embedded in the soul of every swordsman. Since the dawn of humanity, incomprehensible forces have existed. Storms, comets, lightning without clouds, forces so overwhelming they inspired both terror and reverence. Over time, humanity gave them names, calamities, gods.
And with that, this chapter of Giyama's story comes to an end. Honestly, this manhwa was massive. Giyama's journey was packed with tension, growth, and insane payoffs, and that ending was nothing short of legendary. Now I want to hear from you. What would you rate this series from 0 to 10? And what was your favorite moment? Let me know in the comments. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next recap.